Welcome, dear friends. As you snuggle into the comfort of your favorite blanket, allow the gentle crackling of the fireplace to fill your heart with warmth. Let go of the day's worries, embracing this peaceful moment as our stories gently carry you to a world of comfort and imagination. Anticipate the soothing tales that await, crafted to wrap you in tranquility and peace. May this cozy moment be the perfect prelude to a wonderful day ahead. Story 1. In a quaint village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange occurrences had been unfolding. The villagers, a close-knit community of gentle folk, found their mornings greeted by the most peculiar sights. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched-roof cottages, was surrounded by towering ancient trees whose leaves whispered secrets in the wind. The forest was a living entity, its presence felt in every corner of the village, its mysteries woven into the fabric of daily life. Tilly, the baker's daughter, was the first to notice. As she stepped out to retrieve the bread loaves from the old stone oven, she gasped in surprise. Every leaf and petal in her beloved garden had been carefully woven into intricate crowns and garlands, adorning the bushes and trees with delicate natural jewelry. The early morning sun cast a soft golden glow, illuminating the dewdrops clinging to the floral creations and creating a kaleidoscope of colors that danced in the gentle breeze. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and freshly baked bread, a comforting aroma that wrapped around Tilly like a warm embrace. The village square, usually quiet at this hour, seemed to hum with an unseen magic, the stones underfoot tingling with an energy that set her heart racing with a mix of wonder and trepidation. Tilly was not just a baker's daughter. She was a dreamer, her mind often wandering to the stories of old that Gerda, the village storyteller, would weave. As she marveled at the floral artistry, she couldn't help but think of the tales of forest sprites and magical happenings that Gerda would share by the fireside. Her imagination was a garden of its own, blooming with possibilities and the belief that magic was more than just a story. The next day, Old Cedric discovered that all the ceramic pots and vases in his greenhouse had been meticulously arranged in a spiraling pattern, each one filled with a single perfect bloom. The colors and fragrances created a breathtaking sight, but the orderly precision of it all left him utterly perplexed. He ran his fingers over the smooth surface of a vase, feeling the coolness of the ceramic juxtaposed with the velvety softness of the petals. The greenhouse was alive with the gentle hum of bees and the rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of nature that resonated deep within Cedric's soul. His heart, however, was not without its burdens. The weight of years spent nurturing this greenhouse was evident in the lines etched into his weathered face, a testament to his lifelong dedication to the earth's beauty. Cedric, though often seen as gruff and solitary, harbored a deep love for the village and its people, his tough exterior a protective shell around a heart full of stories and wisdom. As he pondered the mysterious arrangement, he found himself recalling the stories his grandmother had told him of the forest's guardians, tales that had once filled his childhood dreams with wonder. He realized that perhaps he, too, had forgotten the magic that once felt so real. As the days went by, more and more villagers reported similar unexplained occurrences. Bundles of wildflowers appeared on doorsteps, tiny sparkling crystals lined the windowsills, and at night, soft melodies seemed to drift through the forest on the gentle breeze. The villagers, initially bewildered, began to anticipate these magical surprises, their hearts lightened by the whimsical touches that brightened their everyday lives. The village had become a living canvas, painted with the strokes of some unseen artist, who seemed to understand the deepest desires of their hearts. Yet, beneath the surface of their enchantment, a quiet unease began to stir. What if these gifts were the prelude to something more ominous? Concern began to grow, and the villagers gathered at the ancient oak tree in the center of the village to discuss the matter. The towering oak, its bark rugged and gnarled with age, stood as a timeless sentinel, its branches spreading wide, as if to embrace the entire village. A gentle rustling whispered through its leaves, a lullaby of nature that seemed to listen as the villagers spoke. The oak had witnessed countless generations pass beneath its boughs, its roots entwined with the very history of the village. That's when wise old Goethe, the village storyteller, proposed seeking the guidance of the forest sprites. Goethe, with her silver hair flowing like a river of moonlight, was revered for her knowledge of the forest and its hidden secrets. Her eyes, a deep shade of forest green, twinkled with memories of stories untold. She spoke of the sprites with a reverence that commanded attention, her voice weaving a tapestry of words that painted vivid pictures in the minds of her listeners. Her tales were a bridge between the mystical and the mundane, reminding the villagers of the unseen world that lay just beyond the veil of everyday life. Deep in the heart of the woods lived a clan of mischievous but kind-hearted sprites, guardians of nature's balance. Goethe knew the way to their hidden hollow, a place where the trees seemed to dance and the air shimmered with magic. The villagers listened intently as she described the path through the forest, her descriptions so vivid they could almost feel the cool, mossy ground beneath their feet and hear the distant call of birds echoing through the canopy above. Her voice, melodic and soothing, wrapped around them like a comforting cloak, instilling both courage and curiosity. A small group of villagers, including young Tilly and Old Cedric, set out to find the sprites, guided by Goethe's wisdom. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they noticed the gentle glow of will-o'-the-wisps leading them onward, as if the very forest itself was guiding their path. The air was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. Each step they took seemed to resonate with a quiet magic, as if the forest was welcoming them into its embrace. The journey was not without its challenges. Whispers of doubt played in their minds, urging them to question the reality of their quest. But the camaraderie they shared lent them strength, each one buoyed by the determination to uncover the truth behind the enchantments. As they walked, Tilly felt an unexpected kinship with the forest, each tree and creature resonating with stories she longed to hear. Cedric, too, found his connection to the earth rekindled, the scents and sights of the forest stirring a youthful energy within him. Their conversations, filled with wonder and shared memories, forged a bond between them, bridging the generational gap and uniting them in their quest. Finally, they reached the Sprite's Hollow, a breathtaking clearing where tiny houses nestled among the twisted roots of ancient trees. The sprites, delicate beings with gossamer wings and twinkling eyes, welcomed the villagers with warmth and curiosity. The clearing was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet scent of wildflowers, a sanctuary where time seemed to stand still. The sprites flitted about like living jewels, their laughter ringing like wind chimes in the gentle breeze. As they conversed, the villagers found themselves entranced by the sprites' harmonious existence, a reminder of the beauty that comes from living in balance with nature. After listening to the villagers' tales of the strange occurrences, the sprite elders exchanged knowing glances. With a mischievous giggle, they explained that a young sprite named Willow had recently discovered her talent for earth magic and had been practicing her skills, inadvertently leaving her whimsical touch throughout the village. Willow, a shy but well-meaning sprite, emerged from behind a toadstool, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her wings fluttered nervously as she spoke, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. She apologized profusely, explaining that she meant no harm and simply couldn't resist adding a touch of beauty and wonder to the world around her. Her earnestness was palpable, and the villagers couldn't help but be charmed by her sincerity. Her innocence reminded them of their own childhoods, when the world was a place of endless possibilities and magic lurked around every corner. The villagers couldn't help but smile, their worries melting away. Tilly stepped forward and presented Willow with a freshly baked bread crown, a gesture of friendship and gratitude for the sprite's unintentional gifts. The crown, warm from the oven and fragrant with the scent of rosemary and thyme, was a symbol of the bond that had been forged between the villagers and the sprites. It was a testament to the power of kindness, a reminder that sometimes the simplest gestures can bridge the widest divides. From that day on, the villagers and sprites forged a special bond, working together to nurture and protect the enchanted forest. Willow's earth magic continued to bring joy and beauty to the village, and the sprite's wisdom guided the villagers in living in harmony with nature. The village thrived, each day a celebration of the magic that surrounded them, a testament to the power of friendship and understanding. The villagers, once wary of the unknown, now embraced it as a vital part of their lives, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that they were not alone in the world. And whenever a new unexplained occurrence arose, the villagers would simply smile and whisper, "Ah, the magic of Willow strikes again," knowing that the world around them was a little brighter, a little more wondrous, thanks to the sprightly touch of their newfound friend. The village had become a place where dreams took root and grew, nourished by the enchantment of the forest and the love of its inhabitants. In this harmonious coexistence, they discovered that the true magic lay not in the manifestations of Willow's power, but in the unity and resilience of their community, bound together by the shared understanding that beauty and wonder could be found in the most unexpected of places. As the seasons changed, the bond between the villagers and sprites only grew stronger. The villagers began to learn the language of the forest, understanding the messages carried by the wind and the secrets whispered by the trees. In turn, they shared their own stories, tales of love and loss, joy and sorrow, with the sprites, who listened with wide-eyed wonder. This exchange of wisdom and tales enriched their lives, creating a tapestry of shared experiences that bound them together. Tilly, inspired by her experiences, began to write her own stories, capturing the magic and mystery of the forest in words that would last for generations. Her stories, filled with the warmth of friendship and the wonder of discovery, found a place in the hearts of the villagers, reminding them of the beauty that lay just beyond their doorsteps. Cedric, too, found new purpose in his life, his greenhouse becoming a haven not only for plants, but for villagers seeking solace and inspiration. He shared his knowledge freely, teaching others to nurture the earth's bounty and find peace in nature's rhythms. Together, the villagers and sprites created a world where magic was not just a fleeting moment, but a way of life, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred, and where the simplest of gestures could change the course of a life. In this enchanted village, nestled deep within the forest, they discovered that true magic was not found in spells or incantations, but in the love and understanding that bound them to each other and the world around them. Story 2. In a hidden glen, nestled deep within the ancient whispering woods, where the towering trees stood tall and wise, their leaves shimmering with secrets of old, a community of creatures thrived in harmonious balance. This place, cradled by the arms of nature, was known only to those who listened closely to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth. The forest was alive with gentle rustles and soft murmurs, the chatter of leaves mingling with the distant babble of a brook. Sunlight filtered down in dappled patterns, dancing like golden butterflies on the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and moss, mingling with the sweet perfume of wildflowers that peeked through the underbrush. It was here that the creatures of the glen lived, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the stories of countless seasons. His eyes, deep and knowing, had seen many cycles of life and death, growth and decay. Bramble was the keeper of the glen's history, a living library of tales and truths passed down through the generations. He moved with a deliberate grace, each step careful and considered, as if he carried the weight of time itself on his back. One crisp morning, as the first frost silvered the edges of leaves and the breath of the forest rose like mist in the cool air, Bramble gathered the young animals. They nestled around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. There were the nimble-footed squirrels, the gentle-eyed fawns, and the bright-feathered birds, all eager to hear the stories that Bramble told. "Today," Bramble began, his voice a soothing rumble, "I will tell you of the dance of the seasons, an ancient magic that keeps our forest in balance." As he spoke, the forest seemed to lean in closer, the wind holding its breath in anticipation. Bramble's tale unfolded with the grace of falling leaves, painting vivid images in the minds of his listeners. "Long ago," he continued, "when the world was young, the seasons were wild and untamed, each vying for dominance over the land. The summer would scorch, winter would freeze, autumn would strip the trees bare, and spring would flood the earth with rain. The balance was lost, and the creatures suffered. The young ones shivered at the thought of such chaos, their imaginations painting the forest in turmoil. But Bramble's steady voice guided them to calmer waters. It was the wise spirit of the forest, Bramble explained, who saw the discord and sought to bring harmony. The spirit called upon the north wind, the gentle rains, the warming sun, and the turning leaves to gather around a great, ancient oak. There, they forged a pact, promising to share the world in a dance of balance and renewal. The animals listened intently, picturing the majestic meeting beneath the sprawling branches of the oak, where magic and nature intertwined. Bramble's tale continued, weaving in the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of a wood thrush. And so the dance of the seasons began. Spring awoke the earth with gentle rains and new life. Summer followed with warmth and abundance. Autumn brought the harvest and the turning leaves, and winter blanketed the world in stillness and rest. The young creatures sighed with relief, imagining the forest as it should be, a place of peace and plenty, where every creature had its role and every season its time. Bramble's eyes twinkled as he shared the final lesson of his tale. Remember, my young friends, that balance is not the work of one, but the effort of all. We each have a part to play, just as the seasons do, in keeping our world in harmony. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the glen, the young animals rose, their hearts filled with the wisdom of the ages. They scampered away, eager to explore, to live, and to share what they had learned. Bramble watched them go, a deep contentment settling over him like the comforting weight of his shell. The forest, too, seemed to breathe a little easier, the gentle rustle of leaves whispering their gratitude to the wise old tortoise. Later, as twilight began to weave its soft hues through the canopy, Bramble made his way to the edge of the glen. He paused by a small, clear pool where the reflection of the moon began to shimmer. It was here that he often came to reflect, a place where the past whispered its secrets and the future cast gentle promises on the water's surface. As he gazed into the pool, he recalled a time when he was much younger, a time when he, too, had been filled with questions and uncertainties. Back then, the world seemed vast and unknowable, each new season a mystery to unravel. He remembered the guidance of his own mentor, an aged owl named Eldra, whose wisdom had been as deep as the night sky. Eldra had taught him to listen, to the forest, to the earth, and to the quiet voice within. With a sigh, Bramble realized that, much like Eldra, he had become a guide for the new generation. His heart, though old and weary, was warmed by the knowledge that the stories he shared would live on in the hearts of those young creatures. Just then, a soft rustle in the underbrush caught Bramble's attention. A small, timid rabbit emerged, its eyes wide and curious. It was Luna, the youngest of the forest's inhabitants, known for her gentle nature and keen curiosity. "Bramble," Luna whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "Will you tell me more about the spirit of the forest?" Bramble nodded, a tender smile curling at the edges of his mouth. "Of course, little one. The spirit of the forest is a part of everything you see, the trees, the rivers, the sky. It is the heartbeat of this land, and it listens to all who tread upon it. Do you feel it?" Luna nodded, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "I think I do. It's like a gentle hum, always there." "Yes," Bramble agreed, "and it is in that hum where you find your path, your place in the dance of the seasons. Remember, Luna, the spirit is always with you, guiding you just as the stars guide the night." As Luna curled up beside him, Bramble felt a profound peace settle over the glen. The whispering woods, with its ancient secrets and timeless stories, remained a sanctuary of balance and beauty, where the dance of the seasons played out in perfect harmony, a testament to the enduring wisdom of nature and the gentle souls who called it home. Story 3. In the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled comfortably between rolling hills and whispering forests, there existed a curious shop at the edge of the town square. The shop was unassuming, with its weathered wooden sign that read "Timeless Treasures" swinging gently in the breeze. Inside, it was filled with an eclectic collection of antiques, each with a story waiting to be uncovered. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and polished brass, and dust motes danced lazily in the shafts of sunlight that streamed through the shop's small, leaded windows. Amelia, a gentle soul with a heart full of wonder, often wandered into Timeless Treasures. With her auburn curls bouncing and eyes twinkling like the stars, she found solace among the dusty relics of the past. Her fingers would trace the contours of porcelain figurines and linger over the cool surfaces of crystal vases. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced down from the trees outside, Amelia spotted something unusual tucked behind a stack of old books, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Drawn to it, as if by an invisible thread, she gingerly picked it up. The box was adorned with swirling patterns of vines and flowers, its surface smooth yet warm to the touch. Amelia felt a peculiar sensation, like a soft whispering breeze, whenever she held it. The carvings seemed to tell a story of their own, inviting her to uncover their secrets. Intrigued, she decided to take it home. That evening, Amelia sat by her fireplace, the gentle crackling of the flames wrapping her in warmth. As she opened the box, a soft, shimmering glow emerged, casting a gentle luminescence around the room. Inside, she found a tiny, delicate compass, its needles spinning lazily before settling in a direction she could not recognize. The glow seemed to pulse with a life of its own, casting flickering shadows that danced on the walls like ghostly companions. Amelia's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. Surely this compass was no ordinary trinket. Deciding to follow where it led, she tucked it into her coat and set out on her journey the very next morning. The crisp air nipped playfully at her cheeks, and each breath she took was filled with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. As she ventured beyond the familiar paths of Willowbrook, the compass guided her through enchanted woods where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the leaves whispered secrets. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling branches and distant bird calls, and the ground beneath her feet was carpeted with a soft layer of moss. Here she met her first helper, a wise old owl named Oliver. With feathers the color of moonlight and eyes deep with knowledge, Oliver offered his guidance. "The compass," he hooted gently, "seeks not a destination, but the wisdom within." Together they journeyed to the Vale of Echoes, a serene valley where every sound was magnified in a symphony of nature's chorus. The babbling brook sang a song of time and memory, and the wind carried with it the laughter of distant times. There, Amelia encountered Willow, a gentle deer with a coat that shimmered like spun silver. Willow's calm presence brought peace to Amelia's heart. "Listen closely, and you will find what you seek," Willow advised softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. As Amelia sat quietly in the vale, the compass began to glow brighter. The needle pointed toward a small, hidden path lined with blooming wildflowers. The scent of jasmine and wild roses filled the air, wrapping around her like a floral embrace. With Oliver and Willow by her side, Amelia followed the path, her heart open to the lessons it might teach. The path led them to an ancient grove where an old, gnarled tree stood in the center. Its branches stretched wide like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets of the ages. The tree's bark was rough under Amelia's fingers, yet there was a warmth to it that spoke of wisdom and time. Beneath the tree lay a stone with an inscription, "The greatest journey is the one within." Amelia understood then that the compass had been guiding her not to a place, but to a realization. The wisdom she sought was the understanding that true magic lay within her own heart, in her kindness, courage, and the connections she forged with others. The grove seemed to sigh with relief, as if it too had been waiting for this moment of clarity. With a heart full of gratitude, Amelia, Oliver, and Willow returned to Willowbrook. The compass, its purpose fulfilled, now rested quietly in her hands, a cherished reminder of the journey and the friends she had made along the way. As they walked, the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, a fitting backdrop to their return. The following day, life in Willowbrook resumed its gentle rhythm, but Amelia felt an unfamiliar restlessness. She strolled through the village, absorbing its details anew. The cobblestone paths, echoing with the footsteps of generations, the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery, the laughter of children playing in the square, all seemed imbued with a deeper meaning. She found herself drawn back to timeless treasures, curious to explore the shop's corners she had not yet visited. Inside, the shopkeeper, a kindly man named Mr. Hargrove, greeted her with a knowing smile. "I see the compass found its way to you," he remarked, his eyes twinkling with a secret. Amelia hesitated, then nodded. It did, and it led me to discover more than I ever imagined, she replied, her voice filled with wonder. Mr. Hargrove leaned closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a treasured secret. Every item here has a story, a purpose. Sometimes they find their way to those who need them most. The compass chose you, Amelia. She pondered his words, feeling a sense of belonging she hadn't expected. As she wandered through the aisles, she noticed a collection of journals bound in worn leather, their pages yellowed with age. Picking one up, she opened it to find it filled with beautifully illustrated maps and notes from an unknown explorer. The maps detailed lands and places that seemed both real and fantastical, and Amelia felt a thrill of recognition. The compass, she realized, was part of a larger tapestry, a connection to stories yet to be told. Inspired, Amelia decided to create her own journal, documenting her adventures and the wisdom she had gained. She wanted to preserve the magic she had experienced, not just for herself, but for others who might one day walk a similar path. It was a testament to her journey, a reminder that the world held endless possibilities if one only had the courage to seek them. As she settled back into the warmth of her home, Amelia knew she was forever changed. The world seemed even more full of wonder and possibility than before. And as she drifted off to sleep, the gentle glow of the fireplace enveloped her in a comforting embrace, whispering to her dreams of new adventures yet to come. In the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Amelia learned that sometimes the most magical discoveries are those that lead us back to ourselves. Her journey had opened her eyes to the beauty of the world around her and the strength within her, and she knew that this was just the beginning. As the weeks passed, Amelia became a storyteller of sorts in Willowbrook, weaving tales of her adventures with Oliver and Willow into the fabric of the village's lore. Children gathered around her, eyes wide as she spoke of enchanted forests and wise creatures, of the gentle whisper of the leaves and the songs of the wind. The village, once merely a backdrop to her life, became a living tapestry of shared stories and dreams, a place where past and present intertwined. One day, as the seasons began to change and the first hints of winter painted frost on the windows, Amelia received an unexpected visitor. She opened her door to find a young girl, no older than 10, clutching one of the journals from Timeless Treasures. Her eyes, wide and hopeful, mirrored the same wonder Amelia once felt. "Is it true?" the girl asked, her voice barely a whisper, "about the compass and the journey?" Amelia smiled, kneeling to meet the girl's gaze. "Yes, it is true," she replied, her voice warm like the crackling fire in her hearth. "And you, too, have a journey waiting for you. The world is rich with stories and magic, if you have the heart to seek them." As the young girl left, her eyes sparkling with dreams, Amelia felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Her journey had come full circle, not just in discovering her own inner magic, but in inspiring others to find theirs. In that moment, she knew her story, like the village of Willowbrook, was woven into the fabric of something much larger, a tapestry of endless possibilities for those who dared to dream. As Amelia continued to weave tales and inspire the young and old alike, she noticed something extraordinary happening in Willowbrook. The village itself seemed to awaken with a renewed spirit. The townsfolk, inspired by Amelia's stories, began to explore their own hidden talents and passions. The baker experimented with new recipes, infusing his bread with exotic spices and flavors that told stories of distant lands. The blacksmith crafted intricate designs into his metalwork, each piece telling a tale of strength and resilience. Amelia found herself drawn to the village square one evening, where a circle of storytellers had gathered. The air was filled with laughter and the soft glow of lanterns. As she listened to the tales being shared, she realized that her journey had sparked a wave of creativity and connection throughout Willowbrook. The village had become a place where stories were cherished and dreams were nurtured. In the heart of this newfound vibrancy, Amelia knew that her journey had been more than just a personal revelation. It had been a catalyst for transformation, a reminder that within each of us lies a compass guiding us towards our true selves. As she stood amidst the storytellers, her heart swelled with gratitude and joy, for she knew that the magic of Willowbrook would continue to flourish, weaving tales of wonder and possibility for generations to come. And so, beneath the twinkling stars and the watchful gaze of the whispering forests, Willowbrook thrived, its cobblestone paths echoing with the footsteps of dreamers, its air filled with the music of stories yet to be told. The village, forever enchanted by the spirit of Amelia's journey, embraced a future rich with promise and discovery, a testament to the power of dreams and the magic within us all. Story 4. Once upon a time, nestled in a lush valley surrounded by towering mountains and whispering forests, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, with chimneys that constantly puffed out wisps of sweet-smelling smoke. The air was always filled with the harmonious melody of chirping birds and the gentle babble of the stream that wound its way through the village like a ribbon of silver. The scent of fresh bread from the village bakery mingled with the crisp fragrance of pine, creating an aroma that was uniquely Willowbrook. In this serene place lived a kind-hearted girl named Lila. Lila was known throughout Willowbrook for her gentle nature and her gift for storytelling, which she inherited from her grandmother, an esteemed storyteller of her time. Every evening, the villagers would gather in the large clearing at the heart of the village to listen to Lila's tales. Her stories were woven with magic, filled with wondrous places and wise creatures that left both young and old spellbound. Her voice was like a soft lullaby, soothing even the most restless of souls. Lila's best friend was a curious fox named Finn, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, and whose bright eyes reflected the spark of mischief, but also a deep understanding of the world around him. Finn and Lila shared an unbreakable bond, and together they explored the forests, meadows, and hills that surrounded Willowbrook, always on the lookout for new adventures and stories to tell. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned shades of gold and crimson, Lila and Finn set out on a journey to collect fallen chestnuts in the forest. The forest was alive with the scent of earth and leaves, a tapestry of colors that danced in the gentle breeze. The crunch of leaves underfoot accompanied their laughter, which echoed through the trees like a melody. They walked along the familiar path, their laughter echoing through the trees, when they stumbled upon something extraordinary. Beneath the sprawling roots of an ancient oak tree lay a hidden door, its wood worn and covered in a delicate lacework of moss. The door seemed to hum with a history untold, its presence both mysterious and inviting. Intrigued by this mysterious discovery, Lila and Finn exchanged excited glances. Lila, with her heart pounding in anticipation, gently pushed the door open. It creaked softly, revealing a dimly lit passageway that seemed to beckon them forward. "Do you think it's safe?" Finn asked, his ears twitching with curiosity. Lila nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "I feel like this is something special, Finn. We have to see where it leads." With a shared breath of courage, they stepped through the doorway, the heavy wooden door closing behind them with a soft thud. The passageway was narrow and winding, lit by tiny luminescent mushrooms that dotted the walls, casting a faint glow that guided their way. Each step they took echoed softly, a rhythmic beat that matched the quickening pulse of their hearts. As they walked, the air grew warmer, filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the soft rustle of leaves. At the end of the tunnel, they emerged into a hidden world unlike anything they had ever seen. It was a secret glen, surrounded by tall, whispering trees whose branches formed a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. In the center of the glen stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface shimmering with the reflection of the sky above. Around the pond grew an array of vibrant flowers, their petals glistening with dew. It was a place of tranquility and timeless beauty, untouched by the outside world. The air was filled with the gentle hum of life, a symphony of sounds that seemed to sing of the glen's secrets. But what caught Lila's eye was not just the beauty of the place, but the presence of a small, intricately carved wooden box, resting on a flat stone by the water's edge. It was adorned with delicate engravings that seemed to tell a story of their own. The engravings depicted scenes of nature and harmony, a testament to the box's ancient origins. "Do you see that, Finn?" Lila whispered, pointing to the box. Finn nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. "I wonder what's inside." With gentle hands, Lila picked up the box. It felt warm to the touch, as if it pulsed with a life of its own. She opened it slowly, revealing a small, shimmering stone nestled within. The stone was unlike anything they had ever seen, a swirling mix of colors that seemed to change with every movement, reflecting the light in a mesmerizing dance. As Lila held it, she felt a strange sensation, a warmth that spread through her fingers and into her heart. It was as if the stone was alive, whispering secrets of the world to her. It spoke of ancient forests and hidden realms, of the interconnectedness of all living things. "What is it?" Finn asked, leaning closer to get a better look. "I don't know," Leela replied, her voice filled with awe, "but I think it's something magical." As they sat by the pond, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, and a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "Welcome, Lila and Finn," it said, its tone both soothing and wise. Startled, they looked around but saw no one. "Who's there?" Lila called out, her voice echoing through the glen. From the shadows of the trees stepped a graceful figure, a creature with the body of a deer and the wings of a butterfly, its eyes wise and kind. "I am Elira, the guardian of this glen," she said, her voice a soft melody. "You have found the Heartstone, a gift of great power and responsibility." Lila and Finn exchanged glances, their minds racing with possibilities. "What does it do?" Leela asked. Elira smiled, her eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "The Heartstone holds the power to heal and to understand. It connects the hearts of those who are true of spirit, allowing them to see the world as it truly is." Lila's heart swelled with the enormity of the gift they had found. "Why us?" she asked softly. "Because your hearts are pure and your bond is strong," Elira replied. "But with this gift comes a challenge. You must use it wisely, for it will reveal both the beauty and the pain of the world." The gravity of Elira's words settled over them, and Lila nodded, determination in her eyes. "We will do our best." Elira nodded approvingly. "Remember, it is not the power of the Heartstone that matters, but the love and kindness in your hearts." With those words, Elira faded back into the shadows, leaving Lila and Finn alone once more. They sat in silence, the weight of their discovery settling over them like a gentle embrace. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the glen, Lila and Finn made their way back through the passageway, the Heartstone safely tucked in Lila's pocket. They emerged into the forest just as the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. That night, as they sat by the fireplace in Lila's cozy cottage, the warmth of the flames dancing in their eyes, they spoke of the journey ahead. They knew that the Heartstone would lead them on adventures beyond their wildest dreams, but they also understood the responsibility that came with it. "We'll do it together," Finn said, his voice filled with quiet confidence. Lila smiled, her heart full. "Together," she agreed. And so, with hearts full of hope and a promise of friendship, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, ready to face whatever the future held. In the days that followed, Lila and Finn discovered the true power of the Heartstone. It allowed them to see the world with new eyes, to understand the unspoken language of nature, and to feel the emotions that flowed beneath the surface of everyday life. They found themselves able to hear the whispers of the wind and the songs of the trees, each note a story waiting to be told. One sunny afternoon, as they wandered through the forest, they stumbled upon a young bird with a broken wing. The bird chirped weakly, its eyes filled with fear and pain. Lila gently picked it up, cradling it in her hands as Finn watched with concern. "Can we help it?" Finn asked, his voice tinged with worry. Lila nodded, feeling the warmth of the Heartstone pulsing in her pocket. She placed her hand over the bird, and as she did, a soft glow emanated from the stone, wrapping the bird in a gentle light. Slowly, the bird's wing began to mend, the feathers knitting back together with a soft rustling sound. The bird chirped softly, its eyes brightening with new life. With a grateful flutter, it flew up into the sky, its song a melody of thanks that echoed through the trees. Lila and Finn watched it go, their hearts swelling with joy. "We really can make a difference," Leela said, her voice filled with wonder. Finn nodded, his eyes shining. "It's amazing." As they continued their journey, they encountered many creatures in need of help, and each time the Heartstone guided them, teaching them the true meaning of empathy and compassion. They learned that every life, no matter how small, was precious and interconnected, and that their actions could create ripples of kindness that spread far beyond what they could see. One day, as they walked along the edge of a sparkling stream, they came across an old tortoise struggling to climb a steep bank. Its shell was worn with age, and its movements were slow and labored. "Poor thing," Lila said softly, kneeling beside the tortoise. "It needs our help." Finn nodded, his heart aching with empathy. "Let's see what we can do." With gentle hands, they lifted the tortoise and placed it on the soft grass at the top of the bank. The tortoise blinked slowly, its eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, young ones," it said, its voice a deep, rumbling whisper. "I have traveled many paths, but I am weary now." Lila and Finn sat beside the tortoise, listening as it shared stories of its long life, of the places it had seen, and the wisdom it had gained. Through its tales, they learned about the cycles of nature, the importance of patience and perseverance, and the beauty of a life well lived. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the tortoise bid them farewell, its spirit renewed by their kindness. "Remember, the journey is as important as the destination," it said, before slowly making its way into the forest. Lila and Finn watched it go, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose and connection. They realized that the Heartstone was not just a tool for healing, but a bridge between worlds, allowing them to learn and grow from every encounter. As the seasons changed, so did Lila and Finn. They grew wiser and more compassionate, their bond deepening with each new adventure. The villagers of Willowbrook marveled at their kindness and bravery, often seeking their guidance and friendship. One day, news reached the village of a great storm that had ravaged a neighboring town, leaving its people in despair. Without hesitation, Lila and Finn set out to help, guided by the Heartstone's gentle light. When they arrived, they found the town in ruins, its people weary and disheartened. But Lila and Finn saw beyond the devastation, recognizing the strength and resilience in the eyes of the townsfolk. With the Heartstone's power, they worked tirelessly to heal the wounded, rebuild homes, and restore hope. Their efforts inspired others to join in, and soon the town was alive with the sound of laughter and new beginnings. The townsfolk, grateful for the kindness and wisdom of their visitors, promised to carry forward the lessons they had learned, spreading compassion and friendship wherever they went. As Lila and Finn prepared to leave, the town's mayor approached them, a look of gratitude in his eyes. "You have given us more than we could ever repay," he said, his voice filled with emotion. "You have shown us the true power of unity and love." Lila smiled, her heart full. "We are all connected," she said softly. "When we help each other, we create a better world for everyone." With those words, Lila and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had made a difference. They continued to share their stories and adventures, inspiring others to see the beauty in the world and the power of kindness. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, but their spirit remained as vibrant as ever. They became legends in their own right, their tales passed down through generations, their friendship a beacon of hope and love. And so, in the quiet village of Willowbrook, beneath the watchful gaze of the mountains and the whispering trees, their story lived on. A story of magic and friendship, of challenges overcome and lessons learned, of a journey that transformed not only their lives but the world around them. In the end, it was a story of the heart, a heart that beat with the rhythm of the earth, a heart that knew that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness that brought people together. One winter evening, as snowflakes gently blanketed the village, Lila and Finn gathered the villagers for a special storytelling night. The air was filled with the comforting scent of mulled cider and spices, and the warm glow of lanterns illuminated the clearing. Families huddled together, their breath visible in the chilly air, their eyes wide with anticipation. Lila began her tale, weaving in the lessons they had learned. She spoke of the Heartstone and the adventures it had guided them on, and as she did, the villagers could feel the magic of the stone through her words. Finn added his own insights, his mischievous spirit shining through as he recounted their escapades with humor and heart. As the story unfolded, the villagers were drawn into a world where the impossible became possible, where love and kindness could change the fate of the world. Children nestled closer to their parents, their imaginations alight with the wonders of the tales, while the elders nodded, their hearts warmed by the timeless truth of the story. As the night wore on, Lila and Finn's voices became one with the crackling of the fire and the whisper of the wind through the trees. They shared not just a story, but a piece of their hearts, a legacy of hope and courage for the future. And when the tale came to an end, the clearing was silent, filled with a reverent peace. Slowly, the villagers rose, expressing their gratitude with heartfelt hugs and promises to carry the story forward in their lives. As Lila and Finn watched their friends and family drift away into the night, they knew that their journey was far from over. The world was full of stories yet to be told, and they were ready to write the next chapter together. And so, with the Heartstone's gentle glow lighting their path, they turned toward the horizon, ready to embrace whatever adventures awaited them. For in Willowbrook and beyond, the greatest stories were those written with love, courage, and an unbreakable bond of friendship. And that, dear listener, is a tale to carry with you, a gentle reminder that even the smallest acts of kindness can change the world in the most extraordinary ways. As you drift into sleep, may the warmth of this story wrap around you like a soft blanket, filling your dreams with peace and wonder. Story 5? In the quaint village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle cobbler named Finn. His days were spent crafting shoes for the villagers, each pair made with care and precision. Finn's workshop was a cozy nook at the back of his cottage, filled with the scent of leather and beeswax polish. The walls were lined with shelves of tools and spools of colorful thread, and a small window offered a view of the bustling village square. The square was a lively place, where children played, merchants called out their wares, and villagers exchanged stories and laughter, their voices mingling in a harmonious chorus. One misty morning, as Finn swept the floor of his workshop, he noticed a peculiar shoe nestled among the usual pairs. It was unlike any shoe he had ever seen, with a gleaming silver buckle that caught the light like a drop of morning dew. The shoe seemed to hum with an energy all its own, a soft melody that tugged at Finn's heart. The melody was like a forgotten tune, familiar and comforting, yet eluding his grasp. Curious and captivated, Finn slipped the shoe onto his foot. Instantly, a warm sensation spread through him, as if he were wrapped in a cozy blanket. To his amazement, the shoe glowed gently and whispered secrets of the world beyond Meadowbrook. It spoke of adventure, of places where the stars danced in the night sky and rivers sang as they flowed. Finn felt a yearning he couldn't ignore. He decided to set off on a journey, guided by the magical shoe. He packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of warm tea. With a final glance at his beloved workshop, he stepped out into the world, the shoe guiding him with each step. As Finn walked, he marveled at the beauty of the world around him. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine needles, and the sky was a canvas of soft blues and gentle pinks. Birds flitted from tree to tree, their songs a cheerful accompaniment to his journey. The grasses beneath his feet whispered secrets of the earth, each blade a storyteller in its own right. It wasn't long before Finn encountered his first helper, a wise old owl named Sage perched on a gnarled oak tree. Sage's feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. Beneath his watchful gaze, the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the secrets he might share. "Where are you headed, cobbler?" Sage hooted softly. "I'm not quite sure," Finn admitted. "This shoe is leading me, and I feel there's something I must discover." Sage nodded, understanding. "The world is full of mysteries. Listen closely and you may find what you seek. The answers often lie in the silence between heartbeats." With a grateful heart, Finn continued his journey. The path wound through lush meadows and shadowy forests, each step bringing new wonders. Along the way, he met a sprightly squirrel named Pippin, who insisted on accompanying him. Pippin was full of energy and stories, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. His chatter filled the air, a lively contrast to the serene whispers of nature. As they traveled, Finn learned from Sage's wisdom and Pippin's playful curiosity. The shoe guided them to a hidden glade, where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones and wildflowers danced in the breeze. The glade was a hidden paradise, untouched and serene, resonating with a magic all its own. It was here they encountered the challenge, a riddle carved into an ancient stone. To find what you seek, you must see, not with your eyes, but with your heart truly free. Finn pondered the riddle, the words echoing in his mind like a soft lullaby. He sat by the brook, closed his eyes, and let the sounds of nature wash over him. He breathed in the scent of wildflowers, felt the cool breeze on his face, and listened to the gentle music of the water. In that moment, he realized the answer lay not in sight, but in understanding and feeling the world around him. With newfound clarity, Finn opened his eyes. The shoe's glow intensified, revealing a path lined with shimmering light. The path led them to a hidden grove where the air shimmered with magic. There, on a pedestal of moss and stone, lay a pair of shoes identical to the one Finn wore, each glistening with the same enchanting light. As Finn reached for the shoes, he understood their true magic. They were not merely footwear, but a reminder of the journey itself, the wisdom gained, the friendships formed, and the beauty found in the simple, everyday wonders of the world. Before returning to Meadowbrook, Finn decided to visit the nearby village of Willowbend, which he had often heard about but never seen. Willowbend was known for its vibrant market and the annual Festival of Lights. As he approached, the village was alive with preparations. Colorful lanterns adorned every building, and the scent of spiced pastries filled the air. In Willowbend, Finn met Eleanor, the village storyteller, whose tales were as colorful as her vibrant scarves. Eleanor's stories wove magic into the air, and Finn found himself entranced by the way she brought characters and places to life with her words. Eleanor, noticing the magical shoe, shared a tale of a cobbler who had once crafted shoes for the stars, each pair guiding its wearer to discover their heart's deepest desires. As evening descended, the Festival of Lights began, illuminating Willowbend with a sea of glowing lanterns. The village square transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, reflecting off the cobblestone streets like stars scattered across a midnight sky. Finn found himself amidst the joyous celebration, feeling an unfamiliar yet welcome sense of belonging. The villagers' laughter and music wrapped around him like a warm embrace, their joy infectious. Eleanor introduced Finn to a network of fellow artisans, each sharing stories of their own journeys and the dreams that inspired their crafts. As Finn listened, he realized that each story, whether of joy or hardship, was a thread in the rich tapestry of life, binding people together in shared understanding and hope. Before he departed, Eleanor gifted Finn a small, intricately woven bracelet, a token of friendship and a reminder of the connections formed on his journey. Finn accepted it with gratitude, promising to return and share his own tales. On his way back to Meadowbrook, Finn took a detour through the ancient stone circle, a place shrouded in legend and mystery. The stones stood silently, their surfaces etched with the history of countless generations. Finn felt a tug at his heart, a whisper of stories untold. As he walked among the stones, he found himself reflecting on the journey so far and the deeper meanings of the tales he had heard. The stone circle was said to be a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where the past and future could be glimpsed by those who listened with their hearts. Finn sat among the stones, the magical shoe glowing softly beside him, and let his mind wander. In that quiet solitude, he realized that his journey was not just about discovery, but also about understanding his place in the world and the connections that tied him to others. With the shoes in hand, Finn returned to Meadowbrook, his heart full and his spirit renewed. He placed the magical shoes in his workshop, a testament to the journey he had taken and the lessons he had learned. Back in Meadowbrook, Finn resumed his work with a newfound perspective. He began to craft shoes with stories woven into each stitch, drawing inspiration from his travels. The villagers noticed the change, sensing a subtle magic in his creations that seemed to whisper tales of far-off lands and hidden wonders. One evening, as the village gathered for a storytelling night, Finn shared his own tale. His words painted vivid pictures of enchanted forests and illuminated festivals. The villagers listened in rapt attention, their imaginations kindled by the cobbler's adventures. After the stories, a young boy approached Finn, eyes wide with wonder. "Do you think I could find a magical shoe, too?" he asked, hope tinging his voice. Finn smiled, kneeling to meet the boy's gaze. "Magic is all around us," he said gently, "but the greatest magic lies in opening your heart to the world. Listen to the stories it tells, and you'll find your own adventure. As the village settled into the quiet of the night, Finn sat by his fireside, the warmth of the hearth wrapping around him like an old friend. The magical shoe, now resting on the shelf, glowed softly, a beacon of wonder and the promise of adventures yet to come. In the gentle stillness of his workshop, Finn knew that while he had discovered much, the greatest treasure was the journey itself, and the stories and friendships woven along the way. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with twinkling stars and the laughter of friends. 6. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley where misty mornings kissed the verdant hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its enchanting landscape, where ancient willow trees whispered secrets to the babbling brook, and vibrant wildflowers painted the meadows in hues of gold and violet. The air was always filled with a symphony of birdsong, and the gentle rustling of leaves provided a melodic backdrop to the villagers' daily lives. In this idyllic setting lived a young woman named Lila. Lila was as much a part of the village as the stones in the winding paths or the stars that twinkled in the night sky. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the deep green of the forest canopy. Her heart was as kind as the gentle breeze that caressed the fields, yet she struggled with a fear of change. The world outside Willowbrook seemed vast and uncertain, and Lila found comfort in the familiarity of her surroundings. Each day, Lila would visit the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall like sentinels guarding the mysteries within. She would sit on a sun-dappled rock, listening to the symphony of the woods, dreaming of the adventures she might have if only she could muster the courage to step beyond the village boundaries. But the thought of change, of leaving the safety of what she knew, kept her tethered to her little corner of the world. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and russet, Lila's routine was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. A small, luminous creature with wings that shimmered like moonlight flitted into her garden. It was a fairy, delicate and ethereal, leaving trails of stardust in its wake. The villagers spoke of fairies as guardians of the forest, beings of wisdom and magic. The fairy introduced herself as Mirabelle, her voice as soft as the whispers of the wind. "Lila," she began, her eyes sparkling with ancient knowledge, "I have watched you from afar, yearning for change yet afraid of its embrace. The forest holds secrets that can guide you if you are willing to listen." Intrigued yet hesitant, Lila nodded, feeling a gentle warmth spreading through her chest. Mirabelle continued, "Within the heart of the forest lies the Grove of Reflection. It is a place where magic and nature intertwine, where you will discover the strength within to embrace transformation." With Mirabelle as her guide, Lila embarked on a journey into the forest. The path was softly lit by the golden glow of the morning sun filtering through the canopy. As they ventured deeper, the air grew fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The forest seemed to welcome her, wrapping her in its timeless embrace. Along the way, they encountered friendly creatures, wise owls with eyes like polished amber, gentle deer that moved with silent grace, and playful squirrels that chattered merrily as they scurried through the branches. Each one offered Lila a piece of advice or a word of encouragement, their voices echoing with the wisdom of the ancients. Finally, they arrived at the Grove of Reflection. The grove was a realm of enchantment, where the trees formed a perfect circle around a crystal-clear pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the world above in a flawless mirror. Lila approached the edge, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Mirabelle hovered beside her, her wings casting dappled shadows on the ground. "Look into the pond, Lila, and see not just your reflection, but the essence of who you are and who you can become." Taking a deep breath, Lila gazed into the water. Her reflection stared back, but as she watched, it began to shift and change. She saw herself not as she was, but as she could be, confident, adventurous, and unafraid of the unknown. The vision filled her with warmth and a newfound sense of possibility. With Mirabelle's gentle encouragement, Lila dipped her hand into the pond. As her fingers touched the water, ripples spread across its surface, sending shimmering waves of light into the air. She felt a tingling sensation, as if the magic of the grove was flowing through her, awakening something deep within. As the ripples settled, Lila felt lighter, as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The fear that had once held her back was replaced by a quiet determination. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a natural part of life, as essential as the changing of the seasons or the ebb and flow of the brook. With a grateful heart, Lila turned to Mirabelle. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "You've shown me that the journey of self-discovery is as beautiful as the destination." Mirabelle smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, Lila, the magic lies not in the grove, but within you. Embrace the journey, and let your heart be your guide." With newfound courage, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit as radiant as the morning sun. She began to explore beyond the village, discovering the wonders of the world with eager eyes and an open heart. The villagers noticed the change within her, inspired by her transformation and the joy she found in each new experience. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila's adventures became the stuff of legend in Willowbrook. Her stories were filled with laughter and learning, with kindness and courage. Each tale was a testament to the beauty of personal growth and the magic of embracing change. And so, in the heart of the valley where the willows whispered and the brook sang its timeless song, Lila lived a life rich with discovery and wonder. She had learned that true magic lay not in the mystical creatures of the forest, but in the power of friendship, the strength of the heart, and the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. In the end, Lila found that the journey of growth was the greatest adventure of all, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the door to a world of infinite beauty and boundless hope. And as she sat by the fire, surrounded by friends and family, she knew that she had finally come home to herself. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. She was a curious child, always wondering about the stories her grandmother would tell her before bed. Tales of their ancestors, the guardians of a sacred tradition that had been passed down for generations. One summer evening, as the fireflies danced in the twilight, Amara's grandmother beckoned her closer. "My dearest," she said, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, "it is time for you to learn the ways of our people." Amara's heart raced with excitement as her grandmother unveiled a carved wooden box, adorned with intricate symbols she had never seen before. Inside lay a delicate silver necklace, its pendant shaped like a crescent moon. "This is the moonstone," her grandmother explained, "a sacred talisman that has watched over our family for centuries. It holds the memories and teachings of those who came before us." With reverence, Amara's grandmother placed the necklace around her neck, and in that moment, a surge of warmth and connection flowed through her. It was as if the whispers of her ancestors had awoken within her. Over the following weeks, Amara's grandmother led her on a journey of discovery, unveiling the ancient rituals and traditions of their people. They would venture into the forest at dawn, greeting the rising sun with songs of gratitude. In the evenings, they would sit beneath the stars, weaving intricate baskets from the supple willow branches, just as their ancestors had done. With each lesson, Amara felt a deeper sense of belonging, as if she were rediscovering a part of herself that had been long forgotten. The stories her grandmother shared were not mere tales, but living threads that connected her to a rich tapestry of heritage. One night, as they sat by the crackling fire, Amara's grandmother held her hands and spoke softly. "The moonstone is a reminder that our ancestors' wisdom lives within us. We must cherish and nurture it, so that it may illuminate the path for generations to come." Amara nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and understanding. She realized that the true legacy her ancestors had bestowed upon her was not merely the moonstone or the ancient rituals, but the enduring spirit of love, respect, and harmony with the natural world. From that day forward, Amara carried the moonstone close to her heart, its gentle glow a constant reminder of the profound connection she shared with her roots. As she grew older, she vowed to pass on the sacred traditions to her own children, ensuring that the wisdom of her ancestors would never be lost. And on warm summer nights, when the moon was full and the forest was alive with the symphony of nature, Amara would sit beneath the stars, telling stories of her heritage to the wide-eyed children gathered around her. For she knew that these stories were not just tales but living threads that wove them all into the tapestry of life, connecting them to the past, present, and future in an eternal dance of harmony and belonging. Story 8. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars glimmered like scattered jewels across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Varela. This planet, with its lush emerald forests and amber rivers, was home to a gentle species called the Varellans. Their skin shimmered softly like the surface of a tranquil lake at twilight, and their eyes were the color of amethysts, reflecting the wisdom of their peaceful ways. Far away, across light years of twinkling stardust, lay another world, Talara, a planet of crystalline mountains and azure seas. Here dwelt the Tellarites, a species as brilliant and multifaceted as their crystalline surroundings. Their skin sparkled with iridescent hues, and their minds worked with a precision akin to the intricate gears of an ancient clock. One day, a curious Varellan named Leora, with her heart full of wonder, decided to venture beyond her leafy world. She climbed aboard a small, star-bound vessel, setting her sights on the mysteries of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Talara, a Tellarite named Keon, driven by his insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge, set forth on a similar journey, eager to explore the wonders beyond his crystalline home. As fate would have it, a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, tangling the paths of these two adventurers. Their vessels, caught in the storm's swirling embrace, were drawn toward each other, eventually colliding gently in the midst of a vast serene nebula that shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. Startled but unharmed, Leora and Keon found themselves face to face, their vessels now intertwined like threads in a cosmic tapestry. At first, they regarded each other with cautious curiosity, their differences stark and unfamiliar. Leora's soft, flowing form seemed a world apart from Keon's angular, crystalline structure. "Greetings," Leora began, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Leora of Varela. It seems our journeys have crossed paths." Keon's voice was steady and resonant, like the harmonious chime of crystal bells. "I am Keon of Talara. It appears we are both at the mercy of this storm." Though they spoke the same language, their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Leora's gentle metaphors and poetic musings were met with Keon's logical and precise interpretations, creating a dance of confusion and misinterpretation. Yet despite these initial hurdles, a spark of curiosity and kindness lingered between them, urging them to bridge the gap. As they worked together to untangle their vessels, they began to share their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. Leora spoke of the whispering leaves of Varela's forests and the comforting embrace of its amber rivers. Keon, in turn, described the crystalline peaks of Talara, how they caught the first light of dawn and scattered it across the land like 1,000 rainbows. As the days passed, the cosmic storm continued to swirl around them, leaving them stranded in the heart of the nebula. Yet, within this celestial cocoon, something beautiful began to blossom. Leora and Keon found themselves facing shared challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. When a sudden solar flare threatened their vessels with a shower of fiery embers, Keon's analytical mind devised a plan to shield them using the reflective surfaces of his crystalline shards. Leora, with her deep understanding of harmony and balance, crafted melodies that soothed the turbulent energies, allowing them to stabilize their ships. In the quiet moments between challenges, they discovered the joy of laughter and the comfort of silence shared with a friend. Keon marveled at Leora's ability to see beauty in the simplest of things, while Leora admired Keon's unwavering dedication to understanding the universe's mysteries. One evening, as they gazed out at the nebula's swirling beauty, Leora turned to Keon, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "I've learned so much from you, my friend. Our differences, once so daunting, have become the threads that weave our friendship." Keon nodded, his crystalline form catching the nebula's glow. "Indeed, Leora. Through our misunderstandings, I've discovered new ways to see the world. You've taught me the value of emotion and intuition." As the cosmic storm finally subsided, their vessels gently drifted apart, free once more to continue their journeys. Yet something had changed within their hearts, a bond of friendship forged through shared trials and understanding. Before they parted ways, Leora placed a small, luminous stone in Keon's hand, a token from Varella's heart. "May this remind you of our time together," she said softly. Keon, in turn, gifted Leora a radiant shard of Talara's crystal, its colors shifting with the light. "And may this keep the memory of our friendship alive in your heart." With a final embrace, Leora and Keon bid each other farewell, their vessels now carrying the warmth of their newfound friendship. As they ventured forth into the stars, they knew that their paths would forever be intertwined, their hearts connected by the lessons of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. And so, as the nebula's light gently faded into the distance, the universe continued to turn, embracing the warmth and wisdom of those who dared to reach across the stars and find companionship in the unlikeliest of places. Story 9. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Eldergrove, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Eldergrove was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering wood seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Eldergrove lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Eldergrove seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Story 10. In a quaint cobblestone village nestled within the folds of the whispering willow woods, there existed a peculiar little cottage with a roof of moss and walls that glistened under the moonlight. This was not just any cottage. It was the home of a gentle-hearted girl named Luna, who lived with her grandmother, a wise and kind soul known to all as Granny Wren. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their nightly dance, Luna would sit by the cozy hearth, her imagination fueled by the crackling fire and the stories spun by Granny Wren. On this particular night, however, the air was abuzz with the promise of mystery. For you see, something strange had begun to happen in the village. Over the past few nights, the villagers had noticed that their beloved moonflowers, which only bloomed under the light of the full moon, had not opened their delicate petals. Instead, they remained tightly shut, leaving the village bathed only in the dim glow of starlight. This was unheard of, and the villagers were puzzled, some even whispering about mischievous forest sprites or a spell gone awry. Determined to solve the mystery, Luna decided to take matters into her own hands. With Granny Wren's gentle encouragement and a steaming cup of chamomile tea to warm her hands, Luna set out on a moonlit adventure, her heart alight with curiosity and courage. As Luna wandered through the village, the cool night air wrapped around her like a soft, silken shawl. The cobblestones felt smooth under her feet, and the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied her like a soothing lullaby. She paused by the Moonflower grove, where the flowers sat quietly, their creamy petals tucked away like secrets waiting to be revealed. Luna knelt beside the moonflowers, her fingers brushing against their soft buds. She closed her eyes and listened, for Granny Wren had taught her that sometimes the answers lay in the whispers of nature. It was then she heard it, a faint, melodic humming, like the sound of a distant lullaby carried on the wind. Following the sound, Luna made her way deeper into the woods, where the trees stood tall and wise, their branches forming a gentle canopy overhead. The path was lit by the soft glow of fireflies, their dance a mesmerizing waltz in the night. Luna soon arrived at a clearing, where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches swaying gently as if in conversation with the stars. There, nestled at the base of the tree, was a gathering of woodland creatures. Tiny foxes with glistening eyes, owls with feathers like velvet, and a host of rabbits whose fur was as soft as cloud. At the center of this gathering was an elderly tortoise named Elder Moss, known for his wisdom that spanned centuries. Elder Moss welcomed Luna with a slow, knowing smile. "Ah, young Luna," he said, his voice a soothing rumble. "What brings you to our gathering on this moonless night?" Luna explained the mystery of the moonflowers to Elder Moss and the gathered creatures, her voice carrying both the weight of the village's concern and her own determination to help. Elder Moss listened intently, nodding slowly as Luna spoke. "The moonflowers have not bloomed," Luna concluded, "and the village is worried. I heard a strange humming, and it led me here." Elder Moss closed his eyes, as if reaching into the depths of his ancient memory. "The moonflowers are sensitive to more than just the light of the moon," he explained. "They also respond to the harmony of the forest. If there is discord among the creatures, the moonflowers may remain closed." A gentle murmur spread among the creatures, each pondering what might have caused such discord. Luna knew she needed to uncover the source of the disturbance if the moonflowers were to bloom again. "Perhaps the answer lies in the song of the forest," Luna suggested, recalling the gentle humming that had guided her. "Could it be that something has disrupted the melody?" Elder Moss nodded slowly. "A wise thought, young one. The forest song is indeed delicate. Perhaps you can help us find the missing note." With a newfound sense of purpose, Luna, accompanied by the woodland creatures, embarked on a gentle quest through the forest. The air was filled with the soft symphony of nature, the rustling leaves, the gentle babbling of a brook, and the distant call of a nightingale. As they ventured further, Luna noticed a small, shimmering pond hidden beneath a canopy of ferns. It was here that the humming grew louder, a melody both haunting and beautiful. At the pond's edge, Luna discovered a family of water sprites, their translucent wings shimmering like moonlight on water. The sprites hovered anxiously, their usual playful demeanor replaced by concern. Luna approached them with a warm smile, her presence as calming as the moonlit night. "Hello, dear sprites," she greeted softly. "We seek the missing note of the forest's song. Could you help us?" The sprites exchanged glances, their eyes wide with understanding. Finally, the smallest sprite, whose voice was like the tinkling of wind chimes, spoke. "We have been trying to sing our part of the song, but the echo from the mountains has grown faint. Without it, our melody is incomplete." Luna pondered this revelation, her mind weaving together the clues. The echo from the mountains must have been disrupted, and without it, the harmony of the forest was incomplete. She thanked the sprites and assured them they would find a way to restore the melody. With Elder Moss's guidance, Luna and the creatures made their way toward the mountains. The path was gentle and inviting, the ground soft beneath their feet. As they climbed higher, the stars seemed to shine brighter, as if urging them onward. At last they reached a secluded valley where the mountains cradled the sky. Here, Luna found the source of the disruption. A small rock slide had altered the landscape, muffling the echo that guided the sprite's song. With the help of the creatures, Luna carefully rearranged the rocks, her hands guided by a wisdom that belied her years. As the last stone was set in place, a gentle breeze swept through the valley, carrying with it the restored echo, a note pure and clear, resonating through the forest like a lullaby. The sprite's song returned, their melody intertwining with the echo to create a symphony so beautiful that it seemed to paint the night with starlight. With the harmony restored, Luna and her companions returned to the village, their hearts light with the joy of accomplishment. As they entered the Moonflower Grove, a wondrous sight awaited them. The moonflowers, sensing the restored harmony, began to unfurl their petals, each bloom glowing softly under the moon's gentle gaze. The village was bathed in their serene light, and a sense of peace settled over all who beheld them. Luna returned to her cozy cottage, where Granny Wren awaited with open arms and a steaming mug of lavender tea. As Luna recounted her adventure, Granny Wren listened with pride, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "You've done well, my dear," Granny Wren said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Tonight, you've learned that sometimes the smallest actions can restore the greatest of harmonies." With the mystery solved and the village at peace, Luna nestled into her warm bed, the soft glow of the moonflowers filtering through her window. As sleep gently claimed her, she dreamed of melodies and moonlight, her heart filled with the comfort of a world where harmony was restored and all was well. Story 11. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the sky, a community of woodland creatures thrived, living in harmony with the rhythms of nature. This forest, named Eldergrove, was a place where reality and magic danced together, creating a world of wonder and tranquility. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest floor, a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. The leaves overhead rustled softly, their emerald hues deepening in the twilight. This was the time when the creatures of Eldergrove emerged from their hidden homes to greet the night. Among them was Thistle, a wise old hedgehog with quills that glimmered like silver under the moonlight. Thistle had lived through many seasons and had learned the ancient ways of the forest. His eyes, dark and kind, held the wisdom of countless nights spent listening to the stories carried by the wind. Beside Thistle lived Fern, a lively squirrel with a coat as red as autumn leaves. Fern was known for her boundless curiosity and her knack for finding the juiciest acorns hidden beneath the forest floor. Despite her youthful exuberance, Fern often sought Thistle's counsel, eager to learn from his wealth of knowledge. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the navy blue sky, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The air trembled with a gentle hum, and a shimmering mist rose from the forest floor, enveloping Eldergrove in a veil of iridescent light. This was the Aura Mist, a magical occurrence that happened only once every 100 years, marking a significant change in the balance of the forest. Thistle and Fern watched in awe as the mist wove through the trees, illuminating the paths with its ethereal glow. The creatures of the forest gathered silently, their eyes wide with wonder. The Aura Mist was both a blessing and a mystery, and its arrival meant that a new guardian would soon be chosen to uphold the harmony of Eldergrove. The next morning, as the sun's rays filtered through the canopy, the forest buzzed with anticipation. Thistle, feeling the weight of his years, knew that the time had come to pass on his mantle of wisdom. He called upon Fern and the other creatures, gathering them in a clearing where sunlight danced upon a tapestry of leaves. "My dear friends," Thistle began, his voice a soothing murmur against the backdrop of birdsong, "the Aura Mist has graced us once more. It is a reminder that our world is ever changing, and with it, the guardianship of our home must also change." Fern's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always admired Thistle and the gentle strength with which he guided their community. The thought of stepping into such a role filled her with both hope and uncertainty. Thistle turned to Fern, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Fern, your spirit is as vibrant as the leaves in autumn, and your heart is as steadfast as the tallest oak. I believe you are ready to learn the ways of the Guardian, to help maintain the balance we cherish." Fern nodded, her bushy tail flicking with determination. She felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders, but it was a comforting weight, like a warm blanket woven from the trust of her friends. Under Thistle's careful tutelage, Fern learned the secrets of the forest. She listened to the stories of the wind, deciphered the language of the trees, and understood the delicate threads that connected each creature to the earth. She learned that harmony was not a static state, but a living dance, requiring constant attention and care. As the days passed, Fern grew more attuned to the subtle shifts of the forest. She noticed how the rustle of leaves heralded changes in the weather, and how the gentle hum of bees spoke of the health of the flowers. She learned to weave the magic of the aurist into her understanding, using its glow to guide her decisions. One crisp autumn evening, a great storm approached, its dark clouds gathering like a herd of wild horses across the sky. The wind howled through the trees, and the first drops of rain pattered on the leaves. Fern, feeling the urgency in the air, gathered her friends beneath the ancient oak where Thistle had once taught her. "The storm is fierce," Fern said, her voice steady despite the rising winds. "But we have the strength of the forest within us. Together, we can protect our home." With Fern's guidance, the creatures worked in harmony, securing nests and burrows, sharing supplies, and comforting one another with gentle words and warm embraces. As the storm unleashed its fury, they huddled close, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of the rain. Through the night, Fern stayed vigilant, her eyes watching over her friends. She felt the pulse of the forest in her veins, a connection that strengthened her resolve. By dawn, the storm had passed, leaving behind a world refreshed and glistening with dew. The creatures emerged from their shelters, blinking in the soft morning light. The forest, though battered, stood strong, its beauty undiminished. Fern, though weary, felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She had faced the storm with courage and had helped to safeguard the balance of Eldergrove. Thistle, watching from the shadows, nodded with pride. He knew that the future of the forest was in capable hands. Fern had embraced the mantle of guardianship with grace and wisdom, and under her care, Eldergrove would continue to thrive. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Fern became a beloved figure in the forest, her story woven into the tapestry of Eldergrove. And though Thistle eventually faded into the whispers of memory, his teachings lived on, passed from one generation to the next, like the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. In the heart of Eldergrove, where reality and magic embraced, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the eternal dance of nature. And as the aurist continued to weave its luminous threads through the forest, it whispered a promise of balance and peace, a promise that would endure for all time. Story 12. In a quaint village nestled between lush, emerald hills and a sky so blue it seemed to stretch into infinity, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village, known as Windwhisper Glen, was a tapestry of thatched cottages with chimneys that puffed soft tendrils of smoke and cobblestone paths lined with wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. Leora, with her chestnut hair braided with ribbons of lavender and eyes like twinkling stars, was renowned for her gentle heart and curious spirit. Though her days were filled with tending to the blooming gardens and helping her neighbors, she often felt a yearning, a whisper from the depths of her soul to discover something more, something ancient and profound. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leora's grandmother, Era, called her to the heart of their cozy cottage. The aroma of spiced tea wrapped the room in warmth as the crackling fire cast flickering shadows on the walls. Era, with her silver hair and voice as soothing as a lullaby, sat by the hearth, her eyes gleaming with a secret held close for years. "My dear Leora," Era began, her voice a gentle murmur woven with love. "There is a legacy, a tradition that has been passed down through our family for generations. It is time you learn of it." From a velvet-lined chest, worn with age and stories untold, Era drew a delicate pendant shaped like a crescent moon, its surface etched with intricate runes. The pendant seemed to glow softly, as if it held the light of 1,000 stars. "This is the Moonstone Amulet," Era said, placing it gently in Leora's hand. "It connects us to our ancestors, to their wisdom and the magic of this land." Leora felt a thrill of wonder and reverence as she cradled the amulet. "What must I do, grandmother?" she asked, her heart beating with anticipation. "You must embark on a journey to the Whispering Woods," Era replied, her voice a melodic whisper. "There, amidst the ancient oaks and the songs of the nightingale, you will find the hidden grove where our ancestors once gathered. Listen to the whispers of the trees, and they will guide you." With a heart full of courage and the amulet around her neck, Leora set out at dawn the next day. The path to the Whispering Woods was lush and verdant, dappled with sunlight that danced through the canopy. The air was fresh and sweet, filled with the symphony of nature, a gentle symphony of rustling leaves, chirping crickets, and the distant call of a lone owl. As Leora ventured deeper into the woods, she felt a sense of peace envelop her, as though the very trees were embracing her with their ancient arms. The path led her to a clearing where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the morning light. At the center lay a stone altar, worn smooth by time and the elements. Kneeling before the altar, Leora closed her eyes, letting the whispers of the forest fill her being. The amulet around her neck began to warm, thrumming gently against her skin. In the silence she heard the faintest of whispers, fragments of stories and songs, echoes of laughter and love from those who had come before. One voice, clear and wise, spoke to her heart. Remember, dear child, the strength of our lineage lies not in power, but in love and kindness. The magic of our ancestors is woven into the fabric of the world, and through you, it lives on. The lessons of the past resonated within her, each word a thread in the tapestry of her understanding. Leora felt a profound sense of belonging, a connection to her heritage and to the land that cradled her. Her heart swelled with gratitude and a newfound clarity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the woods, Leora rose, her spirit aglow with the wisdom she had uncovered. She made her way back to Windwhisper Glen, her steps light and her heart full. Upon her return, the village seemed to shimmer with a new light, the glow of the hearths and the warmth of her friends and family enveloping her like a comforting embrace. Leora shared her journey with Ira and the villagers, weaving the tales she had heard into the fabric of their lives. The moonstone amulet, now a symbol of her journey and her heritage, became a cherished reminder of the strength and unity that comes from understanding one's roots. Leora knew that the legacy she carried was not just a relic of the past, but a living thread that bound her to her family, her community, and the world around her. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Leora lay in her bed, the soft glow of the moon casting a gentle light through her window. Her heart was at peace, her spirit content, and as she drifted into a restful sleep, she dreamed of the whispers of the woods, the love of her ancestors, and the bright promise of tomorrow. Thus, the ancient legacy lived on, not only in the stories told and the traditions upheld, but in the hearts of those who cherished the wisdom of the past and carried it into the future. And in Windwhisper Glen, the magic of belonging and understanding wove its gentle spell, ensuring that the warmth of the past would forever light the way forward. Story 13. Whispers of the Willow Wood. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint village blanketed by gentle hills and meandering streams, lay an ancient forest known as Willow Wood. The villagers spoke of this forest in hushed tones, for it was said to be a place of magic and mystery, where the trees whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as wild and free as the wind that danced through the fields. With eyes the color of a stormy sky and hair that shimmered like autumn leaves, she was known for her boundless curiosity and kind spirit. Lila often wandered to the edge of the willow wood, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the wonders that lay within. One crisp morning, as the sun kissed the dew-laden grass, Lila set out on a journey into the heart of the forest. She carried with her a small leather satchel, filled with nothing more than a notebook and a piece of charcoal. Her footsteps were light, and her heart fluttered with the promise of adventure. As Lila crossed the threshold of the woodland, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. The towering trees arched overhead, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows and light. Every step she took seemed to awaken the forest, as if the very ground beneath her feet was alive with anticipation. The deeper Lila ventured, the more she realized that Willow Wood was unlike any place she had ever known. The forest sang with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor that danced like fairies in the wind. As she wandered, Lila came upon a small clearing where a willow tree stood, its long tendrils swaying gracefully in the breeze. It was different from the other trees, its bark silver and smooth, and its leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. Entranced, Lila approached the willow, feeling an inexplicable pull towards it. Beneath its sweeping branches, she discovered a small, ornate box nestled among the roots. It was crafted from a dark, polished wood, with intricate carvings of vines and stars etched into its surface. With trembling hands, Lila opened the box to reveal a delicate glass vial filled with a swirling, silvery liquid. As she held the vial up to the light, the liquid within seemed to dance and shimmer, casting a soft, luminescent glow on her face. Lila could feel its magic, a gentle hum that resonated deep within her soul. She knew instinctively that this vial held a power beyond her understanding. With the vial safely tucked away in her satchel, Lila continued her journey through the forest, driven by a newfound sense of purpose. The path before her seemed to shift and change, leading her deeper into the heart of Willow Wood. The air grew cooler, and the forest whispered secrets in a language only the trees could understand. It was at this moment that Lila encountered a peculiar creature. It was a fox, but unlike any she had seen before. Its fur was a rich, fiery red, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence and mischief. The fox sat poised on a mossy rock, its head tilted in curiosity as it watched her approach. "Hello there," Lila greeted, her voice soft and gentle. "What brings you here?" To her surprise, the fox replied, its voice a melodic blend of warmth and wisdom. "It is not I who wander into the forest, but you, young traveler. What is it that you seek?" Lila glanced at her satchel, feeling the weight of the vial within. "I seek to understand the magic of this forest," she admitted, "and perhaps to discover what this vial holds." The fox nodded thoughtfully, its eyes glinting with understanding. "The vial you carry is the essence of Willow Wood's magic. It is a gift from the forest, meant for one who listens to its whispers and walks with an open heart." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What should I do with it?" The fox's gaze softened, and its voice was gentle as it replied, "The magic is yours to wield, but it can only be unlocked through acts of kindness and friendship. The forest will guide you if you choose to listen." With those words, the fox bounded away, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Lila stood alone, the weight of the vial heavy in her satchel, yet her heart felt light with the promise of possibility. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm, golden glow over the forest, Lila continued her journey. She followed the winding path until it led her to a small brook, where a family of rabbits played in the cool, clear water. Their laughter was like music, and Lila found herself drawn to their joyful energy. One of the rabbits, a little one with a coat as white as snow, approached her timidly. It looked up at her with wide, curious eyes, and Lila felt a connection, as though the rabbit could sense the magic within her. "Hello, little one," Lila greeted softly, kneeling beside the brook. "Are you here to share in the forest's magic too?" The rabbit nodded, its nose twitching in delight. Lila reached into her satchel and retrieved the vial, holding it out for the rabbit to see. As the silvery liquid caught the light, it shimmered with a brilliance that seemed to illuminate the entire clearing. Moved by an impulse she couldn't quite explain, Lila poured a single drop of the liquid onto the rabbit's fur. Instantly, the magic took hold, and the rabbit's coat began to shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. The other rabbits gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder as their sibling was transformed. Grateful and delighted, the rabbit nuzzled Lila's hand, and she felt a warmth spread through her heart, as if the magic itself was flowing through her veins. The forest seemed to hum with approval, its whispers growing softer yet more profound. As night fell, Lila made her way back to the village, her heart full of the day's discoveries. She knew that her journey was only just beginning, and that the forest held many more secrets waiting to be uncovered. In the days that followed, Lila returned to Willow Wood time and again, each visit revealing new wonders and inviting new friendships. She learned the language of the trees, the songs of the streams, and the stories of the creatures that called the forest home. With each act of kindness and every new friendship, the magic of the vial grew stronger, weaving a tapestry of light and warmth that connected Lila to the heart of the forest. She shared the magic freely, bringing joy and wonder to all who crossed her path. And so the whispers of Willow Wood continued, their magic woven into the very fabric of the forest, a testament to the power of kindness, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of a young girl with a heart as wild and free as the wind. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Lila's bond with the forest deepened. She became known as the guardian of Willow Wood, a title bestowed upon her by the creatures who dwelled within its magical embrace. Her story spread throughout the village and beyond, a tale of wonder and enchantment that captured the hearts of all who heard it. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Lila ventured into the forest for what she felt would be a significant journey. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of a new beginning. The forest, cloaked in a blanket of white, seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. As she walked, the soft crunch of snow underfoot echoed through the trees, a gentle reminder of the forest's eternal watchfulness. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude for the magic that had become a part of her life, and she wondered what new discoveries awaited her. She soon came across a familiar grove, where the willow tree stood as proud and regal as ever, its branches draped in a delicate veil of snow. The tree seemed to beckon her closer, its presence a comforting embrace in the wintry landscape. Beneath the willow's branches, she found the fox waiting for her, its fiery coat a striking contrast against the snow. Its eyes sparkled with warmth and wisdom, and Lila felt a deep sense of connection, as though they were old friends reunited. "Welcome back, dear Lila," the fox greeted, its voice a soothing melody. "The forest has been watching over you, and it is pleased with the magic you have shared." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth. "The forest has given me so much, and I am grateful for every moment spent within its embrace." The fox nodded, its gaze thoughtful. "There is one last secret the forest wishes to share with you, a gift for your kindness and friendship." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What is this secret?" With a gentle flick of its tail, the fox gestured to the willow tree. As Lila watched, the tree began to shimmer, its branches swaying in a dance of light and shadow. The air around her seemed to hum with magic, a song that resonated deep within her soul. Slowly, the willow's bark began to glow, revealing a hidden door nestled within its trunk. Lila approached, her heart pounding with anticipation, and the door swung open to reveal a hidden world bathed in a soft, golden light. Inside, she found a garden unlike any she had ever seen. Flowers of every color bloomed in abundance, their petals shimmering with an iridescent glow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, a symphony of life and magic. In the center of the garden stood a small, crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the sky above. As Lila gazed into the water, she saw her own reflection, but it was more than just an image. It was a vision of who she had become, a reflection of the magic and love she had shared with the world. Tears of joy welled in her eyes as she realized the true gift the forest had given her, the gift of knowing herself, of understanding the power of kindness and the strength of friendship. It was a gift beyond measure, a treasure that would remain with her always. As she stood in the garden, enveloped in the forest's magic, Lila felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that her journey was far from over, that there were still secrets to uncover and friendships to forge. But in that moment, she felt whole, her heart beating in harmony with the whispers of Willow Wood. With a grateful heart, Lila turned to the fox, who watched her with a knowing smile. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a gentle caress, "for everything." The fox nodded, its eyes sparkling with warmth. "The forest is grateful to you, dear Lila. It is through your kindness and love that its magic thrives. Remember, the magic is always within you, and it will guide you wherever you go." As Lila left the garden, the door in the willow tree closed behind her, sealing the hidden world from view. But she carried its magic with her, a light that would shine in her heart forever. And so the story of Lila, the guardian of Willow Wood, continued to unfold, a tale of magic, friendship, and the enduring power of kindness. The whispers of the forest echoed through the ages, a gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all is the love we share with others. As the years passed, Lila's legacy grew, spreading far and wide like the branches of the ancient willow tree. The village prospered under her watchful care, and the forest flourished, its magic a living testament to the bonds of friendship and love. Children would gather around the warm glow of the village hearth, their eyes wide with wonder as the elders recounted tales of the guardian and her adventures. The stories were woven into the very fabric of their lives, inspiring acts of kindness and igniting imaginations. Lila herself continued to visit Willow Wood, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. She would wander its paths, listening to its whispers and sharing her own stories with the creatures she encountered. The fox remained her steadfast companion, guiding her with wisdom and humor as they explored the forest together. Through her journeys, Lila discovered that the magic of the vial was inexhaustible, a wellspring of light and love that grew stronger with each act of kindness. She learned to harness its power, using it to heal and nurture, to bring joy and wonder to those around her. The forest, in turn, revealed its secrets to her, showing her hidden glades and sparkling streams, teaching her the language of the wind and the songs of the stars. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude for the bond she shared with Willow Wood, a connection that transcended the boundaries of time and space. One bright spring morning, as the first blossoms began to unfurl, Lila ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The air was alive with the promise of new beginnings, the scent of flowers mingling with the crisp, clean air. It was then that she stumbled upon a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed with a soft, golden light. The stones stood tall and proud, their presence a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. As Lila approached, she felt a familiar hum resonate through her soul, a gentle reminder of the magic she carried within her. She stepped into the circle, her heart open and ready to embrace whatever awaited her. In that moment, the air around her shimmered and the stones began to sing, their voices a harmonious blend of melody and light. Lila closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, feeling its warmth seep into her very being. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing before a vision of the past, a glimpse into the heart of Willow Wood's history. She saw the forest as it had once been, a place of wild beauty and untamed magic, where the trees towered like giants and the streams sang with laughter. She saw the first guardians, their spirits intertwined with the forest, tending to its needs and nurturing its magic. She witnessed their acts of kindness, their unwavering love for the creatures and the land, and she understood that she was part of a legacy that spanned generations. Tears of joy and gratitude filled her eyes as she realized that she was not alone, that she was part of something greater than herself. The magic of Willow Wood was a living, breathing force, a testament to the power of love and friendship. As the vision faded, Lila felt a renewed sense of purpose, her heart alight with the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The forest had chosen her, and she had chosen it in return, their bond unbreakable and eternal. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila stepped out of the circle, the magic of the stones lingering in her soul. She knew that her journey was far from over, that there were still secrets to uncover and friendships to forge. But she also knew that she was ready, that she was exactly where she needed to be. And so Lila continued her adventures, guided by the whispers of Willow Wood and the love that bound her to the forest. Her story became a legend, a tale of magic and wonder that inspired generations to come. A gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all is the love we share with others. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the village, the people gathered to celebrate the arrival of spring. They sang songs of joy and danced beneath the stars, their laughter echoing through the night. Lila watched from the edge of the forest, her heart full of love for the people she had come to cherish. She knew that her journey was far from over, that there were still secrets to uncover and friendships to forge. But she also knew that she was ready, that she was exactly where she needed to be. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit as wild and free as the wind, Lila embraced the magic of Willow Wood, knowing that it would guide her wherever she went. And so, the whispers of the forest continued, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the enduring magic of a young girl with a heart as wild and free as the wind. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, the village slept peacefully, their dreams filled with the wonder and magic of Willow Wood, a testament to the enduring power of love. Story 14. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wandering breeze, there was a snug little village named Everglade Hollow. It was a place where the air always carried a hint of lavender and cinnamon, and the sky was painted in shades of soft pink and orange as the sun set behind the gentle hills. The villagers moved with an unhurried grace, their days woven with the rhythm of nature and the songs of birds that flitted from tree to tree. In this serene village, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, there lived a wise old woman known as Granny Willow. Her cottage was a welcoming haven, always glowing with the warm light of her hearth, and the aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air like a comforting embrace. Granny Willow had a knack for knowing things, a gift that came from years of listening to the whispers of the woods and the tales of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled like gentle chimes in the breeze, a curious thing began to unfold in Everglade Hollow. The villagers noticed that objects were vanishing. A lantern here, a pair of woolen mittens there, not in a way that caused alarm, but more like a playful game. The children giggled and speculated about mischievous fairies or cheeky sprites playing tricks. However, as days turned into weeks, the mystery deepened. More things disappeared, and it became clear that this was not just a child's game. Granny Willow, with her kind eyes and gentle smile, decided it was time to investigate. She gathered the children of the village, knowing their keen eyes saw the world with a clarity that adults sometimes missed. "Let's make this an adventure," she suggested, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "Keep your eyes open and your hearts curious. We'll solve this mystery together." The children agreed enthusiastically, their imaginations alight with the possibilities of what they might discover. They formed a merry band of little detectives, setting out each day after breakfast to explore the village and the surrounding woods. The soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the crisp, invigorating air made each day feel like a new chapter in a grand adventure. One day, as the sun filtered through the golden canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, they stumbled upon a trail of small, glittering stones leading deeper into the woods. The stones glimmered like tiny stars, captivating the children's attention. They followed the trail, their excitement growing with each step. The path led them to a hidden glen, a place where the air felt different, as if it was infused with a gentle magic that tingled against their skin. In the center of the glen stood a wise old owl perched upon a moss-covered stone. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes held the depth of ancient wisdom. "Welcome, young adventurers," the owl hooted softly, his voice like a lullaby. "I am Sable, the keeper of this glen." The children gathered around, eyes wide with wonder. "Do you know where our missing things have gone?" one of the children asked, their voice a blend of curiosity and hope. Sable nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "Indeed I do. The forest sprites in their playfulness have borrowed your items. They mean no harm, only seeking to understand the human world." Granny Willow, who had followed the children at a gentle distance, stepped forward. Her presence was like a calm breeze, bringing reassurance. "We must find a way to communicate with the sprites," she said softly, her eyes twinkling with a plan. The children, guided by Granny Willow, gathered small treasures from their homes, pebbles, colorful ribbons, and tiny trinkets. They placed these gifts in the glen, arranging them in a circle of goodwill. As the afternoon sun dipped low, casting long shadows, they sat together, sharing stories and laughter, their voices harmonizing with the gentle rustle of the leaves. As twilight descended, the air shimmered with a delicate glow, and tiny figures emerged from the shadows. The forest sprites, no taller than a child's hand, peeked out with gleaming eyes and shy smiles. Granny Willow spoke gently, her voice a soothing melody that blended with the evening chorus of crickets and owls. "We come with friendship and understanding, dear sprites. May we share our world with you and learn from each other." The sprites, with their luminescent wings fluttering like whispers of moonlight, nodded eagerly. They returned the borrowed items, placing them carefully in the circle of gifts. In return, they left behind tokens of their gratitude, glimmering leaves and acorns that sparkled like jewels. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit of camaraderie, the villagers and the sprites formed a bond that transcended words. Each evening they gathered in the glen, sharing tales and laughter, weaving a tapestry of friendship that brightened the darkest nights. As the days turned into seasons, the mystery of the vanishing objects became a cherished story, a tale of unity and understanding in the heart of the Whispering Wood. And in Everglade Hollow, beneath the watchful eyes of Granny Willow and the wise old owl, the village thrived, a testament to the power of kindness and the magic that lived in every heart. And so, as the stars twinkled gently in the sky, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the comforting embrace of a story well told and a mystery lovingly solved. Story 15. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, lay the quaint village of Dewdrop Hollow. This village, nestled between emerald hills and a gentle, babbling brook, was a place where the air always carried a hint of lavender, and the sunlight danced merrily through the leaves, creating a tapestry of light on the cobblestone paths. The villagers were as warm and inviting as the landscape, always ready with a smile and a story. In this peaceful setting lived a young girl named Lyra, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Her days were filled with explorations of the forest, where she would often talk to the birds and listen to the rustling leaves that seemed to share secrets of the ages. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Alwyn, who had feathers like spun silver and eyes that twinkled with ancient knowledge. One evening, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lyra noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly at the center of Dewdrop Hollow, had begun to chime at odd hours, sending a ripple of curiosity and mild concern through the village. The clock had always been as reliable as the sunrise, its gentle chimes marking the rhythm of village life. Lyra, intrigued by this mystery, decided to investigate. She set off towards the clock tower, her heart light with the thrill of adventure. As she approached, the scent of blooming honeysuckle filled the air, and she could hear the soft murmur of the brook nearby. The evening was cool and quiet, save for the occasional hoot of Alwyn, who had decided to accompany her. They reached the base of the tower, just as twilight was settling like a soft blanket over the village. The stone structure loomed above them, its face a solemn guardian of time. "Alwyn," Lyra said softly, "something must be amiss for our clock to behave so strangely." The owl nodded, his eyes reflecting the last light of day. "Perhaps it is time we seek the wisdom of the forest," he suggested in his deep, melodic voice. Together, they made their way into the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets in the night breeze. It was here they found the forest elder, a gentle deer with antlers that seemed to glow with an ethereal light. His presence was calming, and the forest felt alive with his wisdom. "Elder," Lyra began, bowing her head respectfully, "our village clock has begun to chime at odd hours, and we cannot understand why." The forest elder regarded her kindly, his eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Ah, young Lyra, the answer lies not in the clock, but in the heart of the forest." Lyra looked puzzled, but Olwen hooted softly, nudging her forward. "Remember, young one, the forest speaks in mysteries," the owl reminded her. The elder continued, "There is a tree, older than any other, whose roots touch the heart of the earth. It feels the pulse of time, and when it is unsettled, so too is your clock." Determined to solve the mystery, Lyra and Alwyn journeyed deeper into the forest, guided by the elder's words. The path was lit by moonlight, and the night air was filled with the sound of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves. As they walked, Lyra noticed the forest seemed to hum with an energy she hadn't felt before, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something. Eventually, they came upon the ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches casting intricate shadows on the forest floor. Lyra placed her hand on the bark, feeling a gentle thrum beneath her fingers. It was as if the tree was speaking, its voice a soft murmur in the stillness. "Listen," Olwen said, perching on a low branch. "The tree is trying to tell us something." Closing her eyes, Lyra focused on the rhythm of the tree, the subtle vibrations that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth. Suddenly, she understood. The tree was unsettled because its roots were tangled with a forgotten stream, long hidden beneath the earth. The water's flow had changed with the recent rains, causing the earth to shift and the tree to stir. Opening her eyes, Lyra smiled. "We need to help the stream find its true path again," she said. With Alwyn's guidance and the gentle wisdom of the forest elder, they worked through the night, clearing the obstructions and guiding the stream back to its rightful course. As the first light of dawn touched the forest, the tree seemed to sigh with relief, its roots settling back into a serene slumber. Returning to Dewdrop Hollow, Lyra and Alwyn watched as the clock tower resumed its steady rhythm, its chimes once again in harmony with the heartbeat of the village. The villagers, unaware of the night's adventure, went about their day, comforted by the familiar sound. Lyra felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing she had helped restore balance to both the forest and her village. As she sat beneath the clock tower, Alwyn perched beside her. The warmth of the morning sun enveloped them like a cozy blanket. "You see, Lyra," Alwyn said, his voice as soothing as the breeze, "sometimes the answers lie not in what we see, but in what we feel and understand." Lyra nodded, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. The world, she realized, was full of mysteries waiting to be discovered, each one a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. And so, with the village at peace and the forest whispering its ancient lullabies, Lyra drifted into a sweet slumber, her dreams filled with the magic of the world she so dearly loved. The mystery of the clock was solved, and with it, a deeper understanding of the bond between nature and time was discovered. Thus, the village of Dewdrop Hollow continued to thrive, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where mysteries were embraced as part of life's enchanting journey. As the stars twinkled above, the village slept soundly, enveloped in the comforting knowledge that wisdom and friendship could overcome any challenge, no matter how mysterious. And so, dear listener, as you lay your head to rest, remember the gentle wisdom of the forest, and let your dreams take you to places where mysteries unfold and the heart always finds its way home. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the magic of Dewdrop Hollow. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed lullabies and the brooks babbled in gentle tones, lay the village of Starleaf Hollow. This quaint little place was nestled within a crescent of hills that seemed to cradle it in an eternal embrace. In Starleaf Hollow, the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the cobblestone paths were warm underfoot, even on the chilliest of nights. The villagers were a merry lot, known for their evening gatherings around the community hearth, where stories were spun thick and dreams were as tangible as the mist that danced over the fields at dawn. Among them lived a young girl named Leora, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose heart was as warm as the sunlit meadows. Leora was known for her particular knack for noticing the little things that others might overlook: a bent blade of grass, the subtle shift of a shadow, or the whisker twitch of a mouse. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora noticed something peculiar while helping her grandmother hang lanterns for the evening's gathering. The lanterns, which usually glowed with a soft, golden light, flickered with shades of azure and emerald. She had never seen them glow such colors before. "Grandmother," Leora called, her voice a gentle whisper against the rustling leaves, "why do the lanterns glow with colors of the sea and forest tonight?" Her grandmother, a wise woman with hair like silver starlight, paused in her work and squinted at the curious lights. "Ah, child, it seems the lantern spirits are in a playful mood. They do love to change their hues when something magical is afoot." Leora's eyes widened with delight. "Something magical? What could it be?" Her grandmother chuckled softly, her laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. "That, my dear, is for you to discover." With her curiosity piqued, Leora decided to investigate. She wrapped herself in a cloak of soft wool, the color of midnight, and set off along the winding path that led to the heart of the whispering woods. The path was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the sweet chorus of crickets and the gentle hoot of an owl perched high in the boughs. As Leora wandered deeper into the forest, she noticed tiny footprints trailing through the dew-kissed grass. They were not the footprints of any creature she recognized. Curious, she followed them, her steps soft and deliberate, until she reached the edge of a shimmering pond. The water glowed with a mystical light, rippling with colors that mirrored the lanterns. Perched upon a moss-covered stone by the pond was a creature unlike any Leora had ever seen, a tiny dragon, no larger than a kitten, with scales that shimmered like opals in the moonlight. Its eyes were wide and wise, and it watched her with a gentle curiosity. "Hello," Leora greeted softly, her voice a mere breath against the night. "Are you the one behind the lantern's colors?" The dragon tilted its head, its tail flicking playfully. "Indeed I am," it replied in a voice that was as smooth and melodic as the pond's surface. "I am Zephyr, guardian of the forgotten magics. I have come to seek the help of a keen observer." Leora's heart fluttered with excitement. "What do you need help with, Zephyr?" The little dragon sighed, a plume of iridescent mist curling from its nostrils. "The colors of our world are fading. The magic that infuses the whispering woods is being drawn away by a force unknown. We need to find the source before the colors disappear forever." Leora nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "I'll help you, Zephyr. Together, we'll find what is causing this." With Zephyr perched on her shoulder, Leora set off through the woods once more, following the dragon's guidance. They ventured past the elder oak, whose branches stretched like welcoming arms, and through fields of wildflowers that whispered secrets on the breeze. Along the way, they encountered other woodland creatures, a family of rabbits, a wise old turtle, and a flock of nightingales, all of whom offered their insights and observations. Each creature spoke of a peculiar shadow that had been seen flitting through the forest, always just out of reach, and how it seemed to drink in the light, leaving the world just a little dimmer in its wake. Leora listened carefully, piecing together their stories like a tapestry, each thread leading her closer to the truth. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where the air felt heavy and still. In the center stood a willow tree, its branches drooping low, as if burdened by an unseen weight. Beneath it lay a pool of darkness, swirling and shifting like a living thing. Zephyr's scales bristled with unease. "This is the source," he whispered, "the shadow." Leora approached cautiously, her heart beating a steady rhythm of courage. "Shadow," she called softly, "why do you take the colors from our world?" The shadow paused its restless movement, and from its depths emerged a pair of eyes, deep and yearning. "I am not here to harm," it murmured, its voice like the rustle of fallen leaves. "I am lost, and I seek to find my place in this world." Understanding dawned on Leora. "You take the colors because you feel you have none of your own?" The shadow nodded, a ripple of sadness passing through its form. "We can help you," Leora said gently. "You don't need to take the colors to be a part of this world. We can show you how to blend your own light with the beauty around you." With Zephyr's help, Leora led the shadow through the forest, introducing it to the vibrant hues of the flowers, the soft greens of the leaves, and the warm golds of the sunlit glades. The shadow began to change, its darkness softening as it absorbed not the colors, but the essence of the world's beauty. As dawn broke, the shadow shimmered with a new light, a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across its surface like a living rainbow. The forest seemed to sigh with relief as the colors returned, brighter and more vivid than before. The villagers of Starleaf Hollow awoke to a world renewed, their hearts filled with wonder at the vibrant hues that painted their village. Leora returned to her grandmother, with Zephyr still perched on her shoulder, and shared the tale of their adventure. "You see, my dear," her grandmother said, wrapping Leora in a warm embrace, "sometimes all it takes is understanding and a little guidance to bring harmony back to our world." With the mystery resolved and the colors restored, Leora and her new friend Zephyr watched the sunrise, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. And from that day on, the Whispering Woods thrived, a testament to the power of kindness and the magic of friendship. And so, as the stars twinkled into view, and the village of Starleaf Hollow settled into slumber, the world felt just a little more magical, a little more whole. And in the gentle glow of the lanterns, now returned to their golden gleam, Leora and Zephyr drifted into dreams filled with endless colors and the promise of new adventures. Story 17. In a cozy glen, nestled between rolling emerald hills, stood the little village of Willowgreen. Here the cottages had thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed cheerful smoke rings into the crisp morning air. It was a place where the folk went about their days with rosy cheeks and sunshine in their smiles. One such morning, young Tilly was sweeping the front step of her family's cottage when she noticed a most peculiar thing. Scattered across the garden path were dozens of tiny mushroom caps, each one delicately carved with intricate patterns. "How strange," Tilly murmured, kneeling down to inspect the little fungi more closely. At that moment, her best friend Finley came hurrying up the path, his copper curls bouncing with each step. "Tilly, you'll never believe what's happened." Tilly held up one of the carved mushroom caps. "Like finding these?" Finley's eyes grew wide. "Exactly. They're all over the village green, too." He lowered his voice to a whisper. "I think it might be the work of forest sprites." The two friends exchanged a wondering glance. Everyone in Willow Green knew that sprites were the mischievous, kind-hearted guardians of the ancient woodlands that surrounded their village. Catching a glimpse of one was considered a great honor and good fortune. Just then, a rustling sound came from the hedgerow beside Tilly's cottage. Out hopped a tiny figure no bigger than a dormouse, with dragonfly wings and a long, swishing tail. It was none other than Willow, the resident sprite and a dear friend to all. "Good morning, young ones." Willow's voice tinkled like wind chimes. "I see you've discovered our little surprise." Finley gasped with delight. "It was you who left the carved mushrooms? But why?" Willow's bright eyes twinkled. "A harmless trick to remind you laughing mortals of the wonders to be found in nature's small gifts." She flitted closer to inspect one of the little caps. "Don't you see? Each one bears a different design, intricately carved by the woodland creatures as a labor of love, from the swirling patterns of the snail trails to the delicate etchings of the beetle larvae." Tilly's heart swelled with wonder as she looked again at the mushroom cap's incredible details. How easily they had almost overlooked this tiny marvel left as a gift by their forest friends. Finley grinned. "Thank you for this beautiful surprise, Willow. We'll make sure everyone in the village gets to appreciate the carvings." And so the children gathered up the little mushroom caps and left them on windowsills, fences, and doorsteps all throughout Willow Green. By evening, everyone was marveling at the extraordinary craftsmanship in what they had previously overlooked as mere toadstools. Tilly and Finley smiled, knowing that by opening their eyes to the small wonders around them, a new appreciation had blossomed for the magic in their midst. From that day on, the people of Willow Green made a special effort to pause and soak in the intricate beauty of nature's tiny details. And though no more mushroom carvings appeared, they knew their Glen sprites would always find new ways to fill the world with joy and enchantment. Story 18. Title: The Whispering Canopy. Under the gentle glow of a crescent moon, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there was a village known as Fernwood. This village was unlike any other, for it bordered the enchanted glade, a place whispered about in tales as old as the trees themselves. The glade was said to be cloaked in mystery, a hidden world that came alive when the first stars twinkled in the night sky. In Fernwood, there lived a young girl named Leora. She was known for her bright, curious eyes and a heart that beat in rhythm with the soft rustle of leaves. Leora spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, her imagination painting stories of what lay beyond the familiar path. Her best friend was a kindly old owl named Bramble, who had taken to perching on her shoulder whenever she ventured into the woods. Bramble was wise and often shared stories of the glade, his eyes twinkling with secrets. One crisp autumn evening, as the last golden hues of sunset faded into twilight, Leora sat by the fireplace, her mind wandering to the tales of the enchanted glade. Her grandmother had often spoken of a magical object hidden within, a crystal pendant that held the power to reveal the true nature of things. It was said to be guarded by the Whispering Canopy, a mystical gathering of ancient trees whose branches formed a sheltering dome over the heart of the glade. Leora's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation. That night, as she lay beneath the quilted warmth of her covers, she resolved to embark on a journey to find the pendant. She imagined the adventure that awaited, the mysteries of the glade unfurling like a tapestry of secrets. The morning sun bathed the village in a warm embrace, and with Bramble perched on her shoulder, Leora set off toward the forest. The path was familiar, yet today it felt different, as though the trees themselves whispered encouragement. The forest air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves crunched beneath her feet like a chorus of whispers. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the light dimmed, filtered through a web of branches. Leora could feel the pulse of the forest, a gentle rhythm that guided her steps. Bramble, ever watchful, hooted softly, his feathers ruffling in the breeze. "The glade is near, Leora," he murmured, his voice a comforting balm in the quiet. Soon they reached the edge of the enchanted glade. The air shimmered with a luminous energy, and Leora paused, her breath catching in her throat. Before her, the whispering canopy loomed, its branches intertwining to form a protective dome. The trees seemed to hum with life, their leaves rustling in a language only the heart could understand. With a deep breath, Leora stepped beneath the canopy. The world shifted around her, the air thick with magic and wonder. It was as though she had entered a realm untouched by time, where every leaf, every shadow, held a story. The glade was alive, a sanctuary of secrets waiting to be discovered. As she wandered, Leora's eyes caught a glimmer of light. Nestled among the roots of a towering oak was the crystal pendant, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. She reached out, her fingers brushing against its cool surface. As she lifted it from its resting place, the forest seemed to hold its breath. In that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the canopy, carrying with it a soft, melodic whisper. "The pendant reveals truths, but only to those who see with their hearts," the voice murmured, a caress of sound that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. Leora held the pendant close, its light casting a halo of warmth. She felt a connection to the glade, a bond that transcended words. The pendant was more than a magical object. It was a key to understanding the world around her, to seeing beyond the surface. With Bramble at her side, Leora began her journey back to Fernwood. The forest welcomed her return, its branches swaying in a gentle farewell. She felt changed, her heart lighter, her spirit enriched by the glade's wisdom. As she emerged from the forest, the village stretched before her, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora knew that while her adventure had come to an end, the lessons of the glade would stay with her, guiding her through life's many paths. That night, as she lay beneath her covers, the pendant resting on her bedside table, Leora felt a profound peace. The forest had shared its secrets, and in doing so, had opened her heart to the magic of the world. She drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft, melodic whispers of the whispering canopy. The journey had changed her, but more importantly, it had taught her the value of seeing with her heart, of recognizing the magic that lay within and around her. And as the village of Fernwood slumbered under the watchful eyes of the stars, Leora's story became another chapter in the timeless tapestry of the enchanted glade. Story 19. In the heart of the sprawling Everwood forest, nestled between ancient oaks and whispering pines, lay a village known as Eldergrove. It was a place woven with enchantment, where the air shimmered with the promise of secrets just out of reach. Here, among cottages with moss-covered roofs and cobblestone paths, lived a young girl named Lyra, whose heart beat in time with the rhythm of the forest. Lyra was known throughout Eldergrove for her gentle spirit and insatiable curiosity. Her days were filled with exploring the glens and streams, accompanied by her best friend, a clever fox named Finn. The villagers, though fond of Lyra, often shook their heads at her wild stories of talking animals and hidden worlds. But Lyra knew, deep in her heart, that the forest held more than met the eye. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves drifted like whispers from the trees, Lyra set off on a new adventure with Finn trotting at her side. She had heard whispers of a hidden glade, said to be guarded by a magical object that granted the ability to see the unseen. Her heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this hidden world. The path wound through thickets of brambles and patches of sun-dappled ferns. Lyra's senses were alive with the scent of damp earth and the sound of rustling leaves. As they walked, Finn regaled her with tales of his own adventures, his bright eyes twinkling with mischief. "Do you really think we'll find it?" Lyra asked, her voice a blend of hope and wonder. Finn paused, sniffing the air before replying. "The forest is full of surprises, dear Lyra. We just have to keep our eyes open and our hearts ready." They journeyed deeper into the woods, where the sunlight threaded through the canopy like strands of gold. The forest seemed to hum with anticipation, as if it too were holding its breath for what lay ahead. After hours of wandering, they came upon a clearing that seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. In the center stood a grand oak tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. At its base lay a simple, unassuming ring, its metal worn and warm from the sun. Lyra's heart skipped a beat as she approached the ring, feeling an inexplicable pull towards it. She gently picked it up, feeling a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips. As she slipped the ring onto her finger, the world around her shifted. Colors deepened, the air seemed to sing with hidden melodies, and the forest revealed its secrets. What had once been a quiet glade now hummed with life. Creatures of all kinds, from shy deer to enchanted fae, appeared around them, each more wondrous than the last. Finn let out a delighted bark, his eyes wide with amazement. "You've done it, Lyra! You found the seeing ring." Lyra laughed, twirling in the newfound magic. "It's beautiful, isn't it? Like a dream come true." But with the ring came responsibility. The forest, now alive with vibrant life, also revealed its struggles. Streams that once ran clear were muddied, and some trees whispered tales of illness. Lyra realized that the magic of the ring was not just to see the beauty, but also to understand the balance of the forest. Determined to help, Lyra and Finn set out to restore harmony to the woods. They spoke to the trees and listened to the streams, learning from each the ways to heal the forest. Their journey took them to the heart of Everwood, where ancient magic lay dormant, waiting to be rekindled. As they worked, Lyra discovered a deeper connection with Finn. His cleverness and loyalty were invaluable, and their friendship grew stronger with each challenge they faced. Together, they found ways to purify the streams, nurture the ailing trees, and bring peace to the restless spirits of the forest. The villagers noticed the change in the forest and in Lyra. She returned to Eldergrove, not just as a curious girl, but as a guardian of the woods. The stories she once told, which had seemed like fanciful tales, were now spoken of with respect and wonder. And so, the days passed with the forest thriving once more, a testament to the power of friendship and the courage to see beyond the ordinary. Lyra and Finn's adventures continued, for the forest was vast and full of mysteries yet to be uncovered. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with twilight, Lyra sat with Finn beneath the grand oak. The ring, now a part of her, glowed softly in the dim light. "We did it, Finn," she said, her voice soft with contentment. "We healed the forest." Finn nuzzled her cheek, his eyes filled with affection. "Yes, Lyra, and we'll continue to protect it together." As the stars began to twinkle above, Lyra felt a profound sense of peace. The forest was home, a world of wonder and magic, and she was its guardian. With Finn by her side, she knew that any challenge could be overcome through wisdom, kindness, and the enduring bond of friendship. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Lyra drifted into a gentle sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come, and the beauty of the world she had come to cherish. The forest, ever watchful, cradled her in its embrace, whispering secrets of old and promises of new beginnings. Story 20. In a quaint village, nestled between lush green hills and the gentle lapping of a crystal blue river, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to flow as serenely as the river itself, with cobblestone paths winding between cottages that brimmed with blooming flowers and the aroma of freshly baked bread. Leora, with her chestnut hair often tied in a playful braid, was known for her gentle smile and thoughtful eyes, yet she carried a restlessness within her heart. Though she loved her home, she yearned for something more, something intangible that seemed to flutter just out of her reach. Change, however, was a daunting specter to her, a shadow that loomed over the comfort of her familiar life. One balmy evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and lavender, Leora strolled toward the edge of the village where the whispering woods began. The woods were a place of mystery and magic, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves murmured secrets to those who would listen. As she walked, Leora's thoughts were a tangled web of dreams and doubts. Her footsteps, soft against the carpet of moss, led her deeper into the forest until she reached a clearing she had never seen before. In the heart of this clearing stood a grand ancient oak tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens and its roots firmly entwined with the earth. Intrigued, Leora approached the tree, her fingers brushing against its rough bark. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice filled the air, as gentle as the evening breeze. "Welcome, young seeker," the voice intoned, emanating from the very heart of the oak. Startled but unafraid, Leora looked around to find a small, luminous figure perched on one of the lower branches. It was a sprite, delicate and ethereal, with wings that shimmered like a dragonfly's in the fading light. Her name was Chrysia, and she had watched over the woods for centuries. "Do not fear change, dear one," Chrysia spoke, her voice like a soothing lullaby, "for it is through change that you will discover the depths of your spirit." Leora gazed at the sprite, captivated by her presence. "But how do I embrace what is unknown? How do I become who I am meant to be?" she asked, her voice a whisper of the breeze. Chrysia smiled, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "The journey within is mirrored by the world around us," she explained. "Let me guide you, and together we shall unlock the magic that resides within your heart." With a flutter of her wings, Chrysia sprinkled a handful of sparkling dust over Leora. Instantly, the world around her transformed. The trees glowed with a golden light, and the air was alive with the hum of magic. Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the earth and sky, as if the very fabric of nature had woven itself into her being. Over the following days, Leora returned to the woods, guided by Chrysia and her newfound friends, creatures of the forest who embodied the gentle wisdom of nature. There was Orin, the wise old owl who taught her to see with clarity and patience, Sylvie, the playful squirrel who showed her the joy of curiosity, and Nara, the gentle deer who embodied grace and resilience. Together, they embarked on small quests within the forest, each one a lesson in disguise. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the language of the stars, and to find harmony in the cycle of life. With each lesson, she grew more attuned to the rhythm of the world and the song of her own heart. As the days unfolded, Leora discovered that the magic within her was not a force to be feared, but a light to be nurtured. She learned that change, like the seasons, was a natural part of life, a dance of beginnings and endings, of growth and renewal. One evening, as the first stars winked in the twilight sky, Leora stood before the ancient oak once more. She felt a serene strength within her, a quiet confidence that had blossomed from the seeds of her journey. Chrysia appeared beside her, her wings casting a gentle glow. "You have grown, dear Leora," the sprite said, her voice a melody of the night. "You have become one with the magic of the world and the magic within yourself." Leora smiled, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. "Thank you, Chrysia," she replied softly. "I understand now that change is not an end but a beginning, a path to discovering who I truly am." With a nod, Chrysia fluttered her wings, sending a cascade of sparkling light over the clearing. The forest seemed to sigh in contentment, the trees swaying gently as if in agreement. As Leora made her way back to the village, the moonlight guiding her steps, she felt a sense of peace envelop her like a warm embrace. She knew that whatever lay ahead, she would face it with courage and an open heart, for she had discovered the beauty of personal growth and the magic of transformation. And so, with the stars as her witnesses and the forest as her guide, Leora embraced the journey of life, each day a new chapter in her unfolding story, each moment a testament to the power of change and the wonder of self-discovery. Story 21. In a galaxy where stars danced like fireflies across the velvety expanse of night, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Immerse. It was a place of iridescent forests and crystal-clear streams that sang melodious tunes as they wound their way through the land. The inhabitants of Immerse were gentle creatures called Luminex, known for their luminous skin that glowed with the hues of dawn. On a cool, serene evening, a Luminex named Leora sat on the banks of a shimmering lake, her skin casting a soft, warm light that mingled with the twilight. She loved this time of day, when the world seemed to whisper its secrets to those who would listen. Her heart, however, was heavy with a longing for something more than the familiar comfort of her home. Meanwhile, far across the cosmos, a planet called Zephyria spun quietly in the embrace of its sun. Zephyria was a rugged world of towering rock formations and endless deserts of fine golden sand. Here lived the Zephyrians, a resilient people with skin like polished stone. etched with patterns that told stories of their lineage and history. One such Zephyrian was Aaron, a wanderer by nature, whose eyes were always fixed on the horizon. His heart yearned for adventure and the unknown, and he often found himself gazing up at the stars, wondering what lay beyond his own world. As fate would have it, the paths of Leora and Aaron were set to cross in the most unexpected of ways. One day, as Aaron embarked on a journey aboard a small exploratory vessel, a sudden solar storm sent his ship spiraling out of control, hurling him across the stars. The ship crash-landed on the lush terrain of Immerse, skidding to a halt at the edge of the very lake where Leora liked to dream. Startled by the unexpected arrival, Leora cautiously approached the strange metallic object that had disrupted the tranquility of her world. The ship's hatch opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped Aaron, his eyes wide with wonder at the breathtaking beauty that surrounded him. Their first meeting was marked by mutual curiosity and a fair dose of misunderstanding. The Luminex language, a series of harmonious notes and glowing displays, was entirely foreign to Aaron, whose own tongue was a rich tapestry of clicks and hums. Yet despite the barriers, Leora and Aaron were determined to communicate. Through gestures and shared experiences, they began to understand one another. Leora showed Aaron the wonders of her home, the way the leaves of the iridescent trees shimmered in the sunlight, and how the wind carried the scent of blooming starflowers. In return, Aaron shared stories of the vast deserts and the ancient echoing canyons of Zephyria. As the days turned into weeks, Leora and Aaron found themselves facing challenges that tested their growing friendship. A fierce storm swept across Immerse, threatening to flood the lands and uproot the delicate balance of its ecosystem. Together they worked tirelessly to build barriers and channels to divert the rising waters, their efforts a testament to the strength of their bond. In the quiet moments between tasks, they found solace in each other's presence. Leora's gentle glow illuminated the darkness, while Aaron's steady demeanor provided a sense of security. They discovered a deep, abiding trust that transcended their differences, a reminder that true friendship was not bound by language or origin. As the storm subsided and the world returned to its tranquil state, Leora and Aaron sat side by side, watching the sun dip below the horizon. The sky was a canvas of vibrant colors, a reflection of the journey they had undertaken together. In that peaceful moment, they realized that the universe, vast and unpredictable, had brought them together for a reason. Their friendship was a rare and precious gift, a beacon of hope in a cosmos filled with the unknown. With the aid of her fellow Luminex, Leora helped Aaron repair his ship, readying it for the journey back to Zephyria. Yet, when the time came for him to depart, their farewell was not one of sorrow, but of joy and anticipation for the day they would meet again. As Aaron's vessel ascended into the starlit sky, Leora's heart was full, her world forever changed by the unexpected friend who had arrived from among the stars. She waved until the ship was but a glimmer in the distance, knowing that their paths would cross again. And so, in the quiet of the night, with the gentle hum of the universe as their backdrop, Leora and Aaron discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds, a connection that lit up the darkness like the gentle glow of a luminex in the night. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a little cobblestone cottage with smoke curling cheerfully from its chimney. This was the home of a young girl named Lila, whose curious spirit was as bright as the morning sun that peeked over the hills each day. Lila lived with her grandmother, a kindly old woman with twinkling eyes and hands that always seemed busy with some gentle task, whether it was baking honey cakes or knitting warm scarves for the winter. Their cottage was filled with the comforting scent of lavender and the soft rustle of wind through the tall pine trees that surrounded it. One cool autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced down from the trees, Lila was exploring her grandmother's attic, a veritable treasure trove of forgotten memories and dusty dreams. The attic was a place of endless fascination for Lila, with its creaky floorboards and beams of sunlight streaming through the little round window, illuminating floating motes of dust. Amidst the old trunks and forgotten heirlooms, Lila uncovered a peculiar object that caught her eye. It was a small wooden box, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to come alive under her touch. The box felt warm in her hands, as if it held a secret waiting to be discovered. With a gentle click, the lid opened, revealing a delicate, shimmering compass nestled inside. Its needle spun slowly, not pointing north as one might expect, but in a direction that seemed to change with Lila's every movement. Curiosity piqued. Lila took the compass to her grandmother, who smiled knowingly when she saw it. "Ah, you have found the compass of heart's desire," her grandmother said, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "It doesn't point to places on a map, my dear, but to the hidden dreams and wishes of the heart." Intrigued by the compass's mysterious nature, Lila decided to follow wherever it might lead her. She packed a small satchel with a few essentials, including her grandmother's freshly baked honey cakes, and set off on her adventure with the compass clasped in her hand. The compass led Lila through the village and into the forest, where the air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she walked, Lila met a gentle deer, its eyes as deep and kind as a forest pond. The deer fell into step beside her, its presence calming and reassuring. "Where are you going, young one?" the deer asked, its voice a soft, musical whisper. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing the magical instrument. "It points to the deepest desires of the heart, though I'm not quite sure what that means yet." The deer nodded sagely. "Sometimes what we seek is hidden even from ourselves, but the journey to find it can reveal more than we ever imagined." Together, they continued deeper into the forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, their leaves rustling secrets to the wind. The path was not always clear, but the compass's needle guided them with unwavering certainty. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila and the deer arrived at a clearing where a small brook babbled merrily over smooth stones. Here, they met a wise old owl perched on a branch, its feathers soft and downy. "Welcome, travelers," the owl hooted warmly. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Lila explained about the compass, and the owl blinked thoughtfully. "Ah, the compass of heart's desire. It often leads to unexpected places. But remember, young one, the journey itself is as important as the destination." The owl offered them a place to rest for the night, and Lila and the deer gratefully accepted. They sat by the brook, sharing stories under the starlit sky, the air cool and filled with the gentle sounds of the forest. The next morning, the compass led them to a hidden glade, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and the air was sweet with their fragrance. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its bark gnarled and twisted, yet exuding a sense of timeless wisdom. Lila approached the tree, feeling a gentle pull in her heart. She placed her hand on its trunk and closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the leaves. In that quiet moment, she realized that her deepest desire was not a place or a treasure, but the peace and harmony she felt here in the forest, surrounded by friends and the beauty of nature. The compass, as if understanding her revelation, stopped its spinning and nestled into stillness, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked her companions. The deer nuzzled her gently, and the owl hooted a farewell. She set off back home, her spirit lighter and her heart content. When Lila returned to the cottage, her grandmother greeted her with a warm embrace and a tray of steaming tea. As they sat together by the crackling fire, Lila recounted her journey, each word weaving a tapestry of adventure and self-discovery. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the moonlight spilling through the window, she knew that while the compass had led her to a magical glade, it was the journey and the friends she made along the way that had truly transformed her. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the gentle whisper of the forest in her mind, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The end. Story 23. In a forest older than memory, where sunbeams danced through emerald canopies, and the air held the sweet earthy scent of moss, there thrived a world seldom seen by human eyes. This was the Forest of Whispers, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic wove together like the roots of the ancient oaks that stood sentinel over the land. As the season of blossoms gave way to the lazy warmth of summer, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the soft murmurs of the forest's inhabitants. Among these verdant halls lived creatures whose lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing a part in the delicate balance that sustained their world. In a burrow beneath the sprawling roots of a venerable oak, a family of dormice awoke from their slumber. Their fur, like the softest of clouds, caught the early morning light as they emerged to greet the day. The leader of this family, an elder dormouse named Brindle, was known for his wisdom and gentle heart. His whiskers twitched with awareness as he took in the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the distant melodious call of a thrush. Brindle had seen many seasons pass and understood the forest's secret language, a symphony of rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and the whispering wind. He gathered his family close, his voice a soft, steady stream. "Today we must visit the heart of the forest," he said, his eyes sparkling with a wisdom that seemed as old as the trees themselves. The heart of the forest was a place of profound magic, a glade hidden deep within the woods, where the essence of each season was woven into the fabric of life. It was here that the harmony of the forest was maintained, a balance that ensured the prosperity of all who dwelt within. As the dormice journeyed through the undergrowth, the forest revealed its wonders. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground in patterns that shifted like the tides. The air was alive with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees busily tending their blooms. Here and there, shafts of light caught the gossamer threads of a spider's web, each dewdrop a tiny prism reflecting the world in miniature. Along their path, they met other creatures of the forest, each with their own role in the grand tapestry of life. A family of hedgehogs, their spines glistening in the sun, trundled slowly by, nodding cordial greetings. Overhead, a pair of butterflies danced through the air, their wings a blur of color and grace. Finally, after weaving their way through a thicket of ferns and stepping stones slick with moss, the dormice arrived at the heart of the forest. It was a circular glade, bathed in golden light, a place where time seemed to pause. At its center stood the grand elder tree, a towering sentinel whose branches stretched toward the sky, its bark etched with the stories of countless seasons. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a gentle hum that resonated in the bones. The air shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow, and the ground was carpeted with wildflowers that bloomed in an array of colors so vibrant they seemed to pulse with life. Brindle led his family to the base of the grand elder tree, where a soft breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. "Each year we gather here to listen," he began, his voice as soothing as the babble of a brook, "to learn from the whispers of our ancestors and to understand the balance that sustains us all." As they settled into the glade's embrace, the forest around them began to sing. It was a melody of life itself, a chorus of rustling leaves, birdsong, and the distant murmur of a stream. And within this symphony, the dormice heard the stories of those who had come before, the wisdom passed down through the ages. Brindle spoke of the cycles of the seasons, of the enduring connection between all living things. "We are each a thread in the great tapestry," he said, his eyes alight with understanding, "and it is our duty to ensure that the weave remains strong." As they listened, the dormice felt the truth of his words resonate within them. They understood the importance of harmony, of working together to preserve the balance that allowed their world to flourish. It was a lesson as old as the forest itself, a quiet reminder of the interdependence that bound them to every creature, every tree, and every drop of rain. With the sun tipping toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the glade, the dormice began their journey home. The path was familiar now, the forest a comforting presence that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. As they walked, they carried with them the peace of the heart of the forest, a gentle reminder that they were part of something much larger than themselves. As the first stars began to prick the sky, the dormice settled into their burrow, the earth cool and sweet around them. Brindle's voice, a soft murmur, lulled them into a gentle sleep. "Remember," he whispered, "that we are never alone. The forest watches over us, and its wisdom is ours to share." And in the quiet of the night, with the forest's lullaby cradling them, the dormice dreamed of the harmony that would guide them through the seasons to come. The magic of the forest lingered in their hearts, a promise of peace and balance for all who called the Forest of Whispers home. Story 24. In the far reaches of a galaxy woven with stardust and dreams, there existed a planet called Luminara, known for its shimmering landscapes and ethereal beauty. Its skies were a tapestry of luminescent colors that danced like northern lights across the horizon. Among its verdant forests and crystal lakes lived a gentle species called the Luminarians, beings of light and harmony who thrived on the energy of their planet's vibrant peace. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara glowed softly against the indigo sky, a peculiar event unfolded. A small spacecraft, battered and worn from a long journey, descended from the stars, landing with a gentle thud on the soft, mossy ground. From it emerged a being unlike any the Luminarians had ever seen. It was a creature from a distant world, a solitary traveler named Kale, whose vibrant scales shimmered like opal in the moonlight. Kale hailed from the planet of Noxar, a place known for its dense jungles and echoing waterfalls, where his people, the Noxarians, lived in close-knit communities. Kale was on a journey of discovery, seeking knowledge and understanding of worlds beyond his own. Yet as he stepped onto the unfamiliar soil of Luminara, he was met with curious gazes from the Luminarians, their translucent forms glimmering with curiosity and slight hesitation. Among them was a Luminarian named Seraph, whose light was a gentle hue of lavender, reflecting her nurturing spirit and open heart. Seraph approached Kale with cautious warmth, her voice like a soothing melody. "Welcome, traveler," she greeted, her glow brightening in the night. "What brings you to our world?" Kale, feeling both nervous and excited, replied, "I come from Noxar. My journey is one of learning and understanding. I wish to know more about your kind and your beautiful planet." Though Seraph was intrigued, she couldn't help but feel a pang of uncertainty. The Luminarians cherished their serenity, and the arrival of this exotic visitor stirred a ripple of apprehension among them. Yet her innate kindness urged her to offer Kale a place to rest and recuperate. As days turned into weeks, Kale found himself enveloped in the gentle rhythms of Luminarian life. He marveled at the way they communicated without words, through pulses of light and warmth, and how the very air seemed to hum with harmony. However, communication between Kale and the Luminarians was not without its hurdles. Their ways were so vastly different, leading to moments of misunderstanding that at times made Kale feel isolated. One day, while exploring the iridescent glades with Seraph, Kale attempted to express his gratitude by sharing a Noxarian custom. He offered her a small, intricately carved stone, a token of friendship from his homeland. But Seraph, unfamiliar with the gesture, hesitated, misinterpreting it as a sign of farewell. Her light dimmed momentarily with confusion. Realizing the misunderstanding, Kale's scales flushed with a deep, embarrassed hue. "Oh, I didn't mean... I wish to stay," he stammered, his voice a mix of frustration and apology. Seraph, recognizing the sincerity in his tone, let out a soft, understanding laugh. "Forgive me, Kale. We have much to learn from each other," she said, her light gently enveloping him in a comforting glow. "Let us find new ways to understand together." From that moment, a deeper bond formed between them. They began to navigate their differences with patience and humor, finding joy in the shared challenge of understanding one another. Seraph taught Kale the art of Luminarian light communication, while Kale introduced Seraph to the rich tapestries of Noxarian tales, their stories woven with the sounds of cascading waters and rustling leaves. As they spent more time together, Kale and Seraph discovered a shared love for the natural wonders of Luminara. They embarked on journeys across the planet's breathtaking landscapes, from the iridescent fields of bioluminescent flowers to the serene shores of the crystalline lakes. Each adventure strengthened their friendship as they leaned on each other for support and guidance. One evening, as they rested by a glistening lake under a canopy of stars, Seraph spoke with a voice tinged with hope. "Kale, being with you has opened my eyes to the beauty of diversity. Our differences are not barriers, but bridges to deeper understanding." Kale nodded, his heart swelling with warmth. "And you've shown me the power of light and peace, Seraph. Our worlds, though different, share a common core of kindness and connection." Their words lingered in the air, a testament to the friendship they had nurtured. As they watched the twin moons rise, casting silver pathways across the water, they knew they had found something precious. It was a friendship born of the stars, a bond that transcended the vastness of space and the boundaries of species. In each other's company, they discovered that true friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing the beauty of differences and finding unity within diversity. And so on that tranquil night, beneath the starlit sky of Luminara, Kale and Sarah felt a deep sense of peace. They knew that their journey together was just beginning, a journey filled with endless possibilities and the promise of shared dreams. As the night whispered its gentle lullaby, they lay side by side, their hearts aglow with the light of newfound friendship, and drifted into dreams woven with the magic of their shared adventure. Story 25. Once upon a time, deep within the ancient oakwood forest, there lived a young squirrel named Hazelnut. Though small in stature, she possessed a remarkable talent, the ability to communicate with trees. This magical gift allowed her to understand the whispering of the leaves and the creaking of the branches, unlocking a hidden world that few could comprehend. One crisp autumn morning, as Hazelnut scampered along the forest floor, she heard a faint cry for help. Following the sound, she found a tiny acorn lying forgotten beneath a pile of fallen leaves. With her sensitive ears, she could hear the acorn's desperate plea, "Please, help me. I need to find my way home before it's too late." Without hesitation, Hazelnut scooped up the acorn and promised to assist him on his journey. The acorn, grateful for her kindness, introduced himself as Oakley and explained that he was an enchanted seed, destined to grow into a mighty oak tree, but only if he could reach the sacred clearing before the first frost. Hazelnut knew that the clearing was a place of great magic, hidden deep within the heart of the forest. She had heard stories of its power from the ancient oaks, but had never ventured there herself. Nevertheless, she was determined to help her newfound friend, and so their adventure began. As they made their way through the winding paths, they encountered a grumpy old badger named Gruff, who guarded the entrance to a secret tunnel. Gruff refused to let them pass, but Hazelnut's understanding of the trees proved invaluable. She listened intently to the whispers of the nearby willows and discovered that Gruff's favorite food was honey-glazed acorns. With a few well-chosen words, she convinced the willows to drop a batch of their sweetest acorns, and Gruff, unable to resist the tempting treat, granted them safe passage. Deeper into the forest they went, navigating treacherous ravines and crossing gurgling streams. Along the way, they met a wise old owl named Constance, who offered to guide them through the darkest parts of the woods. Constance's keen eyes and vast knowledge of the forest proved invaluable, and she became a trusted friend and mentor to the young squirrel and her acorn companion. As they drew closer to the clearing, they encountered a formidable obstacle, a raging river that barred their path. Hazelnut's heart sank, fearing they would never make it in time, but Oakley, with unwavering determination, shared a secret. He possessed the power to grow into a sturdy bridge, but only for a fleeting moment. Without hesitation, Hazelnut placed Oakley on the riverbank, and he began to sprout and grow, extending his branches across the rushing waters. Hazelnut and Constance quickly scampered across the living bridge, and as soon as they reached the other side, Oakley reverted to his acorn form, safe and sound. Finally, they arrived at the sacred clearing, a breathtaking expanse of lush greenery and ancient trees. As the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, Hazelnut gently placed Oakley in the fertile soil, and the enchanted acorn began to take root. Suddenly, a shimmering light enveloped the clearing, and a majestic figure appeared before them, the ancient spirit of the forest, Gaia. With a warm smile, she thanked Hazelnut for her courage and compassion, for it was her journey that had awakened the magic of the clearing once more. As Gaia's radiant presence faded, Hazelnut watched in awe as Oakley's sprout grew taller and stronger, his branches reaching towards the sky. In that moment, she realized that her friendship with Oakley had not only helped him fulfill his destiny, but had also transformed her own life in ways she could never have imagined. From that day forward, Hazelnut became the guardian of the clearing, using her gift to communicate with the trees and nurture the enchanted forest. And whenever she looked upon the mighty oak that Oakley had become, she was reminded of the power of friendship, perseverance, and the magic that exists within the natural world, if only one has the courage to explore its hidden wonders. The years passed, and Hazelnut's tale became a cherished legend among the creatures of the oakwood forest. It was a story of adventure, friendship, and personal growth, a reminder that even the smallest of beings can achieve great things when they embrace the magic within their hearts and the world around them. In the end, Hazelnut's journey taught her that true transformation often begins with a single step into the unknown, and that the greatest adventures are those that change us forever, leaving an indelible mark on our souls and the lives of those we hold dear. And so, the ancient trees continued to whisper their secrets, weaving tales of courage, friendship, and the enduring power of nature's enchantment passed down from generation to generation, ensuring that the magic of the oakwood forest would never fade. Story 26. In the shimmering depths of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stars danced in an eternal waltz, lay a planet known for its iridescent seas and whispering winds. This planet, called Luminara, was home to the lumens, ethereal beings of light who floated gently above the ground, their bodies glowing with hues that mirrored their emotions. Not far from Luminara, across the cosmic tides, orbited the rugged and industrious planet of Phyrexia. Here, the Phyraxi, sturdy creatures of metal and stone, lived and thrived. With skin like polished steel and eyes that glowed with the warmth of molten lava, they were known for their strength and resilience. One day, a curious lumen named Lyra, who shimmered with the soft light of dawn, decided to venture beyond the familiar skies of Luminara. Her heart, a gentle beacon of curiosity, led her to Phyrexia. She longed to understand the whispers she had heard from the stars about the Phyraxi, those beings so different from her own kind. As Lyra descended upon the rugged terrain of Phyrexia, her glow was a gentle contrast to the planet's metallic sheen. She encountered Zor, a young Phyraxi who was busy constructing a new habitat from blocks of glimmering ore. Zor looked up in surprise, his eyes narrowing skeptically at the floating figure before him. "Who are you?" Zor's voice rumbled like distant thunder, and Lyra's light flickered in response. "I am Lyra from Luminara," she replied softly, her voice like a gentle breeze. "I've come to learn about your world." Zor grunted, unsure of this luminous visitor. "We Phyraxi believe in strength, not light. What use is your glow here?" Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, but she remained hopeful. Perhaps there is more to learn than just strength. Their initial meeting was marked by misunderstanding. Zor couldn't fathom what such a delicate creature could offer, while Lyra found it difficult to see beyond the Phyraxi's imposing exterior. Yet a spark of curiosity lingered between them, a tiny thread of potential connection. Over the following days, Lyra and Zor found themselves facing a shared challenge. An unexpected meteor storm threatened both planets, sending shards of stardust hurtling through space. The lumen's delicate atmosphere and the Phyraxi's robust structures were both at risk. Lyra, with her innate ability to sense the subtle shifts in cosmic winds, could predict the storm's path. But she needed Zor's strength and craftsmanship to construct a device that could shield both their worlds from the impending disaster. As they worked side by side, Zor's hands shaping metal with precision and Lyra guiding him with her gentle light, they began to understand each other. Zor came to appreciate the beauty and insight Lyra brought, her light illuminating the smallest details he had previously overlooked. Lyra, in turn, admired Zor's steadfast determination and the warmth that lay beneath his steely exterior. One evening, as the storm drew near, Zor paused, his eyes reflecting the glow of the setting stars. "Lyra," he began hesitantly, "I see now that your light is not just a glow. It is understanding. It is guidance." Lyra's heart swelled, her light shimmering with an inner warmth. "And your strength, Zor, is more than metal and stone. It is kindness. It is protection." In that shared moment of vulnerability and recognition, a friendship forged in the fires of collaboration and mutual respect was born. As the meteor storm approached, their device, a harmonious blend of lumen light and Phyraxi metal, stood ready. Together they activated it, a radiant barrier enveloping both worlds. The storm's fury was deflected, its force dissipated harmlessly into the cosmos. With the danger past, the lumens and Phyraxi celebrated. Lyra and Zor stood amidst their peoples, their friendship a shining example of what could be achieved when differences were embraced rather than feared. In the quiet aftermath, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Lyra and Zor sat together on a hill overlooking the planet. The night was tranquil, the air filled with the soft rustle of feroxy leaves and the distant song of lumen winds. "Thank you, Lyra," Zor said, his voice now gentle as the night, "for showing me the light." Lyra smiled, her glow a warm embrace. "And thank you, Zor, for teaching me the strength within." And so, under the watchful gaze of 1,000 stars, two unlikely companions from different worlds discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their bond, a tapestry woven with threads of light and metal, strength and gentleness, would forever light the path for those who dared to look beyond the surface and into the heart. Story 27. In a secluded corner of the world, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets and the rustling leaves spoke in ancient tongues, lay the Enchanted Grove. It was said that the grove was as old as time itself, its heart pulsing with the magic of the earth. Here, the trees stretched their limbs towards the sky, their leaves shimmering with hues of emerald and gold. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where carpets of moss cushioned the footsteps of its inhabitants. In this mystical grove lived a community of creatures, each with their own place in the intricate tapestry of life. There was Bramble, the wise old tortoise, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries, and Willow, the graceful deer with eyes like pools of liquid amber. Fluttering above them was Zephyr, the iridescent butterfly, whose wings caught the light like fragments of a rainbow. Each morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, the creatures gathered by the whispering pool, a crystal-clear spring nestled at the grove's center. Its waters were said to hold the memories of the forest, reflecting the past and foretelling the future. Here they shared the news of the day, their voices a soft chorus that mingled with the gentle babble of the stream. The seasons turned with the rhythm of an ancient song, each bringing its own magic to the grove. Spring arrived with a symphony of blossoms, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the promise of new beginnings. Summer followed, draping the grove in a lush, verdant cloak while the sun painted golden patterns on the forest floor. Autumn came with a blaze of color, the leaves a tapestry of amber, red, and gold, whispering tales of the past as they fell. And then winter, with its quiet beauty, blanketed the grove in snow, the world hushed and serene. Despite the harmony that reigned in the grove, there was a growing unease among its inhabitants. The seasons had begun to shift unpredictably, their boundaries blurred. Spring rains lingered into summer, and autumn's chill crept in too soon. The creatures whispered of an imbalance, a disturbance in the natural order that threatened their way of life. Gathered by the whispering pool, the creatures turned to Bramble for guidance. The wise tortoise closed his eyes, listening to the murmurs of the water, the rustle of the leaves, and the soft sigh of the wind. When he spoke, his voice was like the gentle crackle of autumn leaves underfoot. "We must seek the counsel of the elder tree," Bramble said, his eyes opening to reveal the wisdom of the ages. "It stands at the heart of the forest, where the lines between our world and the magic beyond are thinnest." The elder tree was a being of legend, its roots intertwined with the very essence of the earth. It was said to be the guardian of the grove, holding the knowledge of the ages within its ancient bark. But reaching the elder tree was no simple task, for it lay deep within the forest, where few dared to venture. Determined to restore balance to their home, a small band of creatures set out on the journey. Bramble led the way, his steady pace guided by an inner compass tuned to the whisper of the earth. Willow followed, her elegant steps silent on the forest floor, while Zephyr flitted above, a flash of color against the canopy. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, the light dimmer. The trees loomed larger, their trunks gnarled and twisted like ancient sentinels. But the companions pressed on, their hearts buoyed by the knowledge of their purpose. At last they reached the clearing where the elder tree stood, its towering form casting a shadow that stretched across the ground like a protective embrace. Its bark was silvered with age, and its leaves shimmered with a light that seemed to come from within. As the creatures approached, the elder tree stirred, its branches rustling like 1,000 whispers. "We seek your wisdom, Ancient One," Bramble said, bowing his head in respect. "The seasons falter, and the balance of our grove is in peril. The elder tree's voice was a deep, resonant hum, like the echo of 1,000 years. Long has it been since the balance was first set, and long have the cycles of nature turned in harmony. Yet the world beyond has changed, its touch reaching even here. The creatures listened intently as the elder tree spoke of the changes wrought by time and the actions of those who lived beyond the grove. The balance of nature was delicate, it explained, a dance between creation and renewal, growth and decay. To restore harmony, they must remind the grove of its ancient rhythms, rekindling the magic that lay dormant beneath the surface. Guided by the elder tree's wisdom, the creatures returned to their home. Together they worked to weave the threads of balance anew. Bramble shared the tales etched upon his shell, stories of old that spoke of harmony and unity. Willow, with her gentle grace, led the creatures in a dance of renewal, their movements echoing the cycles of the seasons. Zephyr, with a flutter of her wings, scattered seeds of hope across the grove, each one a promise of new life. As they worked, the grove began to change. The air grew warmer, the light brighter, and the trees seemed to sigh with relief. The seasons settled into their familiar patterns, each one flowing seamlessly into the next. Spring returned with its blossoms, summer with its warmth, autumn with its colors, and winter with its quiet peace. With the balance restored, the creatures gathered once more by the whispering pool. The water sparkled in the sunlight, its surface a mirror that reflected the harmony they had achieved. As they looked upon it, they saw not only their own images, but the faces of those who had come before, each one a part of the tapestry of life. The grove was whole again, its magic renewed and its future secure. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of gold and crimson, the creatures settled into their nests and burrows, their hearts at peace. In the stillness of the night, as stars twinkled overhead and the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, the grove whispered a lullaby of gratitude and love. It was a song that echoed through the ages, a reminder of the strength found in unity, the power of wisdom, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as the creatures drifted into slumber, they knew that they were part of something greater, a legacy of harmony and balance that would endure for generations to come. Story 28. In a secluded nook of the ancient forest, where sunlight trickled through a canopy of whispering leaves and the air was infused with the earthy aroma of moss and wildflowers, there lay a realm untouched by time. Here, the natural creatures lived in a hidden harmony, their lives intertwined with the subtle magic of the seasons. It was the gentle time of early autumn, when the trees wore crowns of gold and crimson, and the crisp air carried the scent of fallen leaves. Among these trees, a wise old owl named Brindle perched upon a sturdy branch. His feathers were a tapestry of brown and white, his eyes pools of amber that reflected the wisdom of countless moons. Brindle was revered among the forest dwellers for his knowledge of the ancient ways, passed down from owl to owl through generations. He understood the rhythms of the forest, the silken dance of the seasons, and the delicate balance that held the natural world in harmony. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Brindle gathered the creatures of the forest for a council. The rustling of tiny paws and the gentle flutter of wings filled the air as they assembled around the base of the great oak where Brindle made his home. There was Luna, the silver-furred fox with eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed cobwebs. Beside her sat Thistle, the hedgehog, whose quills were as soft as the downy seeds of a dandelion. Perched nearby was a pair of jays, azure and indigo, their feathers a dazzling mosaic of blues. "My dear friends," Brindle began, his voice a soothing murmur that wrapped around them like a warm blanket, "the time of transition is upon us. As the leaves turn and the days grow shorter, we must remember the ways of our ancestors, who taught us to live in harmony with the world around us." Luna, her ears perked with curiosity, asked, "What do you mean, Brindle? How can we ensure that the forest remains in balance?" Brindle nodded, his eyes twinkling with gentle amusement. "Ah, Luna, it is through understanding and respect that we maintain our harmony. Each creature, each plant has a role to play in this great tapestry of life. We must listen to the whispers of the forest, for it speaks to us through the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks." As the council continued, Brindle shared tales of the past, stories of how the creatures of the forest had weathered storms and droughts by working together. His words painted vivid pictures in their minds, of rivers that sang with the laughter of raindrops, of trees that swayed like dancers in the wind, and of the moon that watched over them all with a silver gaze. The night deepened, and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. The creatures listened intently, their hearts warmed by the camaraderie and the timeless wisdom being shared. Brindle spoke of the importance of each season, how spring brought renewal, summer abundance, autumn reflection, and winter rest. Each season has its magic, Brindle explained, and it is through this magic that we learn and grow. The changes we see are not to be feared but embraced, for they bring new opportunities and lessons. Thistle, his voice a gentle rustle, asked, "And what of the coming winter? Brindle, how shall we prepare?" Brindle's gaze softened as he replied, "Winter is a time of quiet and contemplation. We gather what we need, but we also remember to share and support one another. There is strength in unity, and by caring for each other, we ensure that the forest thrives." As the meeting drew to a close, the creatures felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. They understood that by living in harmony with the land and with each other, they honored the magic of the forest and the wisdom of those who had come before them. With the dawn approaching, the creatures began to disperse, returning to their nests and burrows, their hearts full of gratitude. Luna lingered a moment longer, looking up at Brindle with a soft smile. "Thank you, Brindle," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Your words have filled us with hope and understanding." Brindle nodded, a gentle pride swelling within him. "Remember, dear Luna, the forest is our home, and it is through kindness and wisdom that we keep it alive." As Luna turned to leave, the first rays of sunlight touched the forest, painting it in hues of gold. The promise of a new day unfolded, and with it, the assurance that the harmony of the forest would continue, guided by the gentle wisdom of its inhabitants. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures lived in peace, their lives a testament to the enduring power of friendship, understanding, and the natural wonder of the world around them. Story 29. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and mist-laden forests, there lived a young boy named Alden. He was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart as open as the sky. Alden loved to wander the cobblestone streets, letting his imagination roam free while he dreamed of the extraordinary. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, Alden ambled down a forgotten path behind the old mill. There, hidden beneath a canopy of golden leaves, he discovered a peculiar object, a small, ornate key, shimmering with an otherworldly light. Its intricate design seemed to dance under the sun's gentle caress, as if it held a secret longing to be unlocked. With the key cradled in his palm, Alden felt a gentle tug in his heart, urging him to seek out what this mysterious object might open. His journey led him to the village library, a grand old building of stone and ivy, where the air was thick with the scent of parchment and the whisper of stories untold. Inside, Alden was greeted by the kindly librarian, Mr. Thistlewood, a man with a beard as white as snow and eyes that twinkled like stars. "Ah, Alden," Mr. Thistlewood said with a knowing smile, "I see you have found the key of whimsy." "The key of whimsy?" Alden asked, curiosity piqued. "Indeed," replied Mr. Thistlewood, leading Alden to a dusty, forgotten corner of the library. There, nestled between ancient tomes and cobwebbed shelves, stood an old, unassuming door. Many have sought its secrets, but only those with a pure heart can reveal its true magic. Alden's fingers trembled with anticipation as he inserted the key into the lock. The door creaked open, revealing a hidden room bathed in a warm, golden glow. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves overflowing with books, each one humming with the gentle pulse of magic. In the center of the room sat an enchanting armchair, its fabric woven with threads of moonlight and dreams. As Alden stepped inside, the room seemed to breathe with life. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair, carrying with it the sweet scent of lavender and honey. He settled into the armchair, and as he did, the books began to flutter open, their pages turning as if guided by invisible hands. The books shared tales of wonder and wisdom, of lands where stars sang lullabies and rivers flowed with laughter. Alden learned of a world where kindness and friendship were the greatest magic of all, and where challenges were met not with force, but with understanding and compassion. Days turned into weeks, and Alden's visits to the hidden room became a cherished ritual. The stories he read filled him with warmth and a deep sense of peace, weaving a tapestry of dreams that colored his days. He shared these tales with the villagers, and slowly, the spirit of the stories spread throughout Willowbrook, binding the community together with threads of kindness and joy. With each story, Alden's heart grew wiser and more open. He learned to see the beauty in the ordinary and to find magic in the simple acts of everyday life. The villagers, inspired by his tales, began to look at the world through eyes of wonder, discovering hidden treasures in the most unexpected places. One day, as Alden sat in the enchanted room, he noticed a new book on the shelf, its spine glistening like the morning sun. It was a story of a boy who had stumbled upon a magical key, and through it had discovered the true power of friendship and the boundless possibilities of a kind heart. Alden smiled, feeling the warmth of the room wrap around him like a comforting embrace. He realized that the true magic lay not in the key or the hidden room, but in the connections he had forged and the love he had shared. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Alden sat in the armchair, surrounded by the gentle rustle of pages and the soft glow of the enchanted room. He closed his eyes, letting the warmth of the stories fill his dreams, knowing that in his heart he carried the magic of the Key of Whimsy wherever he went. The village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by the gentle magic of Alden's tales. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, a soft, contented sigh could be heard, as if the very world was settling into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the timeless magic of kindness and wonder. Story 30. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies to the stars, there lay a quaint little village called Moonshadow Hollow. The village was a patchwork of cobblestone paths and thatched rooftops, with chimneys puffing gentle threads of smoke that blended with the evening mist. The villagers lived simple, peaceful lives, tending to their gardens and crafting beautiful trinkets from the wood's bounty. One crisp autumn evening, as the first stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the dusky sky, an unusual thing happened. The village clock tower, which had stood stalwart for centuries, began to chime at irregular intervals. The bells rang out a strange melody, not unpleasant, but certainly unexpected. The villagers, wrapped in their cozy shawls and sipping on warm cider, exchanged puzzled glances. At the heart of this curious mystery was young Iris, a keen observer with a heart full of kindness and curiosity. Iris lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her gentle smile and deep knowledge of the forest's secrets. Together, they ran the village's small apothecary, where they brewed potions and remedies that brought comfort to all who visited. As the clock's melody continued to drift through the air, Iris felt a gentle tug of intrigue. She decided to seek the wisdom of the village's most revered mentor, Old Whiskers, a sage tortoiseshell cat with eyes like liquid amber. Old Whiskers had been around for longer than any of the elders could remember, and his advice was always sprinkled with ancient insight. Iris found Old Whiskers lounging on the sun-warmed stones of the village square. He stretched leisurely and blinked at her in a manner that suggested he had been expecting her. "Ah, Iris," he purred. "You've come to inquire about the clock, have you not?" Iris nodded, her cheeks rosy with the chill of the evening. "Yes, Old Whiskers. The clock has been chiming so strangely. I thought you might know why." The cat settled back into a comfortable curl, his fur gleaming in the moonlight. "The Whispering Woods holds many secrets," he began, his voice a soft rumble. "And sometimes it chooses to speak through unexpected means. The clock is merely its voice today." Intrigued, Iris leaned closer. "But why would the woods choose to speak now, and through the clock?" Old Whiskers pondered this for a moment, his tail flicking thoughtfully. "There is a time for every tale to unfold, my dear. Perhaps the woods have noticed something amiss, and the clock is its way of guiding us to find it." Taking the sage feline's words to heart, Iris decided to explore the woods the next morning, hoping to uncover the mystery behind the clock's peculiar song. She wrapped herself in a woolen scarf, her steps crunching softly on the carpet of golden leaves as she ventured deeper into the forest. As she wandered, Iris met various magical creatures, each offering her a piece of the puzzle. A family of fireflies, glowing like tiny lanterns, led her to a hidden glade where the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle. There, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. Curiosity piqued. Iris opened the box to find it empty, save for a single shimmering feather. Just then, a soft voice like the rustling of leaves spoke from above. It was Eldrin, the wise old owl who had watched over the forest for generations. "Ah, you've found the Feather of Echoes," he hooted kindly. "It holds the power to translate the whispers of the forest." Iris, realizing she was close to understanding the mystery, asked Eldrin to join her back in the village. With the feather gently secured in her pocket, they returned to Moonshadow Hollow. Standing beneath the clock tower, Iris held the feather aloft, and the air seemed to shimmer with anticipation. To her amazement, the clock's chimes transformed into a gentle, melodic voice, clear as the morning dew. "Seek the hidden grove where the first frost meets the last bloom," it sang. "There lies the answer to the harmony of time." With renewed determination, Iris set off once more, following the song's cryptic guidance. She journeyed to the edge of the whispering woods, where the first frost kissed the petals of late-blooming daisies. It was here, in this serene embrace of the seasons, that she discovered the missing piece, a small, forgotten sundial, its face covered in a delicate film of frost. Brushing the frost away, Iris noticed the sundial's intricate engravings, which mirrored the pattern on the wooden box. Realizing their connection, she placed the sundial within the box, and a soft glow enveloped them both. The woods filled with a harmonious hum, and the village clock resumed its familiar, comforting chime. Back in Moonshadow Hollow, the villagers gathered around Iris, their faces alight with joy and relief. Old Whiskers purred contentedly at her feet, his eyes twinkling with approval. "You have restored the balance, my dear," he said, his voice a gentle rumble. "The woods and the village are in harmony once more." As the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts warmed by Iris's bravery and the forest's gentle guidance, the moon cast a silvery glow over the village. Iris, cradled in her grandmother's arms by the fire, felt a deep sense of peace. The mystery had been solved, not with haste or force, but with understanding and friendship. And so, in Moonshadow Hollow, where the stars twinkled like old friends and the trees sang softly to the night, the village settled into a tranquil slumber, knowing that their world was once again in perfect harmony. Story 31. In a quaint village nestled between gentle, rolling hills and shimmering fields of lavender, a young girl named Leora lived with her grandmother, whom everyone affectionately called Nana. Their home, a cozy cottage with ivy-clad brick walls and a thatched roof, was perched at the edge of a fragrant meadow, where poppies and wildflowers danced with the breeze, and the air always carried the soft hum of bees and the sweet scent of honey. Leora had always been drawn to the stories her grandmother told by the fireplace, especially those about their ancestors. As evening fell, the warm glow of the hearth would cast flickering shadows on the old stone walls, and Nana's voice would weave tales of magic and mystery, of traditions that seemed to shimmer with the glow of long-forgotten times. One chilly autumn evening, as leaves rustled like whispers outside, Nana beckoned Leora closer. "There is something I haven't shared with you, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "It is time you learn about the legacy of our family." Leora leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Nana reached into a wooden chest that had sat, unassuming, in the corner of the room for as long as Leora could remember. From its depths she retrieved a bundle wrapped in soft, worn cloth. As she unfolded it, Leora saw a necklace unlike any she'd seen before. A pendant, shaped like a crescent moon, hung from a chain of intricately woven silver threads. The moon seemed to glow with an inner light, and within its curve lay a small, translucent stone, capturing the warmth of the firelight. "This," said Nana, "is the Moonstone Amulet. It has been passed down through generations, each bearer learning its secret and carrying its wisdom." Leora touched the amulet gently, feeling a surprising warmth emanating from it, a warmth that seemed to seep into her very being. "What is its secret, Nana?" she asked, her voice a mix of awe and reverence. Nana smiled, her gaze distant as if seeing through the veil of time. "Our ancestors believed that the amulet holds the power to connect us with our past, to guide us in times of uncertainty, and to remind us of the strength that comes from our roots. It is said to awaken the wisdom within." The following morning, Leora set out to explore the village, the amulet resting against her heart. As she walked along the cobbled paths, she felt a newfound connection to her surroundings. The ancient oak trees whispered her name, their leaves rustling in a language she felt she almost understood. Her journey led her to the village's old library, a place she often visited, but now saw with fresh eyes. The librarian, a gentle soul named Mr. Alden, greeted her with a knowing smile. "Ah, I see you've discovered your heritage," he said, nodding towards the amulet. "How do you know about it?" Leora asked, surprised. Mr. Alden chuckled softly, the sound akin to the rustling pages of a beloved book. "Your family has always been special, Leora. The amulet is part of a legacy that ties you to the land and its stories. Would you like to learn more?" Together they delved into the dusty tomes and scrolls, uncovering tales of their ancestors, guardians of peace and harmony, who used their wisdom to nurture the village and its people. Leora learned of festivals that celebrated the cycles of the moon, of rituals that honored the seasons and the earth's bounty. Each story wove a tapestry of belonging, a reminder of the rich heritage that was now hers to cherish. As days turned into weeks, Leora found herself blossoming with a sense of purpose. She organized gatherings where she shared these stories, reviving traditions that had lain dormant. The village, once quaint and quiet, now buzzed with the vibrant energy of community and connection. One evening, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Leora stood before her friends and family, the moonstone amulet gleaming in the moonlight. "Our past is a bridge to our present," she said, her voice carrying the warmth of the hearth. "It teaches us that we are never alone, that the strength of those who came before us flows through our veins." Nana, watching from her favorite chair, nodded in approval, her heart swelling with pride. For in Leora she saw the continuation of their legacy, a legacy of wisdom, friendship, and love. As the night enveloped the village in its gentle embrace, Leora felt a deep peace settle within her. She had found her place, her purpose, and her connection to the world. And as she looked up at the moon, she knew it was only the beginning of a journey filled with wonder and discovery. In that timeless moment, Leora understood that the amulet's true magic lay not in the stone, but in the stories it inspired, the bonds it strengthened, and the light it shone on the path ahead. And with that knowledge, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by dreams of a legacy that would guide her always. Story 32. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between the rolling emerald hills and the whispering silver streams, there lived a young woman named Leora. She was known for her gentle spirit and her love for tending to the village's vibrant gardens. Yet, despite the outward beauty she nurtured, Leora carried a quiet turmoil within her heart. She felt trapped in her own hesitations, apprehensive of the changes she sensed were necessary for her growth. The village was alive with the aromas of blooming jasmine and the soft rustle of leaves that danced with the breeze. The sun, a golden disk in the azure sky, cast a warm, comforting glow upon the cobblestone paths. Leora often found solace in her garden, where she would lose herself in the symphony of bees and the delicate flutters of butterflies. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree. Its branches swayed gently, whispering ancient secrets of the earth. The air was cool, carrying with it the scent of rain-soaked earth. Leora sighed, her heart heavy with the longing for something she couldn't quite name. She wished for courage, for the ability to embrace the changes she yearned for but feared. As the stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across the velvet sky, a soft, melodious voice reached her ears. It was Aidan, the village storyteller, known for his tales that warmed even the coldest of nights. His eyes, kind and full of wisdom, met Leora's as he approached, carrying with him a lantern that glowed with a soft, golden light. "Leora," he greeted with a warm smile, "I see the willow has found another kindred spirit tonight." Leora managed a small smile. "The willow listens when I cannot find the words to speak. she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Aiden nodded, understanding her unspoken fears. He settled beside her, the lantern casting a gentle glow around them. "Do you know," he began, "that within the heart of this willow lies a magic that mirrors the growth we seek within ourselves?" Leora looked at him with curiosity. "Magic?" she echoed, a flicker of intrigue lighting her eyes. Aiden nodded again. "The kind of magic that transforms us from within, just as the seasons transform the world around us. But to see it, one must have the courage to seek it." That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the soft rustle of the willow's leaves echoed in her mind. Her dreams were filled with visions of shimmering lights and whispered promises of change. The following morning, the village awoke to a sky painted in golden hues. Leora, inspired by Aiden's words, decided to venture into the forest that bordered the village. It was a place she had always admired from afar, its dense canopy a tapestry of greens and browns, with sunlight streaming through like threads of gold. As she walked, the forest welcomed her with open arms. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of moss. Birds chirped melodiously, and the leaves crunched softly beneath her feet. It was here, amidst the towering trees and the symphony of nature, that Leora felt a stirring within her, a gentle nudge towards something new. Deeper into the woods, she discovered a small clearing, where the sunlight kissed the earth with a warmth that seeped into her soul. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, yet emanating a quiet strength. It was here that Leora felt compelled to pause, to listen. As she closed her eyes, the world around her faded, replaced by a profound silence that spoke directly to her heart. It was then she heard it, a faint melodious hum that seemed to resonate with her very being. Opening her eyes, she was greeted by a sight that took her breath away. The oak tree before her shimmered, its bark glowing with an ethereal light that pulsed like a heartbeat. In that moment, Leora understood. The magic Aiden spoke of wasn't something external. It was a reflection of her own inner journey. The tree mirrored her potential for growth, the courage she needed to embrace the changes she feared. The transformation she longed for was already within her, waiting to be embraced. Days turned into weeks, and Leora returned to the clearing often, each visit strengthening her resolve. With the support of Aiden and the gentle guidance of the forest, she began to shed her fears like autumn leaves, allowing new dreams to take root. The villagers noticed the change in Leora. Her eyes sparkled with newfound confidence, her laughter a melody that spoke of joy and peace. The gardens she tended flourished under her care, vibrant and alive, reflecting the transformation within her. One evening, as the village gathered around the crackling fire, Aiden shared a story of a young woman who found magic in the whispers of the forest. As Leora listened, surrounded by the warmth of friendship and the glow of the firelight, she realized that her journey had only just begun. The fear of change had once held her captive, but through the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of friends, she discovered the beauty of personal growth. Leora understood now that change was not something to fear, but a path to self-discovery, guided by the magic within. And so, under the starlit sky of Willowbrook, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude and peace. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with courage and grace, for she had found the magic within her own soul. Story 33. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the gentle breeze, and the stars above twinkled like scattered diamonds, lay the quaint village of Meadowbrook. The village was a haven of warmth and serenity, where cobblestone paths meandered through lush gardens brimming with wildflowers, and the sweet scent of honeysuckle lingered in the air. The villagers of Meadowbrook were a close-knit community, and among them was a curious young girl named Lila. With her chestnut curls and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, Lila was known for her insatiable desire to understand the world around her. She often spent her days exploring the nooks and crannies of the whispering woods, where she would listen to the songs of the birds and watch the sunlight dance through the leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of dawn stretched across the sky, Lila noticed something peculiar. In the center of the village square, where a majestic old oak tree stood, There was a circle of mushrooms that had appeared overnight. The mushrooms were unlike any she had seen before, their caps shimmering with the colors of the rainbow, casting a gentle glow that seemed to pulse with an enchanting rhythm. The villagers gathered around in wonder, whispering amongst themselves. Some thought it was a gift from the woodland spirits, while others speculated it was a sign of something amiss. Lila, intrigued by the mystery, decided to investigate further. As the sun climbed higher, warming the earth with its golden embrace, Lila set off towards the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. Her path was lined with the vibrant colors of fallen leaves, crunching softly beneath her feet. She felt a sense of purpose, her heart alight with the thrill of discovery. Within the depths of the woods, Lila came across her dear friend, Finn, a wise old fox known for his vast knowledge of the forest's many secrets. Finn's fur was a rich auburn, blending seamlessly with the autumn hues, and his eyes sparkled with a knowing light. "Good morning, Finn," Lila greeted, her voice as bright as the morning itself. "Have you seen the circle of mushrooms in the village square? I've never seen anything like it before." Finn nodded thoughtfully, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. "Ah, the mushrooms. They are indeed a curious sight. It is said that such circles are created by the forest guardians, magical creatures who watch over the woods and its inhabitants." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Forest guardians? What do they want?" Finn sat back on his haunches, his gaze turning contemplative. "The forest guardians communicate through signs and symbols, often when something is out of balance. Perhaps they are trying to tell us something." Determined to uncover the truth, Lila decided to follow the trail of clues. Finn, ever the faithful companion, joined her on the journey. Together, they delved deeper into the whispering woods, guided by the soft rustling of leaves and the gentle whispers of the wind. As they walked, they encountered a host of woodland creatures, each offering bits of wisdom and guidance. There was Bella, the wise old owl who perched high in a silver birch, her eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "Seek the heart of the forest," she hooted softly. "There you will find the answers you seek." And so Lila and Finn journeyed on, their path illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the canopy above. The forest was alive with magic, the air humming with the symphony of nature. Lila felt a deep sense of connection to the world around her, her heart swelling with gratitude for the beauty that surrounded her. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, they reached the heart of the forest. It was a tranquil glade, where a crystal-clear stream babbled merrily over smooth stones, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wild jasmine. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with intricate runes that glowed softly in the fading light. Lila approached the stones with reverence, her fingertips tracing the delicate carvings. Suddenly, the air shimmered with a gentle light, and before her appeared a figure cloaked in the colors of the forest. It was one of the forest guardians, its form shifting like dappled sunlight through the leaves. Its eyes, deep and wise, met Lila's with a gaze that seemed to pierce into her very soul. "Child of the forest," the guardian spoke, its voice a melodious whisper that echoed through the glade. "The circle of mushrooms is a call for balance. The harmony of our world is threatened by the unchecked growth of the shadow vines." Lila listened intently, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. She had heard of the shadow vines, creeping plants that sapped the life from the land, but she had never seen them with her own eyes. "What can we do to help?" she asked, her voice steady and sure. The guardian smiled, a gentle light in its eyes. "With knowledge and friendship, the darkness can be overcome. Seek out the Heartstone, hidden within the caves of the Silver Mountains. It holds the power to restore balance." With a nod of understanding, Lila and Finn set off once more, their path lit by the silvery glow of the moon. The journey to the Silver Mountains was long, but with each step, Lila felt a growing sense of purpose. A fire kindled in her heart. As they climbed the rugged terrain, the air grew crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and mountain thyme. In the distance, the peaks rose majestically against the star-studded sky, their snow-capped summits glistening like jewels. At last, they reached the entrance to the caves, a yawning mouth in the mountainside that beckoned them forward. Inside, the air was cool and damp, the walls glistening with veins of silver that caught the light of their lantern. Deeper and deeper they ventured, guided by the gentle glow of bioluminescent fungi that lined the cave walls like tiny stars. At last, they came upon a hidden chamber, where the Heartstone lay nestled upon a bed of moss and crystal. The Heartstone was a magnificent gem, its surface swirling with colors that seemed to shift and dance like the northern lights. As Lila reached out to touch it, a warmth spread through her fingers, filling her with a sense of peace and harmony. With the Heartstone in hand, Lila and Finn made their way back to the heart of the forest. The Guardian awaited them, its form shimmering with gratitude and joy. "Thank you, brave ones," the Guardian spoke, its voice filled with warmth. "With the Heartstone, the balance will be restored, and the shadow vines will wither away." As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the Guardian raised the Heartstone to the sky. A radiant light burst forth, spreading through the forest like a wave of hope and renewal. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the trees sighed with relief as the shadow vines shriveled and disappeared. Lila and Finn watched in wonder, their hearts filled with the joy of a world made whole once more. The Guardian turned to them, a smile upon its ethereal face. "Remember, dear ones, that the greatest magic lies within the bonds of friendship and the light of wisdom." With those words, the Guardian faded into the morning mist, leaving behind a world renewed and a village forever grateful. As Lila and Finn made their way back to Meadowbrook, the villagers greeted them with cheers and laughter, their hearts lifted by the magic of the forest. And so, life in Meadowbrook continued, warmed by the bonds of friendship and the gentle wisdom of the whispering woods. The circle of mushrooms remained in the village square, a reminder of the magic and mystery that lay just beyond the edge of their world. And each night, as the stars winked down from the velvet sky, Lila would sit by her window, dreaming of the wonders that awaited her in the heart of the forest, knowing that with courage and friendship, anything was possible. Story 34. In a village nestled between the twinkling stars and a moonlit river, there was a place called Tinseltown. It was unlike any village you might imagine, for Tinseltown was alive with the kind of magic that made laughter echo like bells, and dreams float through the air like soap bubbles catching the sunlight. At the heart of this village was a cobblestone square, where every morning the villagers gathered to swap stories and sprinkle the day with joy. In this square stood a curious little shop with a bright purple door and windows lined with sunflowers that seemed to nod in agreement with the breeze. This was the workshop of Professor Whiffle, an inventor with a nose for nonsense and a heart full of kindness. Professor Whiffle was known for his wild, curly hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, much like the peculiar inventions he crafted. He wore round spectacles that magnified his twinkling eyes, and a patchwork coat with pockets that jingled with every movement. You see, Professor Whiffle had a special gift. He could hear the whispers of magic in the most mundane of things and turn them into something extraordinary. One sunny morning, as Professor Whiffle was busy inventing a machine that could tickle clouds into giggling showers of rain, an unexpected visitor appeared at his doorstep. It was Maisie, a young girl with a crown of daisies nestled in her hair and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Maisie had a knack for befriending every creature she met, from the tiniest ant to the grandest owl. "Professor Whiffle," Maisie called, her voice a melody of excitement and urgency. "Something peculiar is happening in the village. The colors are disappearing." Professor Whiffle looked up from his work with a puzzled frown. He peered out the window and saw the flowers turning gray, the sky losing its blue, and the cobblestones fading to a dull monotone. Even the sun seemed to have misplaced its golden hue. "Oh dear, this is quite the conundrum," exclaimed Professor Whiffle, adjusting his spectacles. "We must find a way to bring the colors back before the village turns into a black and white painting." Maisie nodded, her face set with determination. "But how do we do that?" Professor Whiffle tapped his chin thoughtfully. "We'll need to think outside the box, or rather, outside the rainbow." Together, they set off on an adventure through Tinseltown, seeking clues from the whimsical villagers. They visited Percy, the jolly baker, whose bread loaves danced with cinnamon swirls, and asked him if he had noticed anything unusual. Why, yes, Percy chuckled, brushing flour from his apron. The other day, my dough refused to rise without a good night story. Perhaps the colors have their own tales to tell. With this new insight, Maisie and Professor Whiffle decided to consult the wisest creature in the village, Old Willow, the ancient tree who stood at the edge of the forest, her branches laden with secrets and stories of the past. As they approached, Old Willow's leaves rustled in a gentle welcome. "Ah, young ones," she greeted in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I have been waiting for you. The colors have been borrowed by the mischievous windlings, playful spirits who adore a good riddle." Professor Whiffle's eyes lit up with understanding. "Of course, the windlings! They must have taken the colors for a bit of fun." Maisie giggled, imagining the windlings painting the skies with their fingers. "But how do we convince them to bring the colors back?" Old Willow smiled, her branches swaying with amusement. "The windlings love a challenge. If you can solve their riddles, they will return what they have borrowed." And so, with Old Willow's guidance, Maisie and Professor Whiffle concocted a plan. They crafted a series of clever riddles and set them adrift on the breeze, hoping to catch the windlings' attention. The first riddle read, "What has a face but no eyes, a mouth but never speaks, and is always running?" No sooner had the riddle left Professor Whiffle's lips than a gust of wind swirled around them, giggling as it answered, "A clock!" With each riddle solved, colors began to seep back into the world. The sky regained its azure hue, the flowers bloomed in vibrant shades, and the sun once more shone with warmth and light. The final riddle was the trickiest of all. "I am not alive but grow. I don't have lungs but need air. I have no mouth but water kills me. What am I?" The windlings paused in their playful dance, pondering the question. Then, with a whoosh of realization, they exclaimed, "Fire!" With that answer, the village of Tinseltown burst into a kaleidoscope of colors more brilliant than ever before. The windlings, delighted by the game, twirled through the air, scattering laughter like confetti, and promised to visit again, but only for a game of riddles, never to cause mischief. Professor Whiffle and Maisie returned to the cobblestone square, where the villagers gathered to celebrate the return of their colorful world. There was music and dancing, and even the clouds joined in, showering the village with gentle, rainbow-tinted rain. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over Tinseltown, Maisie and Professor Whiffle sat beneath Old Willow, their hearts light with the joy of friendship and adventure. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, they knew that in their village, magic was always just a riddle away. In Tinseltown, where laughter and dreams wove the fabric of life, every night ended with a promise that tomorrow would bring new wonders and a sprinkle of magic to warm the heart and spark the imagination. Story 35. Once upon a twilight, nestled deep within the whispering woods, a family of rabbits emerged from their cozy burrow, their noses twitching at the crisp evening air. The elder rabbit, with fur the color of fallen leaves and eyes that shone with ancient wisdom, beckoned her younglings closer with a gentle thump of her hind leg. "Gather round, my little ones," she said in a soothing tone that seemed to blend with the night's gentle breeze. "Tonight, we celebrate the first frost of autumn, a sacred time when the forest prepares for its long winter's rest." The young rabbits huddled close, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elder began to weave a tale as enchanting as the dance of the fireflies that flickered around them. Long ago, when these woods were but seedlings, there lived a spirit known as the Frost Keeper. She was the guardian of the changing seasons, ushering in the chill of winter with a gentle sweep of her crystalline wand. On this night, she would glide through the forest, leaving behind a shimmering trail of frost that coated every leaf, every twig, and every blade of grass. The woodland creatures, great and small, would gather to witness this magical transformation, for they knew that the Frost Keeper's touch was a signal of harmony and balance. As the forest slumbered beneath its icy blanket, the animals would burrow deep, conserving their energy and allowing the land to replenish itself for the spring to come. The elder paused, her whiskers twitching as she gestured towards the nearby stream, where delicate patterns of ice were beginning to form along the banks. The young rabbits gasped in delight, their eyes reflecting the glittering crystals that seemed to dance in the moonlight. Listen closely, my little ones, the elder continued, her voice lowering to a hushed whisper. If you stay very still and open your hearts to the magic of the forest, you might just catch a glimpse of the Frost Keeper herself, leaving her shimmering trail as she glides among the trees. A hush fell over the small gathering, and for a moment the only sounds were the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft burbling of the stream. Suddenly, a glittering mist began to swirl around them, catching the moonbeams and casting an ethereal glow upon the forest floor. The young rabbits watched in breathless wonder as the mist coalesced into a graceful figure, her gown shimmering like freshly fallen snow, her steps leaving behind a sparkling trail of frost. The Frost Keeper smiled down at them, her face radiant and ageless, before continuing on her way, weaving her icy magic through the slumbering woods. As the last glimmers of her passing faded into the night, the elder rabbit turned to her spellbound younglings, her eyes shining with the same ancient wisdom that had been passed down through countless generations. "Remember this night, my little ones," she whispered. "Remember the magic of the Frost Keeper and the balance she brings to our beloved forest. For as long as we respect and cherish the cycles of nature, the harmony of these woods will endure, season after season, forever and evermore." With those words, the family of rabbits retreated to their burrow, their hearts filled with wonder and a deep reverence for the natural world that surrounded them. And as they drifted off to sleep, the gentle whispers of the whispering woods seemed to carry the echoes of the Frost Keeper's passing, a timeless symphony of nature's eternal dance. Story 36. In the heart of a sprawling emerald forest, where the whisper of leaves formed a gentle symphony, there lived a young woman named Lyra. She was known throughout the village at the edge of the woods for her kind heart and gentle disposition. Yet she carried within her a quiet restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the familiar paths of her life. The villagers spoke of the Enchanted Glade, a mystical part of the forest where the air shimmered with a silvery light, and the very earth seemed to hum with a quiet, powerful magic. It was said that those who entered the glade emerged changed, having discovered something profound within themselves. Lyra often found herself gazing into the forest, her heart caught between the comfort of her known world and the pull of the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked through the canopy, painting the forest floor with patches of golden light, Lyra decided to seek out the glade. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the distant call of a sparrow, creating a melody that seemed to urge her forward. With each step deeper into the forest, the noise of the village faded, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. As she walked, Lyra was joined by a squirrel named Thistle, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom. Thistle had often scampered around the village, delighting the children with his antics, and now he seemed determined to accompany Lyra on her journey. "The forest is full of secrets," he chattered, bounding from branch to branch, "but it only shares them with those who listen." Further along, they encountered a wise old owl named Bramble, perched serenely on a low branch. Bramble blinked slowly, his feathers ruffled by the breeze. "Change is a part of life, young one," he hooted softly. "Do not fear it, for it brings growth and new beginnings." Encouraged by her companions, Lyra pressed on, the path winding deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees grew taller, their leaves a tapestry of reds and golds, whispering secrets to those who would pause to hear. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and damp earth, evoking a sense of both peace and anticipation. At last, Lyra reached the Enchanted Glade. It was as if she had stepped into another world. The air shimmered with a soft light, and the glade was filled with flowers of every hue, their petals glistening like jewels. A gentle breeze danced through the grass, carrying with it a melody that spoke of ancient times and timeless wisdom. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and strong, its branches stretching towards the sky. As Lyra approached, she felt a warmth spreading through her, as though the tree's very presence was a balm to her soul. She placed her hand upon the rough bark, and in that moment she felt a connection, a sense of belonging that she had never known before. The tree whispered to her, not in words, but in feelings and images. It spoke of the cycles of life, of growth and change, of the beauty found in transformation. Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the magic of the glade to envelop her, and in that peaceful embrace she found the courage to let go of her fears. With each passing moment, she felt herself changing, not in appearance, but in spirit. Her heart opened to the possibilities of the world, and she realized that the journey she had feared was not one of losing herself, but of discovering the depths of her own being. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the glade in a soft twilight glow, Lyra knew it was time to return to the village. She turned to Thistle and Bramble, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she said, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. "You've shown me that change can be beautiful." Thistle twitched his tail, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. "The forest is wise, and so are you," he chirped. Bramble nodded, his gaze warm and approving. "Remember, young one, the journey is as important as the destination." Together, they made their way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. As they emerged from the trees, the village lights twinkled like stars in the distance, and Lyra felt a sense of peace settle over her. She had found something precious in the glade, a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. From that day on, Lyra embraced the changes in her life with an open heart. She shared her newfound wisdom with the villagers, who marveled at the quiet strength she now possessed. And each evening, as she sat by the fire, the warmth of the flames a comforting presence, she would remember the forest's gentle whisper and the beauty of the journey she had taken. In the heart of the forest, the enchanted glade remained, a place of magic and transformation, waiting to welcome those who sought its wisdom. And Lyra, with her kind heart and gentle spirit, knew that she would always carry a piece of its magic within her. Story 37. Title: The Whispering Woods. On the edge of the small, sleepy village of Windermere, where cobbled streets wound like ribbons through fields of lavender and wildflowers, lay the Whispering Woods. These woods were a place of gentle mystery, known for the soft rustling of leaves that seemed to speak their own secret language. Villagers often whispered stories of wonder about this hidden world, tales passed down from generation to generation, though few had ventured deep within its heart. In this village lived a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. His eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 adventures, and his mind brimmed with dreams of exploring the unknown. Finn had heard countless tales about the Whispering Woods from his grandmother, who spoke of it with both reverence and warmth. She claimed that the trees held secrets, and that those who listened closely might hear the whispers of ancient wisdom. One chilly autumn morning, as the sun cast a dappled glow through the thinning canopy, Finn's grandmother gifted him something extraordinary, a small, intricately carved wooden compass. It was unlike any compass he had seen, with a needle that glowed a soft blue and seemed to dance with a life of its own. She told him it had been in their family for generations, a magical object that would guide the bearer to where they most needed to be. With the compass tucked safely in his pocket, Finn felt a gentle tug at his heart, urging him toward the woods. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves as he made his way to the edge of the village, where the path disappeared into the dense thicket. The trees stood tall and wise, their branches swaying in a gentle dance, as if welcoming him into their embrace. As Finn stepped onto the pine-needled path, the woods seemed to close in around him, not menacingly, but with a comforting closeness, as if they were cradling him in a natural cocoon. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow that played across the forest floor. The compass in his pocket pulsed warmly, its glow visible even through the fabric, as if urging him onward. The deeper Finn ventured, the more he noticed the subtle changes in the woods. The whispering grew louder, a gentle susurration that filled the air with a soothing melody. It was not a language he could understand, but it resonated within him, a song of the earth and sky, of roots and leaves, of stories untold. Along the way, Finn encountered creatures that seemed to belong to the very essence of the woods. A family of rabbits, their fur as white as the first frost, watched him with curious eyes. A fox with a coat like embers in the dying light paused to nod at him, its eyes glinting with a knowing wisdom. Each creature seemed to acknowledge him, as if recognizing the compass's glow and the journey he was on. It wasn't long before Finn reached a small clearing, where an ancient oak stood at its center, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. The tree's bark was etched with symbols and patterns, glowing faintly in the golden light. Beneath the oak's protective canopy, the whispers became a soft murmur, as if the tree itself was speaking to him. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, placing a gentle hand on its rough bark. As he did, the compass in his pocket flared with light, and suddenly the whispers became clearer, forming words that echoed softly in his mind. "Welcome, young seeker." The voice, deep and mellow, seemed to come from the tree itself. "You carry with you the compass of truth, a guide to what lies hidden in the heart." Finn listened, entranced, as the tree spoke of the forest's mysteries, of an unseen world interwoven with the one he knew. It told him of a time long past, when the woods were a haven for creatures of magic and wonder, and how the balance of the world depended on kindness, wisdom, and the courage to seek truth. "But beware, dear Finn," the oak cautioned. "As with all things of magic, there is both light and shadow. The compass will guide you, but your heart must lead the way." Thanking the tree for its wisdom, Finn knew his journey was only just beginning. The compass, now a steady beacon, pointed him further into the woods, toward a place known only to those who dared to seek it. With newfound determination, Finn set off, each step light with the promise of discovery. As he journeyed deeper, the woods revealed their hidden wonders. Pools of crystal-clear water reflected the sky with a clarity that seemed otherworldly. Flowers of every hue, some glowing faintly in the shadows, carpeted the ground, filling the air with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Birds with feathers that shimmered like jewels flitted from branch to branch, their songs a symphony of joy. Yet amidst this beauty, Finn sensed the presence of something more, a gentle watchfulness that seemed to follow him. It was as if the woods themselves were guiding his footsteps, drawing him closer to the heart of their mystery. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Finn arrived at a place like no other. A circular glade, surrounded by towering trees that stood like sentinels, their branches woven together to form a natural dome. In the center, a pool of water lay still and silent, its surface reflecting the twilight sky. Kneeling by the pool, Finn gazed into its depths, where he saw not just his own reflection, but images of the world beyond, of people he had never met, places he had never seen. The compass, resting in his palm, pulsed gently, its light mingling with that of the pool, creating patterns that danced like fireflies. It was then that Finn understood the true nature of his journey. The pool was a mirror of the soul, revealing truths hidden beneath the surface. It showed him the interconnectedness of all things, the threads of life and love that bound the world together. In that moment of clarity, Finn realized that the magic of the woods was not in the fantastical creatures or the shimmering light, but in the simple, profound truth that lay at the heart of all things. The power of kindness, the strength of friendship, and the courage to seek one's true path. As he sat by the pool, Finn felt a presence beside him. Turning, he saw a creature unlike any he had met, a gentle being with eyes that held the wisdom of ages and a form that shimmered with the colors of dawn. It was a guardian of the woods, a keeper of secrets and stories. The guardian smiled, a gesture that filled Finn with warmth and joy. "You have found what you seek," it said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. "But remember, dear one, the journey is ongoing. The world is vast and full of wonders yet unseen. Let your heart be your compass, and you will never lose your way." With those words, the guardian vanished, leaving Finn with a sense of peace and purpose. As night fell, the woods enveloped him in their embrace, the whispers now a lullaby that soothed his spirit. The stars twinkled above, a tapestry of light in the velvet sky, as Finn began his journey home. Walking back through the forest, the compass still warm in his pocket, Finn felt changed. The woods had shared their secrets, and in doing so, had opened his heart to the beauty of the world. He knew that the lessons of the Whispering Woods would stay with him, guiding him through life's many adventures. When Finn finally emerged from the woods, the village lights twinkled warmly in the distance, a beacon of homecoming. His heart was light, filled with the joy of discovery and the promise of new beginnings. As he entered his cozy cottage, The scent of his grandmother's cooking wafting through the air, Finn felt a deep sense of gratitude. The journey had been magical, but it was the wisdom he had gained that truly mattered. With a smile, he placed the compass back in its box, knowing it would guide him whenever he needed it. And so, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the whispering of the woods and the adventures yet to come. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight, as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Story 44. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the ancient trees swayed gently to the melody of the wind, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. This village, nestled in a valley where the mist liked to curl around the cobblestones like a cat seeking warmth, was known for its peaceful charm and magical inhabitants. Each morning, the sun would peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow that shimmered through the leaves, painting the village in hues of warmth and wonder. Willowbrook was home to all manner of delightful creatures, from the chatty squirrels who loved to gossip about the latest happenings, to the gentle deer who wandered serenely through the meadows. Among these creatures lived a wise old owl named Hoot, who perched high in the great oak that stood proudly at the village's center. Hoot had seen many a season pass and was known for his wisdom and kindness, always ready to offer guidance to those in need. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the common bonfire to share stories and laughter, a peculiar event occurred. The moon, usually a steadfast companion in the night sky, began to flicker like a candle in the breeze. Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone pointed skyward, eyes wide with wonder and a hint of worry. "Fear not," Hoot hooted reassuringly from his perch. "The moon is simply playing a trick, perhaps in need of a little attention. Let us find out why." The village's youngest inhabitant, a curious young hedgehog named Thistle, piped up. "I want to help solve the mystery, Hoot." Thistle was known for his keen sense of observation and a heart as warm as the hearth in the village inn. Hoot nodded approvingly, his feathers ruffling gently in the cool night air. "Very well, Thistle. Let us embark on this little adventure together." With the moonlight guiding their path, Thistle and Hoot set off through the forest. The leaves crunched softly under Thistle's tiny paws, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing where the moonlight danced playfully upon a small pond. There, they met a shimmering water sprite named Lyra, whose laughter sounded like the tinkling of silver bells. "Oh, I've been waiting for someone to visit," Lyra exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. "I might know a thing or two about your flickering moon." Thistle's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Do you know why the moon is behaving so strangely, Lyra?" The water sprite nodded, her translucent wings shimmering in the moonlight. "The moon has lost its reflection, dear Thistle. Without it, the moon cannot shine as brightly. You see, the reflection is caught in a net of stardust up in the sky." Hoot ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "A net of stardust, you say? Well, we must find a way to set the reflection free." Thistle pondered for a moment, his little nose twitching with thought. "Perhaps we can use the wind to unravel the net," he suggested. Lyra clapped her hands with delight. "Why, that's a splendid idea, Thistle. The wind sprites owe me a favor. I shall call upon them." With a graceful twirl, Lyra summoned the wind sprites, tiny beings as light as feathers, who danced around her with glee. At her request, they soared into the sky, their laughter echoing like a gentle breeze. As the wind sprites worked their magic, the net of stardust began to unravel, releasing the moon's reflection back to its rightful place upon the pond. Slowly, the moon regained its steady glow, casting a serene light over the forest. The villagers, watching from afar, sighed with relief, their hearts warmed by the sight of their beloved moon restored to its full splendor. Thistle beamed with pride, and Hoot gave an approving nod. Thank you, dear Thistle and Lyra, Hoot said, his voice filled with gratitude. Your clever thinking and friendship have brought light back to our nights. As the night deepened, the villagers returned to their homes, comforted by the familiar glow of the moon. In the whispering woods, Thistle nestled into his cozy burrow, the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth lulling him to sleep. And so, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that with a little wisdom and friendship, even the strangest mysteries could be unraveled, leaving behind a world filled with warmth and wonder. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. Fern, Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves. Have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different. Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance. Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. The brook, Fern whispered softly, it carries a sadness. Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. Ah, here is the source of the discord, he said gently. When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss. With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. Thank you, Orin and Fern, Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly. Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us. Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling emerald-green forest known as the Whispering Woods, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its vibrant gardens and gently babbling brooks that meandered through the cobblestone streets. Its cottages, with their thatched roofs and blooming window boxes, looked as if they were painted by the hands of a gentle artist. The villagers lived in harmony, their days filled with laughter and the soft melodies of nature. In this serene village lived a young girl named Marigold. With hair the color of sunlight and eyes like the shimmering surface of the village pond, she was a curious soul, always seeking the mysteries hidden within the world around her. Marigold had a heart full of kindness, and she spent her days helping her neighbors and tending to the lush gardens that surrounded her home. One misty morning, as the dew glistened on the petals of the garden blooms, Marigold set out on her usual walk through the Whispering Woods. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the melodic chirping of birds, creating a symphony that accompanied her steps. Each breath filled her lungs with the fresh scent of pine and earth, grounding her in the beauty of the world. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Marigold discovered a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow, winding trail, barely visible beneath the carpet of fallen leaves. Intrigued by the promise of adventure, she decided to follow it. The path twisted and turned, leading her through a part of the forest that seemed untouched by time. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a gentle, golden glow. Before long, Marigold came upon a clearing bathed in the soft, dappled light of the sun. In the center of the clearing, nestled among the wildflowers, was an ancient oak tree. It was the grandest tree Marigold had ever seen, its trunk wide and gnarled, telling tales of centuries past. As she approached, she noticed something unusual. Hanging from one of the lower branches was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and it seemed to emanate a gentle, inviting warmth. Marigold's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. What was this mysterious box? Who had left it here? Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached up to take it down. As soon as her hands closed around the box, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the sweet scent of honeysuckle and a soft, whispering voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. "Open it, dear child," the voice murmured, "and discover the magic within." Trusting in the kindness of the Whispering Woods, Marigold carefully opened the box. Inside she found a small, shimmering stone that sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a sense of peace and joy wash over her. The voice spoke again, this time with a tone of gentle wisdom. "This is the Stone of Serenity. It holds the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the world and to guide those who possess it on a journey of understanding and growth." Marigold's heart swelled with wonder and gratitude. She knew that the stone was a gift, and she vowed to use it wisely. Tucking the stone safely into her pocket, she thanked the forest and promised to return soon. Over the following days, Marigold found that the stone indeed held a special magic. When she held it close, she could hear the thoughts of the animals in the forest and understand the language of the trees. She marveled at the hidden world that had always surrounded her, now unveiled by the stone's gentle glow. One sunny afternoon, As Marigold sat by the village pond, she noticed a young fox watching her from the edge of the woods. Its eyes were filled with a mix of curiosity and caution. Marigold reached for the stone, and holding it close, she called out softly to the fox. "Hello there, little friend," she said with a gentle smile. "Do not be afraid." The fox tilted its head, surprised by the sound of her voice, which seemed to resonate with understanding. Slowly it approached, its bushy tail wagging slightly. "My name is Finn," the fox said, his voice echoing in Marigold's mind. "I have never met a human who could speak the language of the forest." Marigold laughed softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's a gift from the forest itself," she explained. "Would you like to be friends?" Finn hesitated for a moment, then nodded, his eyes softening with warmth. "I would like that very much." From that day forward, Marigold and Finn became inseparable companions. Together they explored the hidden wonders of the Whispering Woods, guided by the magic of the Stone of Serenity. They discovered secret glades filled with rare flowers, hidden streams that sparkled like diamonds, and ancient trees that whispered stories of the past. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marigold and Finn sat together on a hill overlooking the village. The air was filled with the soothing scent of lavender, and a gentle breeze ruffled their hair and fur. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the woods?" Marigold asked, her voice soft and contemplative. Finn nodded, his eyes fixed on the distant mountains. "I do. There is a whole world out there, waiting to be discovered." Marigold sighed, her heart filled with a longing for adventure. "I wish to see it all," she said, "to learn and grow, and to understand the world beyond our village." Finn looked at her with admiration. "Then we shall go together," he declared, his voice firm with determination. "The Stone of Serenity will guide us on our journey." And so, with the blessing of the village and the gentle encouragement of the Whispering Woods, Marigold and Finn set out on a grand adventure. They traveled through lush meadows and across rolling hills, their hearts filled with excitement and wonder. As they journeyed, they encountered many challenges and made new friends along the way. In a bustling town nestled in a valley, they met a wise old owl named Sage, who shared with them stories of the world and taught them the importance of wisdom and patience. In a village by the sea, they befriended a playful dolphin named Calypso, who showed them the beauty of the ocean and taught them the value of kindness and cooperation. Through each encounter and challenge, Marigold and Finn grew stronger and wiser, their bond of friendship deepening with every step. And as they traveled, the Stone of Serenity continued to guide them, revealing the hidden wonders of the world and lighting their path with its gentle glow. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of a towering oak tree, Marigold turned to Finn with a smile. "Do you know what I have learned on this journey?" she asked, her eyes shining with the light of understanding. Finn tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "What is that, Marigold?" "I have learned that the world is filled with beauty and wonder, and that true magic lies not in the stone itself, but in the kindness and friendship we share with others," she replied, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride and love for his dear friend. "And I have learned that with you by my side, any challenge can be overcome," he said, his voice full of sincerity. Together, they continued their journey, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were never alone. For in the bonds of friendship and the magic of the world around them, they had found something truly special, a sense of belonging and a love that would guide them always. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, bathing the world in a soft, golden glow, Marigold and Finn walked hand in paw, their hearts filled with the gentle magic of the Stone of Serenity and the enduring power of friendship. And in that moment, they knew that no matter where their journey took them, they would always carry the warmth and wisdom of their adventures in their hearts. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold and Finn's journey brought them to a land of towering mountains and sparkling rivers. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the scent of pine and mountain wildflowers. The path they followed wound through valleys and over rocky hills, each turn revealing new vistas of breathtaking beauty. One evening, as they made camp beneath a canopy of stars, Marigold gazed at the night sky, her heart filled with a sense of awe and wonder. The stars twinkled like diamonds on velvet, and the moon cast a gentle, silvery glow over the landscape. "Finn," she said softly, her voice barely louder than a whisper, "do you ever wonder what lies beyond the stars?" Finn, who had been watching the flickering flames of their campfire, looked up at the sky. His eyes reflected the starlight, and his voice was thoughtful as he replied, "I do. I imagine there are worlds out there, filled with wonders we cannot even begin to imagine." Marigold nodded, her heart swelling with a longing for discovery. "I wish we could explore them," she said, her voice tinged with both excitement and a hint of wistfulness. Finn smiled, his tail wagging gently. "Perhaps one day we shall," he said. "But for now, we have our own world to explore, and many adventures still await us." Marigold smiled back, her heart warmed by his words. "You're right, Finn," she said, "and I am grateful for every moment we share on this journey." The night passed peacefully, the gentle sounds of the forest lulling them to sleep. When morning came, the sun rose in a blaze of golden light, casting long shadows over the land and filling the air with the sweet scent of morning dew. As they continued their journey, the landscape around them began to change. The mountains gave way to rolling hills, and the air grew warmer, carrying the scent of blooming flowers and rich, fertile earth. They traveled through fields of wildflowers, their vibrant colors painting the world in hues of red, yellow, and blue. One day, as they walked along a winding river, they came upon a village nestled in a valley. The village was unlike any they had seen before, with houses built from stone and wood, their roofs covered in moss and flowering vines. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, offering them food and shelter and sharing stories of their lives. In the village, they met a young boy named Leo, who had a spirit as bright and curious as Marigold's. He was fascinated by their tales of adventure and longed to join them on their journey. "I want to see the world beyond our village," Leo said, his eyes shining with excitement. "Will you take me with you?" Marigold and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts warmed by the boy's enthusiasm. "You are welcome to join us, Leo," Marigold said, her voice gentle and kind. "But know that our journey is not without its challenges." Leo nodded, his expression determined. "I understand," he said, "and I am ready to face them as long as we are together." And so their group grew by one, and together they continued their journey, their spirits lifted by the bond of friendship that united them. As they traveled, Leo proved to be a quick learner, his youthful energy and curiosity a source of joy for Marigold and Finn. He marveled at the wonders they encountered, from the towering forests to the crystal-clear lakes, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One afternoon, as they rested by a shimmering lake, they noticed a group of creatures playing in the water. They were small, with iridescent scales that glimmered in the sunlight, and their laughter was like the tinkling of bells. "What are they?" Leo asked, his voice filled with wonder. "They are water sprites," Finn explained, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Playful and mischievous, but kind-hearted. As if sensing their presence, one of the sprites swam over to them, its eyes bright with curiosity. "Hello, travelers," it said, its voice musical and light. "What brings you to our lake?" "We are on a journey," Marigold replied, her voice warm and friendly, "seeking the wonders of the world." The sprite nodded, its expression thoughtful. "Then you must visit the heart of the forest," it said. "It is a place of great beauty and magic, hidden deep within the woods." Intrigued by the sprite's words, Marigold, Finn, and Leo decided to seek out this mystical place. The sprite guided them to a path that led deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the scent of ancient wood and earth. As they followed the path, the forest around them seemed to come alive with a vibrant energy. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and the sunlight filtered through the branches in a dance of light and shadow. Eventually they arrived at a clearing unlike any they had ever seen. In the center stood an enormous tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward in a majestic canopy. The air was filled with a soft, golden light, and the ground was carpeted with delicate flowers that glowed with an inner radiance. "This is the heart of the forest," the sprite said, its voice reverent and filled with awe, "a place of peace and healing." Marigold, Finn, and Leo stood in silence, their hearts touched by the beauty and serenity of the place. They felt a deep sense of connection to the world around them, a reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the earth. As they sat beneath the great tree, they reflected on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the friendships they had forged. They realized that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and joy, they continued their journey, knowing that the world was a place of endless wonder, and that together they could face any challenge that lay ahead. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold, Finn, and Leo's journey took them to new lands and introduced them to new friends. Their adventure was filled with laughter and learning, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One day, as they traveled through a lush valley, they came upon a village that was in the midst of a grand celebration. The air was filled with the sound of music and laughter, and the streets were lined with stalls selling all manner of goods. Curious about the festivities, Marigold, Finn, and Leo joined in the celebration, their hearts light with joy. They danced to the music, sampled the delicious food, and marveled at the colorful decorations that adorned the village. As they wandered through the village, they met a wise old woman named Era, who was known for her knowledge of the world and her gift for storytelling. Ira welcomed them warmly, her eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. "I have heard of your journey," Ira said, her voice gentle and melodic, "and I have a story to share with you." Marigold, Finn, and Leo gathered around, eager to hear what Era had to say. As they listened, Era wove a tale of a magical land beyond the mountains, a place of beauty and peace, where all creatures lived in harmony. "The land is known as the Valley of Harmony," Era said, her voice filled with reverence. "It is a place where the magic of the world is at its strongest, and where the bonds of friendship and love are cherished above all else." Marigold's heart was filled with a longing to see this mystical land, and she turned to her friends with a smile. "Shall we seek out this Valley of Harmony?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Finn and Leo nodded, their eyes shining with anticipation. "Yes," they said in unison, their voices filled with determination. "Let us find this land of peace and magic." And so, with Era's blessing and guidance, Marigold, Finn, and Leo set out on the final leg of their journey. They traveled through forests and across rivers, their hearts filled with hope and wonder. As they approached the mountains, the air grew cooler, and the landscape around them changed. The trees gave way to rocky cliffs and narrow paths, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh mountain air. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached the top of a ridge, and before them lay a sight that took their breath away. The Valley of Harmony stretched out below them, a land of rolling hills and sparkling lakes, bathed in a soft, golden light. The air was filled with the gentle sound of birdsong, and the scent of blooming flowers carried on the breeze. It was a place of beauty and peace, just as Ira had described. With hearts full of joy and gratitude, Marigold, Finn, and Leo descended into the valley, their spirits lifted by the magic of the land. They knew that their journey had brought them to a place where they could find rest and renewal, and where the bonds of friendship and love would be cherished forever. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the valley, Marigold, Finn, and Leo knew that their journey had come to a close. But they also knew that the magic of the world and the love they shared would guide them always, lighting their path with warmth and wisdom. As they stood together hand in paw, they understood that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And in that moment, they knew that they were home. Story 53. Story 54. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lila sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued. She turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lila. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lila and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lila. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lila wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lila knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Marin often wondered what lay beyond the familiar fields and babbling brooks of her home, and it wasn't long before her dreams led her to a journey of discovery. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like gentle phantoms, Marin followed a path less trodden. It led her into a forest known as the Enchanted Glade, where stories of old spoke of wonders untold. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the leaves whispered secrets in the language of the wind. As Marin ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. She marveled at the luminescent flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, like tiny fireworks frozen in time. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and springy, as if the earth itself was cradling her steps. Suddenly, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, and Marin turned to find the source. There, perched upon a low branch, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a sprightly wisp, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Welcome, traveler," the wisp chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glade." Marin smiled, her heart warming at the friendly greeting. "I'm Marin," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've come to explore the mysteries of this place." Zephyr fluttered closer, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the air. "You have courage in your heart, Marin," the wisp said, "and the glade welcomes those who seek with an open heart." Together they wandered through the forest, where Marin encountered creatures of whimsy and delight. She met a troop of playful squirrels that juggled acorns with unparalleled skill, and a family of rabbits that wove stories into the patterns of the grass. Each encounter left Marin more enchanted than the last, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. But as twilight began to weave its indigo threads through the sky, a gentle challenge awaited Marin. At the heart of the glade lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Legends spoke of a hidden island at its center, only revealed to those who truly believed in the magic of the forest. Marin hesitated, gazing at the water that gleamed with the reflection of stars not yet visible. Zephyr hovered beside her, offering a reassuring glow. "Trust in yourself, Marin," the wisp encouraged. "The path will reveal itself to those who walk with courage." Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped forward. With each step, the water embraced her feet, cool and soothing. She walked with unwavering faith, her heart a compass guiding her toward the unknown. And as she believed, the pool began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of moonlit stones leading to the island. Upon reaching the island, Marin found a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like friends in an eternal dance. In the center stood a single tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. Marin placed her hand upon it, feeling the pulse of the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the glade lay not in the wonders she had seen, but in the courage it had inspired within her. As she made her way back to the village, the forest whispered its farewells, promising that its magic would always be there for those who dared to seek it. Marin returned home, her heart forever changed by the beauty and wonder of the enchanted glade. She knew that the courage she had found within herself would guide her through any adventure life might bring. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the glade awaited, always ready to welcome her with open arms and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees. Story 59. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself." Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. "In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter," Orin said, "the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings." Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. "And then comes summer." Orin continued, "When the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy, the leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones." The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. "But as the days grow shorter," Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, "autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet." Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. "And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow," Orin said softly. "The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come." Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. "But remember, dear Finley," Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, "with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony." Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. "Thank you, Orin," Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I will remember your words." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 66. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebird sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born." Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Once upon a time, in a quaint village cradled between the emerald folds of misty mountains, there lived a young dreamer named Leora. She was known for her curious spirit and the twinkle in her eye that spoke of adventures untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Leora would sit by the hearth, listening to the crackling fire and dreaming of lands beyond the mountains. One crisp morning, as the village lay blanketed in the gentle embrace of dawn's first light, Leora decided to follow the winding path that led to the edge of the forest. With her heart beating a rhythm of excitement, she stepped into the woods, where ancient trees stood like wise old sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets in the soft breeze. The forest was a tapestry of wonders, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet melody of birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and illuminating Leora's path with a warm, golden glow. As she ventured deeper, the familiar sounds of the village faded, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a hidden stream. Leora's journey led her to a clearing where the air shimmered with magic. In the heart of this enchanted grove stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars in the twilight. Around its base, tiny creatures flitted about, delicate winged beings with eyes like polished stones and laughter that tinkled like chimes. "Welcome, traveler," chimed a voice as soft as silk. Leora turned to see a creature unlike any she had ever imagined, a small, fox-like being with silvery fur and eyes that sparkled like moonlit water. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this Glen," said the creature, bowing with a flourish. "What brings you to our enchanted realm?" "I seek to explore and learn," Leora replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I wish to see the beauty and magic the world holds." Zephyr nodded approvingly. "To explore is to find courage within," he said, "and each step you take reveals more about your heart." As Leora and Zephyr wandered through the grove, they encountered whimsical wonders, flowers that sang when touched by sunlight, streams that danced and laughed as they tumbled over stones, and clouds that floated low, carrying whispers from lands far away. In this realm of enchantment, Leora faced gentle challenges that called upon her wit and kindness. She helped a family of squirrels trapped in a maze of tangled vines, using her nimble fingers and gentle words to free them. She calmed a stormy sky by singing a lullaby she remembered from her childhood, soothing the winds into a peaceful slumber. With each act of kindness and bravery, Leora felt her heart grow lighter, filled with the warmth of friendship and the joy of discovery. She realized that courage was not the absence of fear, but the determination to seek beauty and truth, no matter where they might be found. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with a tapestry of crimson and amber, Leora knew it was time to return to her village. But she did not leave empty-handed. The memories of her journey, the lessons learned, and the friendships forged were tucked safely in her heart. "Remember, dear traveler," Zephyr called as Leora took her leave, "the magic of exploration lies not just in the places you discover, but in the courage to seek them out." With a heart full of gratitude and eyes alight with dreams anew, Leora made her way back home. As she stepped into the familiar warmth of her village, the twilight sky began to twinkle with stars, each one a reminder of the wondrous world just beyond the horizon. And so, nestled by the hearth, with the gentle crackle of the fire lulling her to sleep, Leora dreamed of the adventures yet to come, her heart ever open to the magic that awaited in the unknown. Story 80. Story 81. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stardust whispered the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would span the very fabric of time and space. The first was a gentle creature named Leora, from the planet Ethereum, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender, and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers. Leora's kind was known for their ethereal wings that glowed softly in the moonlight, and their ability to communicate through melodious harmonies that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The second was a mechanical being named Kor, hailing from the metallic world of Ferovia, where towering spires of gleaming steel pierced the skies, and the rhythmic clanking of gears was the heartbeat of the land. Kor was built from the finest alloys, his form a masterwork of engineering, with eyes that glowed a warm amber, reminiscent of a hearth on a chilly night. Though crafted from metal, Kor possessed a soul as vibrant as any sentient being, his heart programmed with an unyielding curiosity about the universe beyond his own world. Their paths crossed on a small, unassuming moon, known to its sparse inhabitants as Solara, where the golden sands stretched endlessly under the watchful gaze of twin suns. Leora had come in search of a rare, luminescent crystal said to possess healing properties, hoping to aid her people who had fallen ill from a mysterious ailment. Kor, on the other hand, was on a mission to collect data on the unique mineral formations found only on Solara, a task that promised to enhance the technological prowess of Ferovia. Their initial meeting was one of cautious misunderstanding. Leora, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Kor's mechanical presence intimidating, the whirring of his servos and the clicking of his gears a stark contrast to the serene symphony of her world. Kor, in turn, was bewildered by Leora's ethereal form and her ability to converse through song, a language so foreign to his logical circuits that he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences lay a shared purpose and a budding curiosity about one another. As they journeyed through the moon's golden dunes, their misunderstanding slowly gave way to a mutual respect. Leora discovered that Kor's logical mind complemented her intuitive nature, while Kor found beauty in the artistry of Leora's songs, their melodies unlocking emotions he had never before experienced. Their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sands, a fierce sandstorm swept across the landscape, its howling winds threatening to separate them. Leora's wings, though beautiful, were delicate, and the storm's fury battered her fragile form. Kor, realizing the danger, extended his metal frame to shield her from the storm's wrath, his sturdy construction providing a safe haven amidst the chaos. In the quiet aftermath, as the sands settled and the stars emerged to dance across the night sky, Leora and Kor found themselves huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in that moment, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, that they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Leora, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, sang a song of healing, her melody weaving around Kor, soothing the weariness of his circuits. In response, Kor shared tales of his world, his voice steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of Ferovia's gleaming towers and the rhythmic dance of its machinery. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, each learning from the other in ways they had never anticipated. Leora taught Kor the beauty of the universe's natural symphonies, while Kor revealed to Leora the wonders of technology and the endless possibilities it held. Together, they faced the challenges of Solara, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the mysteries of the luminescent crystals they sought. Their adventures culminated in a discovery that transcended their individual quests. Deep within a hidden cavern, they found a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that the healing crystals grew, their luminescence a beacon of hope. As they harvested the crystals, Leora and Kor realized that their journey had not only brought healing to her people, but had also forged a bond that would endure beyond the sands of Solara. As they prepared to part ways, their missions complete, Leora and Kor stood together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge of their impending separation. Yet, in that moment, they understood that distance could never diminish the friendship they had cultivated. They had discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a connection woven from the threads of shared experiences and mutual understanding. With a final embrace, Leora's wings enveloping Kor in a soft glow, and Kor's mechanical arms gently holding her close, they bid each other farewell. Leora returned to Ethereum with the healing crystals that would save her people, her heart forever touched by the warmth of Kor's friendship. Kor journeyed back to Ferovia, his circuits enriched with the memories of their adventures, his understanding of the universe forever broadened by the melodies of Leora's world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their bond a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that connects all beings, no matter how different they may seem. As they looked to the stars, they knew that their paths would cross again, for true friendship, like the stardust that binds the universe, is eternal. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old, ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Clara had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, as the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Clara carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Clara took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Clara. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires." Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Finn, the innkeeper's son. Finn was a cheerful boy, with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Clara, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willowbrook, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time, and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Finn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Finn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Finn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble. The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms. Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwin. Anwin was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Unwind and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Unwind and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Unwind's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Unwind's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Unwind's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Unwind on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Unwind's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Unwind herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Unwind's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Unwind smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Unwind. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Unwind returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Unwind grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Unwind's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Unwind's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Unwind's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Unwind lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past. for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldric, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldric's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldric's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldric welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldric, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldric's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldric chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldric's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willow Brook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled between the roots of towering oaks and the whispering winds of the ancient forest, lay the village of the Glen. This was no ordinary village. It existed in harmony with the forest's enchanting magic, where the boundaries between the real and the mystical were as thin as morning mist. The air in the village of the Glen was perpetually tinged with the earthy scent of pine needles and the sweet aroma of wild honeysuckle. Streams of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the ground with golden patches that shifted with the breeze. The villagers, a gentle folk, shared their home with creatures of the forest, both ordinary and enchanted, living in a symphony of coexistence. Among them was a gentle-hearted woodcarver named Finn, known for his kind eyes and the warmth of his spirit. His hands, roughened by years of work, could transform simple pieces of wood into the most intricate carvings. Finn lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the whispering leaves and the song of the brook played a constant melody. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn awoke to an unusual sight. A delicate creature perched on his windowsill, its wings shimmering like spun silver in the early light. It was a sylph, a rare and ethereal being of the forest, known to appear only when the balance of nature was in peril. "Finn," the sylph whispered, her voice as soft as a breeze through the reeds. "The harmony of our forest is threatened. The seasons have begun to falter, and the creatures are losing their song." Finn listened with a heart full of understanding. He knew the tales of old, passed down through generations, stories of the forest's magic, intertwined with the cycles of the moon and the dance of the seasons. He had heard of times when nature's balance was disturbed, and how it was always restored through wisdom and unity. "What must be done?" Finn asked, his voice steady with resolve. "You must seek the heart of the forest," the sylph replied, her eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "There, you will find the source of the imbalance and the guidance to restore it." Without hesitation, Finn prepared for his journey. He packed a small bundle with essentials, a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a woolen cloak to ward off the forest's chill. As he set off, the villagers gathered to wish him well, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves in a chorus of support. The path to the heart of the forest was not marked on any map, for it was a journey of intuition and connection with the natural world. Finn walked beneath the arching boughs, his senses attuned to the subtle signs that would guide him. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the distant hoot of an owl settling to sleep, their presence a comforting reminder of the forest's life. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to awaken around him. The air grew cooler, and the scent of moss thickened, mingling with the crisp scent of autumn leaves underfoot. He walked for hours, pausing only to listen to the stories the wind carried, a tale of shifting seasons and restless earth. Eventually, Finn arrived at a clearing bathed in a serene silver light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward in a timeless embrace. This was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of nature converged, pulsing with life and wisdom. Finn approached the oak, his heart open to its silent teachings. As he rested his hand against the rough bark, a gentle warmth spread through him, and he felt the presence of countless generations whispering their secrets. In the stillness, the voice of the forest spoke to him, a soft hum that resonated deep within his soul. It was a melody of seasons, of rain and sunshine, of growth and rest. Finn understood then that the balance had shifted because the forest's natural rhythm had been disrupted. The winter had lingered too long, and the spring was hesitant to begin its dance. The solution was simple, yet profound. Finn needed to rekindle the dance of the seasons. With the guidance of the forest's wisdom, he crafted a small wooden flute, its surface adorned with carvings of leaves and spirals. As he played a tune, the notes wove through the air like tendrils of mist, carrying with them the promise of change. The forest responded. The air shimmered with anticipation, and the trees seemed to sway in rhythm with the melody. Gradually, the chill of winter lifted, replaced by the gentle warmth of spring. Buds unfurled on branches, and the symphony of birdsong resumed its joyful chorus. Finn returned to the village of the Glen, where the villagers greeted him with open arms and grateful hearts. The sylph appeared once more, her smile as radiant as the spring sun. "You have restored the harmony," she said, her voice a caress of gratitude. The village celebrated with a feast, sharing tales and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Finn, seated by the crackling fire, felt the comforting weight of the sylph's gift, a small silver leaf that glimmered with magic. It was a reminder of the bond between humans and nature, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. And so the village of the Glen continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of the ancient forest. The seasons turned in their gentle cycle, each one a reminder of the delicate balance and the enduring magic that lay within the heart of the world. As the fires burned low and the village settled into peaceful slumber, the forest hummed its lullaby, a song of harmony and hope, carried on the wings of the night. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. Sometimes you must pause and listen. Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Leela paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Leela felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Leela found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush hills and an expansive forest, stood a peculiar old shop known as the Curio Corner. Its windows were adorned with twinkling fairy lights that cast enchanting shadows on the cobblestone street. Inside, the shop brimmed with artifacts, each with a story waiting to be told. Among them was an unassuming, tiny brass compass, its needle spinning lazily, never pointing north. The shop belonged to Mr. Thistle, an elderly gentleman with spectacles that perched precariously on the bridge of his nose. He had a gentle smile and a voice that carried the warmth of 1,000 sunny afternoons. Mr. Thistle had owned the shop for as long as anyone could remember, and he never seemed to age. People whispered that he had a touch of magic about him, though no one could say for certain. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, a young girl named Lily pushed open the creaky door of the Curio Corner. Her auburn curls bounced with each step, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity that often led her into delightful adventures. Today she was on a quest for a birthday gift for her grandmother. "Ah, Lily, my favorite explorer," Mr. Thistle greeted her warmly. "What brings you to my humble shop today?" "I'm looking for something special for Grandma," Lily replied, her voice filled with excitement. "Something she'll love," Mr. Thistle chuckled softly. "Well, I might have just the thing for you. Follow me." He led Lily to the back of the shop where the light was dimmer, and the air was filled with the mingling scents of sandalwood and aged paper. There, among an assortment of peculiar items, lay the brass compass. "This compass," Mr. Thistle began, "is said to guide its bearer to whatever they most need, rather than what they think they want. It's a curious little thing, really." Lily picked up the compass, feeling its cool weight in her palm. The needle spun slowly before settling, pointing toward the forest beyond the village. Her heart skipped a beat with a thrill of adventure. "Do you think Grandma would like it?" she asked, biting her lip. "I think it's more suited to an adventurer," Mr. Thistle replied with a twinkle in his eye. "Why don't you take it with you for a little while? See where it leads you." Lily nodded, tucking the compass into her pocket as she thanked Mr. Thistle and promised to return soon. As she left the shop, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the path, and she felt an inexplicable pull toward the forest. The compass, clutched tightly in her hand, guided her through the village, past the familiar bakery with its sweet aroma of fresh pastries, and toward the dense woods. The forest was a place of wonder, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the ground with patterns of gold and green. Lily's footsteps were soft on the carpet of fallen leaves, and she felt a sense of peace enveloping her as she ventured deeper. As she walked, she noticed the forest growing quieter, the usual chatter of birds and rustling of creatures muted, as if holding their breath. The compass needle remained steadfast, pointing her toward a thicket of ancient oaks. As she approached, she spotted a narrow path, hidden from view unless one knew where to look. Intrigued, Lily followed the path, her heart pounding with anticipation. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and she had the curious sensation of stepping through an invisible curtain. On the other side, she found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen, a hidden world within the forest. The clearing was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Flowers of every color imaginable carpeted the ground, and the trees towered above like gentle guardians. In the center of the clearing stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the sky in perfect detail. Lily knelt by the water, mesmerized by its beauty. As she gazed into the pond, she felt a presence, gentle and welcoming. She looked up to see a small creature peeking out from behind a tree, its eyes wide with curiosity. It was unlike any animal Lily had ever encountered, with a coat that shimmered like moonlight and eyes as deep as the ocean. "Hello," Lily said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. To her surprise, the creature stepped forward, its movements graceful and fluid. It had the delicate features of a deer, but its form was more ethereal, as if made from the very essence of the forest. "Hello," the creature replied, its voice a soft melody that seemed to resonate with the trees. "I am Sylvan." Lily's eyes widened in amazement. "You can talk!" Sylvan nodded, its gaze warm and inviting. "This is a special place, hidden to all but those who seek it with an open heart." Lily felt a rush of joy and wonder. "The compass led me here," she explained, holding it out for Sylvan to see. "The compass is wise," Sylvan said with a nod. "It brings those in need to this sanctuary." They sat together by the pond, and Lily told Sylvan about her grandmother, about how she wished to find the perfect gift for her. Sylvan listened intently, its eyes reflecting the kindness and understanding of the ancient woods. "There is a place," Sylvan said after a moment, "where the heart's true desires can be found. If you wish, I can guide you there." Lily's heart swelled with gratitude. "Yes, please." Together they set off through the hidden world, Sylvan leading the way. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them, flowers blooming in their wake and birds singing melodies that echoed through the trees. They reached a glade where the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle, and the grass was as soft as a dream. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, but its branches reached skyward with an air of quiet majesty. "This is the Tree of Whispers," Sylvan said, lowering its voice reverently. "It holds the memories and dreams of all who have come before. Listen closely, and it will reveal what you seek." Lily approached the tree, placing her hand on its trunk. The bark was warm and pulsed gently beneath her touch. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over her. Gradually, a soft whisper reached her ears, a gentle murmur that grew clearer as she listened. The tree spoke of her grandmother's love for the village, her joy in tending to her garden, and the way her eyes lit up when she shared stories from her childhood. Lily's heart filled with warmth and understanding. She realized that the greatest gift she could give was not something bought or found, but something shared, a day of memories, laughter, and love. With newfound clarity, Lily thanked the Tree of Whispers and turned to Sylvan. "I know what to do now," she said, her voice steady and filled with certainty. Sylvan nodded, its eyes gleaming with approval. Then our journey together is complete. Remember, this place is always here, waiting for those who seek it. Lily hugged Sylvan, feeling the creature's comforting presence wrap around her like a gentle breeze. Thank you, Sylvan. I won't forget. As she made her way back along the hidden path, the forest seemed to hum with the promise of future adventures. The compass, now resting quietly in her pocket, had fulfilled its purpose. When Lily returned to the village, the sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange. She hurried home, her heart light and full of excitement. The next day, Lily spent the morning with her grandmother in the garden, planting new flowers and sharing stories. They laughed and talked, and Lily saw the joy in her grandmother's eyes, knowing she had given the greatest gift of all, a day of love and memories. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lily sat by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames enveloping her. She thought of Sylvan and the hidden world within the forest, and she knew that magic was not just in the things we find, but in the love we share and the memories we create. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Lily drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical compass that had shown her the way. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the Guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets. Here in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed lazy curls of smoke, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her heart as warm as the sun-drenched meadows that surrounded her home. Lila shared her home with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as captivating as the twinkling stars on a clear night. The village often said that grandmother's tales were laced with magic, and perhaps they were right. For every story she told seemed to come alive, painting pictures so vivid that they lingered in the minds of those who heard them long after the fire had died down to embers. One chilly evening, as the wind murmured through the trees and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lila sat beside her grandmother, her head resting against the old woman's shoulder. "Tell me a story, grandmother," she whispered, her voice soft and sleepy. Grandmother smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a touch of something older, something ancient. "Very well, my dear," she said, her voice wrapping around Lila like a soft woolen blanket. "Tonight, I shall tell you the tale of the enchanted compass." Lila settled deeper into her grandmother's embrace, the world outside fading to a mere shadow as the story began to unfold. "Long ago," grandmother began, "in a time when the world was young and brimming with undiscovered wonders, there was a humble toymaker named Finn. He lived at the edge of a bustling town, in a workshop filled with the scent of wood shavings and the sound of clockwork ticking. Finn was a gentle soul, his hands skilled in the art of creation, his heart rich with kindness. Among his many creations was a peculiar object, a compass that did not point north, nor in any direction known to man. Instead, it was said to guide the bearer to their heart's true desire. But it was no ordinary compass, for it could only be seen by those pure of heart and intent." As grandmother spoke, Lila imagined the toymaker's workshop, the flickering light of candles casting playful shadows on the walls, the air filled with the rich aroma of pine and cedar. She could almost hear the soft ticking of the clockwork, a gentle heartbeat in the silence. "One day," continued grandmother, "a traveler named Kai arrived at Finn's doorstep. He was a young man, weary from his journeys, but his eyes held a spark of determination, a yearning for something he could not name. Sensing the traveler's longing, Finn offered him the compass, its needle spinning in a dance known only to it. 'This,' Finn said, placing the compass in Kai's hands, 'will lead you to what you truly seek. But be warned, the path may not be what you expect.' With gratitude, Kai accepted the gift, and thus began his journey, a journey not just across lands unknown, but into the depths of his own heart. Lila could feel the pull of the compass, the weight of its promise, heavy with mystery and hope. She imagined Kai setting out at dawn, the world bathed in the soft hues of sunrise, each step carrying him further into the unknown. As Kai traveled, grandmother continued, he encountered many wonders: a forest where the trees sang with voices like wind chimes, a lake whose waters reflected not the sky, but the dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Yet the compass led him onward, its needle unwavering in its dance. Along the way, Kai met a curious creature, a small, mischievous fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as clever as a winter's night. The fox, sensing Kai's good heart, decided to accompany him, prancing by his side, offering companionship and laughter. Lila smiled at the thought of the fox, its playful antics bringing lightness to Kai's journey. She could almost hear its soft paws on the forest floor, a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the world. As the days turned to weeks, grandmother continued, her voice soft and steady, Kai began to understand that the compass was leading him not just across the land, but through the landscape of his own soul. He faced challenges that tested his courage and his kindness, teaching him the value of patience and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kai found himself at the edge of a great forest, an ancient place where time seemed to stand still. The compass, for the first time, ceased its spinning, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the woods. Lila held her breath, her imagination weaving the scene with threads of anticipation and wonder. She could feel the forest's presence, its ancient wisdom whispering through the rustling leaves, its shadows deep and inviting. Kai entered the forest, grandmother said, her voice a gentle breeze in the quiet room, his heart steady, his mind open. The fox trotted beside him, its eyes reflecting the fading light, its spirit as bright as a star. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with runes of a language long forgotten. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, a presence that wrapped around Kai like a familiar embrace. Lila imagined the forest alive with unseen wonders, its secrets woven into the very fabric of the earth. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the world holding its breath in anticipation. At the heart of the forest, grandmother whispered, her voice a lullaby in the night, Kai found what he had truly been seeking, a hidden grove where a spring bubbled with water clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the stars above. Here in this sacred place, Kai realized that his journey had not been about reaching a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. Leela felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of understanding and peace. She imagined Kai standing by the spring, the fox at his side, the compass now still, its purpose fulfilled. With the fox's companionship and the forest's quiet grace, grandmother concluded, Kai found his heart's desire, not a place or a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him and a profound understanding of his own spirit. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Kai returned to Finn, the compass in his hand, his journey complete. The toymaker welcomed him with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge that the greatest journey is often within. As grandmother's voice faded into the soft crackling of the fire, Lila sighed contentedly, her eyes drifting closed, the story weaving its magic into her dreams. She imagined the forest, eternal and wise, the compass a silent sentinel in her hand, guiding her to her own heart's desires. And as the night deepened, the cottage nestled in its blanket of stars, Lila slept, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world, the gentle laughter of a fox, and the quiet wisdom of a journey well taken. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuben, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuben offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuben by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuben returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuben bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure. But it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. In a land where twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, there lay a quaint village nestled within the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. The village, known as Glimmerbrook, was a place where magic wove through the air like a soft melody, and the trees whispered their ancient secrets to those who listened with open hearts. In the heart of Glimmerbrook stood a cozy little cottage, its roof thatched with straw and its windows glowing with the warm light of a crackling fire. This was the home of a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. With her bright eyes and a gentle smile, Lila was beloved by all the villagers, known for her curiosity and her knack for solving little mysteries that occasionally sprouted in their enchanted world. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves danced to the ground in swirling patterns, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved fountain, a grand stone structure adorned with carved woodland creatures, had mysteriously stopped flowing. The fountain, known as the Whispering Spring, was said to hold the whispers of the forest, and its waters were cherished for their soothing, melodic qualities. The villagers gathered around the fountain, murmuring in concern. What could have caused this, they wondered, their voices a gentle hum in the cool evening air. Leela, with her ever-present curiosity, approached the fountain and knelt beside it. She placed a hand on the cool stone, feeling for any vibrations or hidden messages. As she listened closely, she heard a faint, almost imperceptible sigh, a sound so soft it could have been the breath of the forest itself. "I believe the forest is trying to tell us something," Lila said softly, her voice carrying a note of determination. "We must find out what it is." With a nod from Eldon, the wise old owl who perched nearby, Lila set off into the whispering woods. Eldon had been her mentor, guiding her with stories of the forest's ancient magic and the creatures that dwelled within it. His feathers were a tapestry of earthy browns and grays, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless moons. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path was illuminated by the soft glow of bioluminescent mushrooms, casting a serene blue light across the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, a comforting aroma that wrapped around them like a gentle embrace. Before long, they reached the heart of the forest, where a circle of ancient trees stood sentinel. In the center of this grove, a shimmering pool mirrored the starlit sky. This was the Enchanted Glade, a place where the magic of the forest was most potent. Lila knelt by the pool, her reflection mingling with the stars above. "Why has the spring stopped flowing?" she whispered to the water, her voice a gentle ripple in the night. From the depths of the pool, a voice as soft as a breeze emerged, belonging to Nara, the spirit of the forest. "Dear child," she said, her tone as soothing as a lullaby, "the roots of the Whispering Spring have become entangled with the magic of an old spell, forgotten and buried under layers of time." Lila pondered this revelation, her mind a flurry of thoughts. "How can we unravel the spell?" she asked, her voice steady with resolve. Eldon, who had been listening intently, hooted softly. "There is a creature in this forest, a keeper of ancient knowledge. Seek the guidance of Maple, the wise old tortoise who dwells near the silver stream." Thanking the spirit of the forest, Lila and Eldon set off toward the silver stream. The journey was pleasant, with the stream's gentle babbling guiding them like a soft melody. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in patches of silvery light. Upon reaching the stream, they found Maple, the tortoise, slowly making her way across the stones that bridged the water. Her shell was covered in intricate patterns, each swirl and line telling stories of the ages she had seen. "Greetings, young one," Maple said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, yet held a warmth that could rival the sun. "What brings you to my stream at this hour?" Lila explained the mystery of the Whispering Spring and the entangled spell. Maple listened with a thoughtful expression, her wise eyes glinting like polished stones. "Ah, spells of old are like woven tapestries," she mused. "To unravel them, one must find the thread that binds it all together. In this case, the thread is a melody, a song forgotten by time. You must seek the song of the winds, carried by the nightingale who sings at the first light of dawn." With renewed purpose, Lila and Eldon thanked Maple and set out to find the nightingale. As dawn approached, the sky began to blush with shades of pink and gold, heralding the arrival of a new day. The forest awoke with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft chorus of waking creatures. In a sun-dappled clearing, they found the nightingale perched upon a branch, its feathers a symphony of russet and cream. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the treetops, the nightingale began to sing, a melody so pure and enchanting that it seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the morning. Lila listened intently, her heart resonating with the song's beauty. She closed her eyes, letting the music guide her thoughts. As the song reached its crescendo, she understood the melody's purpose, to harmonize with the magic of the forest and release the tangled spell. With Eldon by her side, Lila returned to the Whispering Spring. There she hummed the song of the winds, her voice melding with the gentle murmur of the forest. Slowly the spell unraveled, its threads dissolving into the air like morning mist. The water began to flow once more, a cascade of crystal-clear notes that danced and sang as they fell into the fountain's basin. The villagers, who had gathered in hopeful anticipation, cheered softly, their hearts filled with gratitude. As the sun rose higher, casting a warm glow over Glimmerbrook, Lila stood by the fountain, her heart light and joyful. Eldon perched on her shoulder, a twinkle of pride in his wise eyes. "You've done well, Lila," he said softly, his voice a gentle rustle in the morning breeze. And as the village returned to its peaceful rhythm, the whispering woods seemed to hum with contentment, cradling its secrets and stories in the gentle arms of time. Lila knew that the forest would always be there, a place of magic and mystery, where the smallest whisper could hold the key to the greatest of wonders. With a heart full of warmth and wonder, Lila returned to her cottage, where the fire crackled invitingly and the scent of freshly baked bread filled the air. As she settled into her cozy chair, a soft blanket draped over her shoulders, she knew that the mysteries of Glimmerbrook would always welcome her, like an old friend. And so, in the gentle glow of the hearth, with the soothing sounds of the forest as her lullaby, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the whispering woods. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdantian named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. "Joran," Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening, "I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew." Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. "Promise you'll come back," Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. "I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me." With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Aelwyn's words. "I understand, Aelwyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Aelwyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Aelwyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Aelwyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Aelwyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. "For everything." Aelwyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Eldergrove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him. a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the leaf-shade glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand." Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. "How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin?" The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. "The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the Sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart.